Chapter 1133. You should know that after you become Emperor Wu, you will reconstruct your golden body. At that time, physical injuries will no longer be able to kill Emperor Wu. As long as the heart of an emperor remains, it will be hard to sever his vitality. Now, you understand why this step is so difficult. Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was startling. Naturally, he understood immediately. Cultivating a soul from the heavenly realm already touched upon the core of Emperor Wu. This was directly related to the heart of an emperor. It would be difficult even if one did not want it to be. Elder Qin said unhurriedly, the path to martial emperor is not simple. This step already stops 90% of the blue-robed emperors. After that, the great tribulation of wind and fire stops another 90%. It would not be too much to describe the cultivators of my Kunlun realm as billions or billions. We have no lack of geniuses. However, the number of people who can break through to Emperor Wu every 500 years can be counted on two hands. Every Emperor Wu, no matter how strong or weak, is in existence with astonishing luck in the Kunlun realm. Since ancient times, countless people have died on the path to martial emperor. However, there is still an unending stream of people advancing. Of the 10 billion cultivators, the number who could become Emperor Wu every 500 years could be counted on two hands. Xiao Chen sighed. The success of a general was built on the bones of 10,000 people. This probability could not even be described as 1 in 100 million. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had less than 4 years left. At the summit, Xiao Chen and Elder Qin chatted for a long time. They even exchanged moves. After exchanging a few moves, Elder Qin sighed. Now that the age of geniuses was in full swing, there were more demonic geniuses than the last. Xiao Chen was a demonic genius among demonic geniuses. The number of people who advanced to martial emperor in the past 100 years probably surpassed the total number of people who advanced to martial emperor in the past few thousand years. However, when it came to Xiao Chen, Elder Qin could not help showing a look of pity in his eyes. Xiao Chen, my life is not considered long, but I have lived for several hundred years and seen countless geniuses. Many outstanding talents died prematurely due to various reasons. Some were too sharp, some were overzealous, some were arrogant, and some were too engrossed in their desires. You are the only exception. What a pity, Elder Qin could not help saying. Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, if I had not ignored the consequences and tempered my physical body back then, or if I had not tempered my quintessence twice when I was a martial sage, my physical body would not have such problems now. However, if that were really the case, I would have nothing. I would not be able to defeat those outstanding talents of the Kunlun continent, and I would not be able to sweep through everyone during the king conferral ceremony, obtaining overwhelming luck. Everything in the world has its cause and effect. Nothing is certain. It's best not to think too much and look forward. It is best not to martial Emperor Wu. Xiao Chen said, I know. Martial Emperor Wu are the emperor, martial Wu, emperor, Xiao, Wu, Chen, Wu, emperor, and Wu will not to use it. To Wu, we will. We will only be able to show off before the blue-robed emperor. Compared to the true Emperor Wu, it is not worth mentioning. I will not choose this path. Elder Qin was not surprised by Xiao Chen's answer. He smiled faintly and said, that is all I have of the cultivation experience of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. I will not disturb your cultivation any longer. If you need anything, you can look for me at any time. Elder Qin was not surprised by Xiao Chen's answer. He smiled faintly and said, this is all the cultivation experience I have for a great perfection quasi-emperor. I will not disturb your cultivation any longer. If you have any problems, you can look for me at any time. In the end, the cultivation of the great perfection blue-robed emperor was still a matter of accumulating resources. After reaching the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, he would start cultivating the soul, merging the soul with the heavenly seal. That was the true dividing line. In the end, the cultivation of the great perfection blue-robed emperor depended on accumulating resources. When one reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, one would start to cultivate the soul, merging the soul with the heavenly seal. That was the true dividing line. However, Xiao Chen had just reached the great perfection blue-robed emperor. He was still a long way from the peak, so he needed a vast amount of resources to cultivate. Xiao Chen had used about 1% of the king spirit veins in the treasure trove to break through the bottleneck. Most of the rest had not been used. Logically speaking, with such a king spirit vein, Xiao Chen did not lack resources. However, he felt that using this king spirit vein to cultivate was too wasteful. There was no quality-price ratio. Even the Holy Lands and Immortal Holy Lands that had existed for tens of thousands of years or tens of thousands of years did not have many king spirit veins. Even if they included the spares, they would not have more than 5. It was not worth it to use this king spirit vein on his own blue-robed emperor. As long as Xiao Chen broke through the bottleneck, he would have more than enough holy spirit veins to satisfy his needs. Xiao Chen wanted to leave this king spirit vein for the future Dragon's Gate, to make it a capital that could rival a holy land. To find another king spirit vein, he needed to be as strong as a sovereign martial emperor at the very least. Xiao Chen still remembered the scene of the Northern Sea Alliance turning out in full force for the sake of subduing what he suspected to be a king spirit vein. If a king spirit vein really appeared, the Northern Sea Alliance's sovereign martial emperor would definitely come out to prevent other factions from snatching it. I have to find a new holy spirit vein. I have nearly used up all the records on the vellum. I will have to rely on my dragon-seeking art later. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He thought of making a trip to the Black Sea to look for BA2. He wanted to see if he could find some secrets of the Yuan clan from the corpse that BA2 had obtained. This would allow Xiao Chen's dragon-seeking art to improve further. At that time, he would be more confident of finding a holy spirit vein. Collecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen did not think too much for now. He sat cross-legged on the summit and started to cultivate, stabilizing his great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivation. Time flashed. Soon, half a month went by. Xiao Chen's great perfection blue-robed emperor cultivation had stabilized. Now, he could control the heavenly seal as he pleased. With a thought, the dragon-shaped heavenly seal could activate all 10,000 heavenly laws. In an instant, he could bring out all the power of the world that he could. As the heavenly seal formed, Xiao Chen's comprehension of the world deepened. The world was no longer as fixed and unmoving as before. He could clearly feel the movement of the entire world. He could vaguely see the core laws of this universe, space and time, which were the lines of the chessboard of fate. However, he could only vaguely see them. He could not change these two great laws. This was especially so for the time laws. They were even more profound and ever-changing than the space laws, unfathomable. During this period, Mo Chen came by once. She had already completed the sketch of the Heaven Dragon City. Based on Mo Chen's estimates, the construction of the city could be completed within 2 years using 1 million manpower. Furthermore, with Mo Chen's ability to manage and command, it would be very fast. If it were someone else, they would need to coordinate with the other refiners, formation masters, and geomancers. That would take even longer. They might not even be able to complete it in 10 years. The refugees were relocated to the other small cities on Heavenly Star Island, as well as the 7 satellite islands. There was no need to doubt Lan Xiaobai's and Mo Chen's abilities in this aspect. The subsidiary islands that the other factions occupied were also taken over in an orderly manner. Heavenly Star Island's development entered a new trajectory, developing at a high speed. Everything proceeded smoothly and orderly. Now that Xiao Chen had some free time, he started refining medicinal pills. This was the heavenly origin pill that he promised to refine for the holy daughter, Yu Bingyun. After returning to Heavenly Star Island, Xiao Chen had been very busy and did not have much time. Since Xiao Chen had some free time, he switched to helping Yu Bingyun refine the heavenly origin pill. After all, he could not break his promise. The refinement process did not go smoothly. However, Xiao Chen was not in a rush. After all, the other party had prepared 100 sets of ingredients. There was no fear of failure. He would succeed one day. After 78 failures, Xiao Chen finally succeeded in refining this heavenly origin pill. Lord Blue Dragon King, the city lord says that there are honored guests visiting and invites you to the palace. A youth rushed up from the foot of the mountain nimbly. He had an expression of worship as he spoke respectfully to Xiao Chen. This youth was one of the young disciples that you taught. Xiao Chen could tell from his attire. These youths were all seedlings that Xiao Chen had picked from the ordinary people's clans. Their talent was pretty good, and they would be able to take on heavy responsibilities in the future. Xiao Chen put away the medicinal pill in his hand and rewarded the youth with some things. Then, the youth left happily. When regular people came to visit, Lan Xiaobai would not disturb him. This person probably had some status. Who could it be? Feeling curious, Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and flew towards the palace in the mountain. In a few breaths, Xiao Chen arrived outside the palace. When the disciples guarding the door saw him, they immediately bowed in greeting. Xiao Chen calmed his emotions and walked in calmly. He discovered that there were many people in the palace, but their attire was not the same. However, their cultivations were all at the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, they were all aware that they could not merge their souls with the heavenly seal, so they focused on tempering their heavenly laws to raise their combat prowess. These people had remained at the peak for at least 100 years. Not only were their heavenly laws incredibly dense, but they were also purer. Their strength was unfathomable. The instant Xiao Chen stepped into the palace, he immediately felt several gazes probing him. When they saw that Xiao Chen was only a newly advanced great perfection blue-robed emperor, doubt flashed in their eyes. Lan Xiaobai, who was entertaining this group of people, immediately sent a voice projection when Xiao Chen came over. Xiao Chen, these are the vice sect masters of the nearby 9 ranks of the great families. On the surface, they are here to pay a visit out of courtesy, to befriend you. In reality, they do not have good intentions. They are here to probe us. As the saying went, those who come do not have good intentions, and those who are kind do not come. Xiao Chen could more or less guess the purpose of these people. After he heard Lan Xiaobai's voice projection, he performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Everyone, sorry for being late. The Blue Dragon King is too polite." Since they were here to pay a visit to Heavenly Star Island, they still had to show basic courtesy. These vice sect masters of the 9 ranks of the great families all stood up and returned the greeting. There were many of the 9 ranks of the great families in the heavenly starry ocean. As long as they had Emperor Wu, a sect with a Holy Spirit vein, and 2,000 disciples, they could be considered one of the 9 ranks of the great families. However, most of the nearby 9 ranks of the great families did not have any accumulations. Their inheritances would not exceed 1,000 years. Compared to the peak 9 ranks of the great families like the Haotian sect, there was a huge difference. Based on the vice sect masters seated here, they were merely peak great perfection quasi-emperors, so Xiao Chen could make some guesses. Based on what Xiao Chen knew, the vice sect masters of the Haotian sect were all minor heavenly sovereigns. Furthermore, there would only be one Emperor Wu. As far as Xiao Chen knew, the vice sect masters of the Haotian sect were already consummation blue-robed emperors many years ago. After the previous sect master became a greater heavenly Emperor Wu, he retired. There were still many supreme elders who were strong and had deep accumulations, having passed down their legacies for more than 10,000 years. Chapter 1134. As they walked forward, Xiao Chen sat in the middle and picked up his teacup. Then, he said indifferently, "Sorry, Heavenly Star Island just went through a great calamity. I do not have much to entertain you all with. If you all have a purpose, just say it." The several old men sitting on both sides were stunned. According to the rules of this place, when the host picked up his teacup, it meant that he was sending off the guests. When they heard Xiao Chen's words, it was clear that he was impatient and did not beat around the bush. Everyone could not help but turn silent. The spacious hall was quiet and peaceful. Lan Xiaobai found it funny. Xiao Chen was really Xiao Chen. He knew that this group of people came with ill intentions. He did not bother with pleasantries at all, getting straight to the point, not playing by the rules. Haha. Unexpectedly, at such a young age, the Blue Dragon King's temper is not small at all. What is the meaning of this? Sending off the guests with tea? A grey-robed old man on the right, furthest from Xiao Chen, asked with a superficial smile. Lan Xiaobai sent a voice projection. This is the Fire Beacon sect's vice-sect master, Chen Zongchao. He is considered a powerful person, especially with his palm strike. He is very incredible and famous in our sea region. Xiao Chen understood and ignored this person. He said indifferently, Heavenly Star Island just went through a great calamity. However, we also resolved some conflicts and took over all the subsidiary islands. I am very clear on what you are here for. Since you are not going to say it, I will say it for you. You are just here to probe out the situation, to see if I, Xiao Chen, can suppress such a large area. Then, to see if you have a chance to get some benefits for yourselves. The expressions of the others froze. After Xiao Chen said what they were thinking, they all felt somewhat unnatural. Only the Fire Beacon sect's vice-sect master, Chen Zongchao, laughed loudly and said, Blue Dragon King, you must be joking. Our Fire Beacon sect is here to discuss cooperation. Xiao Chen smiled coldly and asked, what kind of cooperation? Naturally, it is a cooperation that is beneficial to both sides. Since Stellar Sky City was destroyed, it will require a lot of resources to rebuild it. I am representing the Fire Beacon sect to send money to the Blue Dragon King. Right after Chen Zongchao spoke, he waved his hand, and a pile of black astral coins flew out from his spatial ring. The faint light overlapped, dazzling the eyes. There should be about 5 million of them. Here is 5 million black astral coins. Our Fire Beacon sect wishes to purchase Black Flame Island from the Blue Dragon King, Chen Zongchao said casually. Wanting to buy Black Flame Island with 5 million black astral coins was simply daylight robbery. Bang! Bang! Seeing that Chen Zongchao had made his intentions clear, the other 8 old men made their moves as well. Piles of black astral coins appeared in the hall, reaching 45 million black astral coins. This group of people had a startlingly large appetite. All that was left was the main island of Heavenly Star Island. They would have emptied out Xiao Chen's conferred land. 45 million black astral coins was already a huge sum. Even the peak blue-robed emperor would only have so much. Some of the weaker rank 8 sects would not have more than this sum. Some might even have less. Regular outstanding youths would find it hard to remain calm when they saw such a lineup. Their auras would be completely suppressed. However, who was Xiao Chen? He had even seen 1 billion black astral coins in the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove. This amount of money was like a drizzle to him. Xiao Chen wanted to use his wealth to suppress others and occupy the island in his conferred land, leaving others speechless. This was a brilliant move. Even if the Bushan Palace pursued the matter, Xiao Chen could say that he had used money to buy the island. This would leave others speechless, and they could only blame Xiao Chen for not living up to expectations. However, it was still the same as before. Playing this move before the rich Xiao Chen was like playing house. It was extremely laughable. A trace of mockery flashed in Chen Zongchao's eyes. To think that a brat with no hair on his mouth wants to compete with us veterans. He is really naive. Chen Zongchao put down his teacup and said indifferently, I believe that the Blue Dragon King has never seen so much money before. With so many black astral coins, it is sufficient for you to rebuild 3 heavenly star cities. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help laughing softly. Competing with me in wealth? What could be funnier than this? Money came like a river and went like water. Before obtaining the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove, the black astral coins in Xiao Chen's hands were already more than the pile of money here. Furthermore, after obtaining the Dragon's Gate's treasure trove, Heavenly Star Island's accumulated wealth was no weaker than the 9 ranks of the great families. If Xiao Chen included that King Spirit vein, even the Holy Lands would not dare to boast so shamelessly before him. What are you laughing at? When Chen Zongchao saw the mocking smile on Xiao Chen's face, he felt a strange rage. Seated in the middle, Xiao Chen said indifferently, I'm laughing at your shameless boasting. You only took out 5 million black astral coins and still dare to boast before me, saying that you want to buy Black Flame Island. You say that I have never seen money before. I'm afraid that you do not know what true wealth is. How arrogant. How many black astral coins can you take out? Before Chen Zongchao could finish speaking, his jaw dropped. The shock in his eyes was so great that he could not continue. There was no other reason. Xiao Chen waved his hand, and piles of black astral coins appeared. There was a total of 9 piles. Each pile was twice the amount of black astral coins that the 9 ranks of the great families took out. There was no more, no less. Xiao Chen took out a total of 90 million black astral coins alone. If money can solve everything, then I will buy your entire fire beacon sect with these 90 million black astral coins. Do you agree? Xiao Chen shouted as he stood up. An overwhelming aura pressed down on Chen Zongchao. The 9 old men felt stifled in their hearts. Their thoughts went wild, and they found it somewhat difficult to control themselves. Originally, they wanted to use a large number of black astral coins to crush Xiao Chen's will. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen would turn the tables on them? This shocked them, and they immediately fell silent. Their auras were completely suppressed by Xiao Chen. This was especially so for Chen Zongchao. His face alternated between red and green, feeling very sullen. When faced with Xiao Chen's interrogation, he felt stifled, not knowing how to reply. Damn it! No matter what, you have to sell Black Flame Island to my fire beacon sect. You have to sell it whether you want to or not. Unable to think of anything to say, Chen Zongchao directly stated his purpose, shedding all pretense of cordiality. Xiao Chen smiled faintly, becoming even more at ease. He slowly walked down and said calmly, "What's wrong? Are you trying to force me to sell it?" Chen Zongchao calmed down and remembered the sect master's instructions. He should do his best not to shed all pretense of cordiality. At the very least, he should not do so openly. He could not leave any room for discussion. After calming himself, Chen Zongchao said coldly, "I don't dare to. Our fire beacon sect is rather famous. We never do things like force. I have long heard of the Blue Dragon King's unparalleled glory, instantly defeating all the outstanding talents of the world in one move at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. Do you dare to make a bet with this Chen?" Xiao Chen asked indifferently, "What do you want to bet?" Chen Zongchao replied coldly, "You instantly defeated all the outstanding talents of the world in one move at the Four Seas Hero Gathering. I will bet with you in one move as well. We will only compete in one move. Whoever is at a disadvantage will be the loser. If you lose, you will sell Black Flame Island to me. Don't say that my fire beacon sect is forcing you to sell it. If I lose, I will apologize, and the fire beacon sect will not seek trouble for Heavenly Star Island anymore." The moment Chen Zongchao said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. Right now, Xiao Chen was only an early-stage Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. As for Chen Zongchao, he was at the peak of the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, having cultivated for 100 years. Furthermore, Chen Zongchao's palm technique made him famous among the many factions in the nearby sea region. His palm contained a boundless sea of fire and a horrifying explosive force. He had even smashed a small Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor to death with one palm strike. Blue Dragon King, do you dare to agree? Seeing that Xiao Chen was only an early-stage Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, Chen Zongchao felt very confident. He stepped forward and pressed on. Lan Xiaobai stopped Chen Zongchao and said, "Xiao Chen, don't fall for his trick. The cultivation technique, martial technique, and killing moves he cultivates are all explosive. When he fights with others, if he cannot severely injure his opponent with one palm strike, he will quickly flee." Lan Xiaobai had a very clear understanding of Chen Zongchao's information, so he advised Xiao Chen not to be rash. Xiao Chen understood what Lan Xiaobai meant. Some people were stuck at a certain bottleneck for their entire lives, unable to improve. After that, they would take an unconventional path and think of other ways to raise their combat prowess. This Chen Zongchao before Xiao Chen was one of those people. He focused all his attention on how to increase his explosive power. Chen Zongchao wanted to use money to suppress Xiao Chen but ended up being humiliated by Xiao Chen. So, he thought of this method to regain his momentum. If Xiao Chen did not agree, he would be seen as a coward. Chen Zongchao would use this to spread the rumor. Furthermore, Chen Zongchao would continuously seek trouble for him in the future. If Xiao Chen agreed, he would be playing into Chen Zongchao's hands. Chen Zongchao would not lose out no matter what. Waving his hand, Xiao Chen told Lan Xiaobai not to say anything else. There were so many vice sect masters watching. If Xiao Chen could resolve this matter well, he would be able to deter the surrounding factions, which would be of great benefit to Heavenly Star Island. Even though Xiao Chen knew that Chen Zongchao was trying to go at him, he still had to go. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen was not afraid of competing in explosive power. If it were a fair fight, he would drag it out. Given the depth of Chen Zongchao's cultivation, Xiao Chen would be at a disadvantage. It would be much more difficult to defeat Chen Zongchao, and he would have to pay a higher price as well. A clash of moves was exactly what Xiao Chen wanted. Chen Zongchao, who did not know that he had run into trouble, smiled and said, "How is it? Don't tell me that you, the bona fide Blue Dragon King, are afraid of an old man like me. I promise you." Xiao Chen smiled faintly as he stared at Chen Zongchao. Chen Zongchao could not blame him for seeking his own humiliation. Discussions immediately broke out in the hall. The other 8 old men were all very surprised. After learning about Chen Zongchao and his cultivation, Xiao Chen still chose to agree. The others withdrew and cleared out the black astral coins, creating an empty space. The buildings in the hall all had restrictions infused into them, which could endure a battle at the level of the blue-robed emperor. As long as it was not a drawn-out battle, they could settle it in one move. Lan Shaobai knew that he could not dissuade Xiao Chen, so he sighed and retreated to the back as well. He. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. Unfortunately, you are too young. Today, I'll tell you that the older, the wiser. After Chen Zongchao spoke, he raised his leg and took a step forward. He did not move at all, but he arrived before Xiao Chen in an instant. Then, he threw a palm strike. The instant Chen Zongchao sent out his palm strike, the aura of a boundless sea of fire erupted. Chapter 1135. It looked like there was no build-up. However, the mysterious phenomenon that erupted was shockingly horrifying. Behind Chen Zongchao, the power of the world turned into a sea of flames that looked like a real sea. Waves overlapped, boundless, unfathomable, and immeasurable. Furthermore, based on the minute slow motion, one could see that every time Chen Zongchao's palm moved forward, a flaming wave would rise from the sea, one wave after another, overlapping. In the time it took for Chen Zongchao to stretch out his hand, tens of thousands of flaming waves overlapped. When it came into contact with Xiao Chen's palm, all the energy would erupt in an instant. Chen Zongchao lived up to his name. As a peak expert with explosive power, Chen Zongchao had indeed broadened Xiao Chen's horizons. He let Xiao Chen know that none of these old blue-robed emperor, who had been stuck at peak great perfection for hundreds of years, were simple. However, that was all. This move was not enough to defeat Xiao Chen. With a thought, the dragon-shaped heavenly seal breathed. The 10,000 heavenly laws in Xiao Chen's body instantly stirred up, not stopping for a moment. The mysterious phenomenon triggered by the 10,000 heavenly laws stirring up the power of the world at the same time. It was like 10,000 true dragons drilled out of Xiao Chen's body. As the 10,000 dragons soared, cracks appeared in the buildings behind him. These buildings, which could withstand a strike from the blue-robed emperor, started cracking under the mysterious phenomenon triggered by Xiao Chen. A sorrowful aura lingered in the great hall amid the scarlet flowers. As a blood moon soared, Xiao Chen used the 1,000-year death to clash with Chen Zongchao's palm strike, the boundless sea of flames. Boom! The instant the two palms clashed, the roof of the great hall was blown off and shattered into powder. The destructive power of the aftershocks from the two palms far surpassed everyone's expectations. The buildings that could withstand the might of the blue-robed emperor's battle were destroyed in half by the two palms. The two were competing in explosive power. From start to finish, their moves were clean and efficient, without any flourishes. The victor was decided in one breath. Xiao Chen didn't move from his original position. He slowly retracted his palm, causing his clothes and hair to slowly fall to the ground. Chen Zongchao vomited a mouthful of blood and took 100 steps back before falling to the ground. He looked at Xiao Chen angrily and coughed out another mouthful of blood. He pointed at Xiao Chen and cursed, "You tricked me." Strictly speaking, Xiao Chen did scam him, but he was the one who picked this trap. In the Four Seas Hero Gathering, he dared to challenge all the outstanding talents and chose to decide the victor in one move. One of the main reasons was that his forte was the explosive power of killer moves. In less than half a month after advancing to great perfection quasi-emperor, Xiao Chen could instantly drive 10,000 heavenly laws with a thought, releasing and withdrawing them as he pleased. Chen Zongchao dared to compete with Xiao Chen in explosive power, wanting to decide victory in one move. If this was not seeking his own humiliation, what was? Lan Shaobai heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he stepped forward and said, "Sect Master Chen, I hope that you will abide by your promise. The people of the Fire Beacon sect will not appear in the sea region of Heavenly Star Island in the future." The other fellow cultivators heard it for themselves. Chen Zongchao found it hard to express his bitterness. He had not expected that after living for several hundred years, he would fall to the hands of a junior. Even though Chen Zongchao clearly held an absolute advantage, his expression did not change at all before the battle started. It was like he was pretending. Chen Zongchao stood up and walked over to the black astral coins that he had tossed out. He prepared to put away the black astral coins and leave quickly. This time, he had completely embarrassed himself. "Wait!" Xiao Chen shouted coldly, stopping Chen Zongchao's actions. Chen Zongchao demanded angrily, "What do you want?" "I don't want to do anything. This hall is riddled with restrictions, and it is costly to build. You even blew off the roof, and you want to leave for nothing?" Xiao Chen said unhurriedly. "You have to leave behind these 5 million black astral coins. You are twisting words and forcing logic." Xiao Chen retorted indifferently, "That's right. I am twisting words and forcing logic. Whoever tries to reason with me, Xiao Chen, will do so. I will do so openly and openly. However, if anyone tries to be unreasonable with me, thinking of forcefully buying and selling or using force to bully others, I, Xiao Chen, will be even more unreasonable than them." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he threw another palm strike. Before Chen Zongchao could reply, he directly sent him flying, not giving him any face at all. The other 8 old men immediately exchanged glances. Xiao Chen's forcefulness and his words were clearly directed at them. Just as these old men were feeling uneasy, wondering if Xiao Chen would snatch back their black astral coins, Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Everyone, are you not going to take back your black astral coins?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Everyone, are you not going to take back your black astral coins?" When the group heard this, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they quickly took back the 5 million black astral coins that they had tossed out. When the group heard this, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Then, they quickly took back the 5 million black astral coins that they had tossed out. After these old men took back their black astral coins, Xiao Chen sent out a palm strike. Amid a loud sound, the pile of black astral coins that Chen Zongchao left behind turned into dust. 5 million black astral coins turned to dust before the eyes of these old men. This sight stunned them into stupefaction. 5 million black astral coins was a significant sum for any of the blue-robed emperors. However, Xiao Chen did not even blink, directly shattering it with one palm strike. What does this mean? Everyone thought to themselves. These old men were all experienced people who had lived for several hundred years. They quickly understood what Xiao Chen meant. This was Xiao Chen expressing his stance. Xiao Chen did not care about 5 million black astral coins. He wanted Chen Zongchao to leave behind these black astral coins to make the other party pay the price. Anyone who wanted to target Heavenly Star Island needed to be mentally prepared to pay the price. Otherwise, they would end up like this pile of black astral coins before them. After the vice-sect masters of the 9 ranks of the great families reacted, they immediately smiled and started chatting with Xiao Chen. They all promised that they would not seek trouble for Heavenly Star Island and that this matter was just a misunderstanding. After seeing Xiao Chen's strength, it would not be wise for them to try anything. Although the 9 ranks of the great families had Emperor Wu holding down the fort, and Xiao Chen was definitely not a match for them, Emperor Wu could not possibly remain in his sect at all times. People like Xiao Chen who offended Xiao Chen would take advantage of the fact that Emperor Wu was not around to seek trouble for him every 2 or 3 days, causing everyone to panic. It was not the first time that such a large sect was killed until only a general was left. Those who had nothing to lose were not afraid of slippers. If both sides suffered, it would not be good for either side. The most important thing was that Xiao Chen was rather clever. He only taught Chen Zongchao a lesson. He did not make things difficult for the other old men who took out their black astral coins. This was considered as not shedding all pretense. This made it much easier to talk to them. I'll take my leave first. In the future, if the Blue Dragon King has time, you can come to our sect for a visit and improve our relationship. Since the roof of the Great Hall had been torn off, it was clearly not suitable for them to remain for long. After everyone expressed their stance, the various old men got up and prepared to leave. Lan Shaobai heaved a sigh of relief at the side. This matter was finally resolved. One could not be too polite to such people. The weaker one was, the more others would think that one was easy to bully. Xiao Chen had handled the situation appropriately. He had displayed his strength without offending everyone. Just at this moment, a strong mental pressure swept out in all directions. Everyone on Heavenly Star Island felt like a pair of ruthless eyes were staring at them. Suddenly, they did not dare to move at all. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. They all felt fear in their hearts for some reason. This gaze seemed to sweep through the entire island before focusing on Xiao Chen. This made the others release their bated breath. This is the might and pressure of Emperor Wu. The group of old men in the Great Hall were very knowledgeable and quickly determined the strength of this newcomer. Could it be that Chen Zongchao is unconvinced and got his sect master to come personally? It does not seem like it. Furthermore, that is impossible. The Fire Beacon sect's sect master would not dare to ignore Bushan Palace. Furthermore, this time, Chen Zongchao messed things up. He is not in the right at all. Given the character of the Fire Beacon sect's sect master, even if he came, he would be trying to mend the relationship. The most important thing is that this might does not seem like the might and pressure of a minor Heavenly Emperor Wu. It is much stronger than the Fire Beacon sect's sect masters. The expressions of the few old men changed as they discussed in soft voices. They could not guess which martial emperor came. Who would be so bold as to come here with Emperor Wu's cultivation? After all, Xiao Chen was the Thunder King's favored Blue Dragon King. This was Bushan Palace's conferred land. Even if Xiao Chen coveted the resources here and sent a group of subordinates over, when Bushan Palace investigated, they could still say that Xiao Chen was not as skilled as others. If Xiao Chen could not defeat cultivators of the same cultivation and was not worthy of occupying this sea region, Bushan Palace would have nothing to say. If Xiao Chen personally came, he clearly did not conform to some secret rules. Was he not mocking the fact that Bushan Palace had no one? Bushan Palace could not just sit back and watch. Otherwise, they would lose face, the entire Bushan Palace. Lan Shaobai's heart sank. He more or less guessed who had come. He frowned heavily. This would not be easy to deal with. Big trouble was coming. Back then, Xiao Chen had directly killed the purple-clad man of the 7 heroes of the dragon. This time, it was probably the purple-clad man's father, the purple-clad Marquis, who had come personally. Xiao Chen felt extremely uncomfortable enduring the huge might. His legs turned soft, and he nearly knelt down. The difference in cultivation was too great. Just the formless might was unblockable. Kai. At the crucial moment, little yellow feather flew out of the immortal spirit ring and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. It used its holy beast bloodline to share some of the pressure for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen flicked his finger and discovered that he could move. With a thought, a golden sage feather appeared in his hand and hid it in his sleeve. This was the last resort of the Golden Crow race. At a crucial moment, it could severely injure Emperor Wu in exchange for a chance to live. This was Xiao Chen's greatest trump card. A sharp-eyed person recognized little yellow feather on Xiao Chen's shoulder and cried out in shock, "The Golden Crow Holy Beast." This was a legendary holy beast of the Immortal epoch, possessing a noble bloodline. It only existed in ancient texts, rarely seen. Yet, Xiao Chen had this golden crow as a pet. Hu Kai. The space in the hall tore easily, and an imposing middle-aged man wearing purple dragon robes and battle armor walked out with large strides. His aura was extraordinary, and an intimidating pressure was emitted from his body. The purple-clad Marquis. Astonishment came one after another. The martial emperor who came was actually Neptune's old subordinate, the current purple-clad Marquis. He was a greater heavenly Emperor Wu, a true peak character of the Western Sea. Chapter 1136. The purple-clad Marquis's faction was also one of the 9 ranks of the great families. However, in terms of accumulations, the purple-clad Marquis's faction was much stronger than the 9 ranks of the great families. Even if the major sects worked together, they would barely be able to deal with the purple-clad Marquis. Furthermore, the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace supported him. When the old men saw this scene, they could not help but wonder. The purple-clad Marquis personally came with a hostile expression. Something major must have happened. Xiao Chen was probably in trouble. Another variable appeared in Heavenly Star Island. Primordial Golden Crow, brat, you are really overflowing with luck. You can even subdue such a mythical holy beast. I won't speak any nonsense. You should know what I am here for. You are probably mentally prepared. The purple-clad Marquis glanced at the ferocious-looking little yellow feather on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Then, he shifted his gaze to Xiao Chen and asked unhurriedly. After the initial panic, Xiao Chen had already calmed down. He replied indifferently, "How can a major character like Senior have anything to do with me? If Senior has anything to say, just say it. This junior is all ears." The purple-clad Marquis did not say anything. However, those old men were startled. To think that Xiao Chen dared to speak to a greater heavenly Emperor Wu like that. As long as the other party wanted to, the purple-clad Marquis could instantly kill Xiao Chen in one breath. The difference in strength between the two was like heaven and earth, like clouds and mud. Any technique, will, or martial technique would be like fleeting clouds before the purple-clad Marquis. Indeed, you are certain that I do not dare to kill you. Who knew? The purple-clad Marquis would laugh when he heard this, looking incredibly amiable. However, after a while, his expression turned cold. He said in a frosty voice, "However, you are just seeking trouble by showing off your pride before a greater heavenly emperor." With each word, the purple-clad Marquis's expression turned colder. The entire Heavenly Star Island started to tremble intensely as he spoke. The clouds pressed down like the sky was falling. When the purple-clad Marquis finished speaking, an overwhelming pressure bore down on Xiao Chen. The air nearly froze. Everyone could feel Purple Marquis's monstrous rage, and they trembled in fear, not even daring to breathe loudly. It was true that Purple Marquis couldn't kill Xiao Chen, but he could teach him a lesson and beat him up. As long as Xiao Chen didn't die, there wouldn't be too much trouble. Xiao Chen's attitude was indeed asking for trouble. The group of old men all thought that he was courting death. In front of the great emperor, one should display humility. How could one act so casually? This was simply a great disrespect, and one could only blame oneself for any consequences. Despite the terrifying atmosphere, Xiao Chen did not show any signs of backing down. He said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "If you have something to say, just say it. I will listen and do my best to help. But if you want to rely on your status and strength to teach a junior an unreasonable lesson, then I, Xiao Chen, am not a pushover." Ha ha ha. When Purple Marquis heard that, he guffawed like he heard something extremely funny. He said, "If not for the Thunder King supporting me, I would be able to flick you to death with one finger. Killing you would be as easy as killing an ant. Why can't I bully you? I'll be honest. You killed my, Purple Marquis's, son. Although I cannot kill you now, if I do not beat you half to death today, it will be hard for me to swallow this frustration." With a flip of his hand, Xiao Chen caught that golden tail feather between 2 fingers. When he drove it with all his might, it gave off a blazing aura. A golden solar flame formed a thick pillar of fire that soared into the sky from Xiao Chen's body, piercing through the clouds. The blazing light was too bright, plunging the surroundings into darkness. Only this pillar of fire soared into the sky, burning fiercely. This is, the expression of Purple Marquis, who was preparing to make a move, slowly turned grave. He stared at the golden tail feather between Xiao Chen's fingers. This commotion shocked the others as well. To think that Xiao Chen intended to make a move against a greater heavenly martial emperor. Was he crazy? As a greater heavenly Emperor Wu, Purple Marquis could level Heavenly Star Island with one thought. However, at this moment, he felt a great threat from that tiny feather. Purple Marquis swept his gaze across the golden crow. When he saw that the little golden crow also had 2 golden tail feathers that stood out from the crowd, he suddenly understood. Now that he understood what Xiao Chen was holding, his heart sank. He said softly, "Golden tail feather, a life-saving technique passed down by the golden crow race. Xiao Chen, you really give me many surprises. To think that the golden crow holy beast would give you one of its most precious items. However, if you think that this thing can scare me, then you are too naive. I guarantee that if you dare to make a move, you will be the one at a disadvantage in the end." Bathed in the golden pillar of fire, Xiao Chen held the golden tail feather between 2 fingers. He said indifferently, "That's right. I will be the one at a disadvantage. Even if I use this golden tail feather, I will only be able to injure you severely. However, I will lose a life-saving trump card and will still be beaten half to death by you. No matter how you look at it, the losses outweigh the gains. However, there are some things in this world that cannot be determined by whether you suffer a loss or not. Right is right, and wrong is wrong. Your son came to my Heavenly Star Island to cause trouble, killing the residents of my Heavenly Star Island, injuring my brothers, and humiliating my friends. His death is not to be regretted." The moment Purple Marquis said that, there was a huge commotion. The 8 old men felt their legs go soft. They finally understood why Purple Marquis was so angry. It turned out that Xiao Chen actually killed his son. The son of a martial emperor died at Xiao Chen's hands. After killing a martial emperor's son, not only did Xiao Chen show no intention of apologizing or begging for mercy, but he even confronted Purple Marquis. No wonder Purple Marquis disregarded his status and wanted to personally teach Xiao Chen a lesson, saying that he would beat Xiao Chen half to death. "I am not in the wrong. The one in the wrong is your son. Even if you came personally, it would be impossible for me, Xiao Chen, to apologize. Wrong is wrong, right is right. Since you dare to make a move on me, I dare to risk my life to accompany you. I believe that your enemies would be very happy to see a severely injured Purple Marquis." Xiao Chen did not show any fear in the face of danger. He stared at Purple Marquis and argued for what was right, neither servile nor overbearing. Xiao Chen was not trying to be a hero or being arrogant. However, there were some things that he needed to persevere on. There were some beliefs that he absolutely could not waver on. Xiao Chen could not lose his principles just because the other party had a good father. He could not lower his head and admit his mistakes. He would rather break than bend his pride. For some reason, when Xiao Chen said those words, it gave others a misconception. Purple Marquis, who was wearing purple dragon robes and battle armor, a bona fide martial emperor with a surging aura, seemed to be much weaker than Xiao Chen's. Lan Xiaobai, who was at the side, felt his blood boil. A flame burned in his chest. When he faced Purple Marquis's strong aura, he did his best to take a step forward and guffawed, "Xiao Chen, having a brother like you in this life is worth it." Then, Lan Xiaobai turned to Purple Marquis and shouted, "Purple Marquis, your son died because of me. If you want to humiliate Xiao Chen, you will have to do it over my corpse. In the future, my Azura race will definitely have seniors who will seek justice for you." Lan Xiaobai had a hard time saying these words. Before the might of a martial emperor, he had to use all his strength and clench his teeth to say each word. However, Lan Xiaobai had to say it. Xiao Chen killed Purple Marquis's son because of Lan Xiaobai. Today, when a martial emperor came, Xiao Chen blocked all of them by himself, not lowering his head or bending his back, facing a martial emperor. He, Lan Xiaobai, would not be a coward, either. Me too. Purple Marquis, if you want to humiliate elder brother Xiao Chen, you will have to do it over Yu's corpse. I, Jin Lin, am willing to sacrifice my life to accompany you. I, Yu Chenxi, will not stand by and watch you humiliate senior brother Xiao. Me too. The pillar of flame soaring into the sky from Xiao Chen's body was like a beacon in the darkness, gathering everyone on Heavenly Star Island. All of them showed rage on their faces as they looked at Purple Marquis without fear. More people gathered. Aside from the cultivators of Heavenly Star Island, the ordinary residents came out as well. Countless pairs of eyes stared coldly at purple-clad Marquis in the darkness. Everyone was of one mind, willing to block this calamity for Xiao Chen. When the voices merged together, everyone felt a hot-bloodedness surge in their bodies. To Purple Marquis, these people were all ants. As long as he wanted to, he could easily kill them all, not leaving a single one alive. However, Purple Marquis had never experienced such a situation in his life. Since the day he stepped onto the martial Dao, he had never seen such a scene that shook his soul. What kind of person could make these millions of people walk out of the darkness, threaten to die, and disregard their own safety? The 8 old men were all dumbfounded. They had not expected that after a martial emperor appeared, so many people from Heavenly Star Island would step forward. As expected, the scene of the purple-clad Marquis beating Xiao Chen half to death did not happen. Instead, Xiao Chen was enveloped by the formless energy field. Instead, he was completely suppressed by Heavenly Star Island, unable to say anything for a long time. Of course, Purple Marquis could not possibly kill all these people. He was not an evil cultivator and was not that deranged. However, such a situation surpassed his expectations. After he returned from the starry heavens, he heard the news of his son's death. Purple Marquis had only wanted to come to Heavenly Star Island to stand up for his son, to teach Xiao Chen a ruthless lesson and make him apologize. Who would have thought that such a scene would occur? Xiao Chen, you are indeed capable. This Marquis has to admit that your rise and fame are not exaggerated at all. However, you should know that before a martial emperor, even 10 times the number of people before you are nothing. Purple Marquis muttered to himself for a while before continuing, if I want to hurt you, no matter how many people you have, you will not be able to stop me. As long as you apologize to me for today's matter, I, Purple Marquis, will keep my word. In the future, I will not seek trouble for you. Just take it that my son is not as skilled as you. When the 8 old men heard this, they were greatly startled. The Purple Marquis, who swept through the Western Sea, was actually forced to take a step back by Xiao Chen. If word of this got out, no one would believe it. Xiao Chen's white robes flickered with a golden light as he said calmly, since I am not in the wrong, why should I apologize? Any senior who has stepped on the Emperor's road is worthy of my, Xiao Chen's, respect. That includes Senior Purple Marquis. However, it is still the same thing. There are some things where right is right and wrong is wrong. Along the way, Xiao Chen has adhered to this principle. He will not change it in this life or regret it even in death. If you want to make a move, Xiao Chen is willing to welcome you at any time. Chapter 1137. Holding the plume feather in his right hand, Xiao Chen did not change his principles because of purple-clad Marquis's concession. He prepared to toss the plume feather at the other party, not hesitating to take him down with him. How hateful! Purple-clad Marquis roared in his heart. He had never felt so sullen and conflicted like this before. It was not only because of the plume feather in Xiao Chen's hand that he feared but also because of Xiao Chen's persistence, which purple-clad Marquis found extremely terrifying. Since ancient times, perhaps there had been someone more outstanding than Xiao Chen among the outstanding talents of the past. However, this unyielding character, as well as this pointless persistence, was probably the only one who had ever done it before and would never be able to do it in the future. Good. 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 After saying good 3 times in a row, purple-clad Marquis made his decision. He was no longer willing to waste time with Xiao Chen here. He said coldly, hand over my son's corpse, and I will let you off for now. The plume feather circled around Xiao Chen and absorbed the pillar of fire soaring into the sky. The darkness disappeared, and sunlight shone down once more. Everyone from Heavenly Star Island revealed a smile on their faces. They had won. Xiaobai, hand the corpse to purple-clad Marquis, Xiao Chen said after putting away the plume feather. Wait. Purple-clad Marquis, since you know that you are in the wrong, I cannot let you take the corpse away for nothing. Just as Lan Xiaobai was about to make a move, 2 people suddenly appeared in the damaged hall, one old and one young. Even purple-clad Marquis had not noticed these 2 people. Everyone's gazes focused on the old man who spoke. They were startled. This was actually another greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. When Lan Xiaobai and Yu saw the old man and the young man's faces clearly, they revealed expressions of extreme joy. That young man was none other than the Azura race's Lan Tianji. After such a long time, he finally returned. He even brought a greater celestial Emperor Wu of the Shura tribe with him. Actually, if one thought about it, it was easy to guess. Apart from the Azura race, who else would be able to appear silently in front of Purple Marquis? When purple-clad Marquis saw the old man's appearance, his expression changed as he recognized him. You are Lan Chaofeng, the Flying Snow Mountain Manor's former first rank on the Heaven Series ranking of assassins. The Flying Snow Mountain Manor was a mysterious assassin organization in the Kunlun realm. Any cultivator could become an assassin there. You could choose to reveal your identity, or you could choose to hide it. Most people were afraid of trouble, so they only used a code name. Only a small number of people had no qualms about using their real identity, or they wanted to become famous in the first place. These people were mostly loose cultivators. Completing assassin missions of a certain difficulty would earn them points to upgrade their level. Among them, the Heaven Series assassin was the highest rank in the Flying Snow Manor. As long as one became a Heaven Series assassin, every time they took action, they would receive a sky-high reward. However, if one wanted to become a Heaven Series assassin, the most basic requirement was to have Emperor Wu's cultivation. After that, one had to go through a series of tests before one could be officially conferred the title of a Heaven Series assassin. One of the tests was to kill 5 Emperor Wu. Just thinking about it made one feel that it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. After becoming Emperor Wu and cultivating the heart of an emperor, he was already very difficult to kill. It was not strange for Emperor Wu to fall. However, it was extremely difficult to truly kill Emperor Wu. Right now, the number of Heaven Series assassins in the entire Flying Snow Mountain Manor could be counted on 2 hands. Every one of them was unfathomable, inspiring fear in others. Ordinary people would not know the identities of these Heaven Series assassins. They might not even have heard of them. However, in Emperor Wu's circle, once one's strength reached a certain level, this was no secret. Due to the Azura race's innate talent in space, they had an innate advantage in being assassins. In reality, many famous experts were Azura race cultivators. This ordinary-looking old man before Xiao Chen was actually the top rank of the Heaven Series assassin ranking. He could not help but tremble in fear. The ordinary-looking Lan Chaofeng smiled faintly and said, "I have not made a move in many years." Unexpectedly, the purple-clad Marquis in the distant heavenly starry ocean has heard of me. How surprising. The purple-clad Marquis smiled coldly to himself. At least 10 Emperor Wus had died at the hands of this old man. In Emperor Wu's circle, this fellow's name was even more horrifying than several sovereign martial emperors. He was known as the Life Reaper Azura. Fortunately, this fellow had not taken any missions for several hundred years, slowly fading out of their circle. However, Lan Chaofeng had not expected to meet the person that Emperor Wu did not want to meet in this rundown place. After not seeing Lan Chaofeng for several hundred years, not only did this fellow not die, but he even became a greater heavenly Emperor Wu. His cultivation was even deeper than Lan Chaofeng's. When Lan Chaofeng was a minor heavenly Emperor Wu, he could already threaten some greater heavenly Emperor Wus. Now that Lan Chaofeng was a greater heavenly Emperor Wu, his cultivation was even higher than purple-clad Marquis's. Lan Chaofeng was even less of a match for him. The purple-clad Marquis felt very depressed. This matter was already in the bag. First, Xiao Chen's unyielding pride forced him to give in again and again. Now, there was this Lan Chaofeng. Even if Xiao Chen wanted to take the corpse, there would be many variables. The purple-clad Marquis raged in his heart. He looked at Lan Chaofeng and said, "What exactly do you want? This has nothing to do with you, right?" Lan Chaofeng replied indifferently, "It's very simple. Since you admit that you are in the wrong, then apologize to my disciple on behalf of your son. Then, apologize to this little brother. If you do not want to apologize, fine. Just throw down 10 million black astral coins. Otherwise, you can forget about taking your son's corpse away." Tyrannical. Be it the many cultivators of Heavenly Star Island or the few old men outside, they could not help exclaiming in their hearts. Lan Chaofeng's son died and he came to seek trouble. Based on the current situation, he would have to apologize to Heavenly Star Island instead. This mysterious old man who suddenly appeared was truly tyrannical. Lan Chaofeng, don't go overboard. The purple-clad Marquis immediately became enraged. He did not care about 10 million black astral coins. However, he could not afford to lose face like this. Haha. Indeed, after not making a move for 1,000 years, the title of life-reaping Azura is just a symbol in the eyes of some people. Lan Chaofeng smiled faintly, and an ancient black coin appeared in his hand. That ancient coin seemed to have a life of its own. It jumped around and spun around his fingers. This was clearly a very simple action, but it dazzled everyone, making them dizzy. It was only then that the crowd noticed this unprepossessing old man. This unprepossessing old man had a pair of extremely perfect hands. This was because when the ancient coin jumped around, no one felt any energy fluctuations at all. This old man used his nimble fingers to perform all sorts of incredible actions. Seeing the mysterious ancient coin jump around, purple-clad Marquis's heart sank. According to rumor, when that coin stopped jumping around, Lan Chaofeng would make his move. According to an even more exaggerated rumor, when one saw Lan Chaofeng spinning the ancient coin, one would no longer think of fleeing, as one would not be able to. When the black astral coin stopped jumping around, one would no longer have the chance to counterattack, as one would no longer have the chance. One would just quietly wait for death. In Lan Chaofeng's long life of killing, countless famous people had used their lives to verify the veracity of this rumor. This was where the title of life-reaping Azura came from. Purple-clad Marquis's thoughts raced. In an instant, he thought of thousands of methods. However, none of them could allow him to escape unscathed from Lan Chaofeng. Bang! With a flip of his hand, a pile of black astral coins appeared in the dilapidated hall. Then, purple-clad Marquis said, "Give me my son's corpse." Lan Xiaobai, who had been prepared for a long time, waved his hand, and tossed out a coffin from his spatial ring. Purple-clad Marquis put away the coffin without even looking at it. Then, he turned around and tore space, quickly leaving this place. Lan Chaofeng, who used only one coin to force purple-clad Marquis away, smiled faintly. Without anyone seeing Lan Chaofeng do anything, the mysterious ancient coin in his hand vanished. As Huan Zhentian watched purple-clad Marquis leave, cheers rang out in Heavenly Star Island. Even someone as strong as purple-clad Marquis suffered a great loss on Heavenly Star Island, not daring to have any other thoughts. This made every cultivator who stood up for Xiao Chen feel incomparably proud. There was a sense of honor in everyone's hearts. Blue Dragon King, I forgot something earlier. You said that you came to visit Heavenly Star Island. In the end, you came empty-handed. This is not very polite. You must accept these 5 million black astral coins. I'm getting old, and my memory is bad. Blue Dragon King, please don't mind me. I can reluctantly accept these 5 million black astral coins as a gift. This old man will make up for it when I pay a formal visit in the future. The few old men, who were preparing to leave, quickly ran over. Their faces brimmed with smiles as they left the 5 million black astral coins, wanting Xiao Chen to accept them. These old men did not even give Xiao Chen a chance to refuse. After tossing down the black astral coins, they quickly left. That was then, and this was now. Earlier, Xiao Chen only made them feel some fear. In the future, they could not afford to offend Heavenly Star Island. However, when they saw how united the many cultivators of Heavenly Star Island were, how boldly Xiao Chen dared to face off against a martial emperor, and how mysterious the Azura race martial emperor was, all of this pointed to Heavenly Star Island's rise. Everything showed that Heavenly Star Island's rise was just around the corner. Currying favor with Heavenly Star Island in advance was the right thing to do. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm. He did not think much of this. Together with Lan Xiaobai, they quickly headed for that tyrannical Azura race martial emperor. If not for this old man's appearance, even if purple-clad Marquis was chased away by Xiao Chen, he would not be satisfied and would come back sooner or later. However, now, he was scared away. In the future, even if Xiao Chen invited him, he would not dare to come casually. How come I have never heard you mention your master? Xiao Chen asked Lan Xiaobai, who was beside him, as they walked. Lan Xiaobai's smile slowly faded as he recalled this matter. It seemed like he thought of some bad news. He said, 5 years ago, my master said that he was going to break through to sovereign martial emperor. After that, there has been no news of him. Looking at it now, I'm afraid he failed. Breaking through to sovereign martial emperor was not only extremely dangerous, but there was also only one chance. If one missed this chance, there would not be a second chance. There had never been a precedent since ancient times. Xiao Chen consoled, it's fine. At the very least, he is still fine. Chapter 1138. Lan Xiaobai revealed a smile again. He nodded and said, right. Those who fail to break through to sovereign martial emperor lose their lives. The fact that master survived is already the best news. As they spoke, the two officially met with Lan Tianji and Lan Chaofeng. Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and said, many thanks to senior's help this time. I cannot thank you enough. The unprepossessing Lan Chaofeng smiled and said, you are too humble. Even if I did not appear, you would have more or less settled the matter. In front of the greater celestial Emperor Wu, a young man who dares to uphold his own principles. This is the first time I've seen someone like you. Furthermore, you were the one who stood up for Xiaobai in the first place. That's why you attracted all this trouble. Furthermore, you are the one who took the blame. I should be the one saying thank you. Tianqi and I are right, Xiaobai did not follow the wrong person. Lan Tianji smiled and said, Master never believed it. Given Xiaobai's character, how could he be willing to follow someone of the younger generation? Now that I personally saw it, I have no choice but to believe it. Lan Xiaobai was more concerned about breaking through to sovereign martial emperor. He asked, Master, how is your breakthrough to sovereign martial emperor going? The moment Xiao Chen said this, Lan Tianji and Lan Chaofeng could not hide their smiles. Xiao Chen and Lan Xiaobai immediately felt that something was wrong. There was probably something unexpected. How difficult is it for a martial emperor to be conferred king? Tianqi, just tell me. Lan Chaofeng sighed, not willing to talk about this matter. Lan Tianji thought for a while and said, it failed. The sovereign's tribulation is boundlessly horrifying. Master only has 20 to 30 years left to live. What? Upon hearing this, Lan Xiaobai and Xiao Chen's expressions changed drastically. They were lucky to have survived the failed king's conferment, but they did not expect that there would be such serious consequences. Lan Chaofeng smiled gently and said, everyone dies. Even someone as strong as the Qing Emperor and the strongest person in the world, the Thunder King, cannot avoid it. Without becoming a martial god, no one can avoid it. Don't mind it too much, this old man has lived long enough. Master. Lan Xiaobai's voice sounded somewhat choked. Lan Tianji had not come for so long. He was probably taking care of Lan Chaofeng, who failed his tribulation. Little did he expect that when he finally managed to meet Lan Tianji, he would receive such a piece of news. Lan Chaofeng felt moved in his heart. He smiled and scolded, it's fine. Work hard. I might be able to see the day when you and Tianqi are conferred kings. Xiao Chen, who had been listening to their conversation, suddenly had a thought. He asked, Senior, have you consumed natural treasures that can increase your lifespan? Lan Chaofeng smiled bitterly and said, this natural treasure that can increase one's lifespan is something that can only be found and not sought. When I was young, I obtained a few. But I didn't pay much attention to it and gave it to some old friends. Now I can't find it no matter how hard I try. Some things weren't worth much, and they weren't even used normally. However, when he really needed it, he realized that it was something that could only be chanced upon. No matter how hard he searched, he could not find it. Xiao Chen still had 2 longevity fruits in his hand. He quickly took one out and said, this is a longevity fruit. It can extend one's lifespan by 100 years. If Senior cannot find a better natural treasure, you can consume this. The few of them all showed joy on their faces. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen had such a treasure that could not be sought after. Xiaobai, help your master keep it. I have no use for this thing, anyway. Xiao Chen handed the longevity fruit to Lan Tianji for him to pass to his master. Xiao Chen had a longevity fruit that could give others 100 years of lifespan. However, he could not break free from the nightmare of 4 years. Lan Chaofeng received the longevity fruit from Xiaobai's hand and entered deep thought, like he was about to make a decision. After a while, he said, "Originally, I planned to come to Heavenly Star Island to see Xiaobai before leaving, then go look for natural treasures that can extend one's lifespan. Since you gave me a longevity fruit, then this old man will stay here for a while. I can't keep watching others bully my 2 disciples." Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. Lan Chaofeng's words meant that he agreed to stay on Heavenly Star Island. With an Azura emperor who could force the purple-clad Marquis to retreat, there was no need to worry about Heavenly Star Island's safety. Lan Xiaobai and Lan Tianji were equally happy that a senior like Lan Chaofeng could remain on Heavenly Star Island. "Master, have you heard about what happened to Xiao Chen?" It was rare for Lan Xiaobai to meet a bona fide martial emperor. Furthermore, Lan Chaofeng was his relative. He could not help but ask about Xiao Chen's matter. Lan Chaofeng nodded. If the Blue Dragon King did not advance to martial emperor in 5 years, he had only 20 more years to live. For some reason, this news set the Kunlun continent abuzz. In nearly 1 month, it spread throughout the entire Kunlun continent, causing a huge commotion. Lan Tianji entered deep thought. Advancing to martial emperor in 5 years? That might not be impossible. Only 1 year has passed, and Xiao Chen already reached great perfection blue-robed emperor. In this age of geniuses, any miracle can happen. As someone with experience, Lan Chaofeng shook his head and said, "That is hard to say. As long as there are sufficient resources, advancing from small perfection blue-robed emperor to great perfection blue-robed emperor can be done quickly. Since ancient times, Xiao Chen's current cultivation speed is not considered very fast." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I have no problems with resources. Can Senior give me some pointers on how to merge my soul with the heavenly seal and form the vague form of the heart of an emperor?" The great tribulation of wind and fire was still far away. Right now, Xiao Chen was most concerned about how to perfectly merge his soul with the heavenly seal. Lan Chaofeng said, "Given the comprehension abilities of you outstanding talents, this stage is actually not difficult. You can clear it sooner or later. However, this requires a long time to test it out. Then, when the conditions are right, success will follow. Others will not be able to give you pointers. However, what you lack the most right now is time." Lan Chaofeng's words hit the crucial point. This stage could stop 90% of blue-robed emperors. However, this 90% definitely did not include the outstanding talents with high comprehension abilities. Naturally, Xiao Chen was no exception. What he lacked was time. "Is there any way for me to clear this stage quickly?" Xiao Chen continued asking. Perhaps in history, were there any people who used a very short time to perfectly merge their soul with the heavenly seal? Lan Chaofeng thought carefully and shook his head. "As far as I know, there were no such people. However, I only know the history of the Kunlun continent. This oceanic world might not necessarily not have such a person." Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed. It looked like he could not count on anyone else for this stage. It was as Elder Qin said, he could only rely on himself. 10 days later, the news of purple-clad Marquis running into a wall at Heavenly Star Island quickly spread throughout the entire Western Sea. The scene of Xiao Chen facing off with a martial emperor was described vividly, quickly spreading among the cultivators. A great perfection blue-robed emperor actually dared to face off with a martial emperor like purple-clad Marquis. In the end, he even managed to gain the upper hand. If not for many people verifying the authenticity of this news, no one would believe it. In the next 3 days, aside from the nearby sects, all the sects in the entire Western Sea came to visit. Even Qian Zhengchao, whom Xiao Chen knocked back with a palm strike, came to apologize with heavy gifts. For a while, Heavenly Star Island became very prosperous. It finally gained a firm foothold in this chaotic heavenly starry ocean. It would no longer be seen as an outsider. There would always be people coming to covet those subsidiary resource islands. Xiao Chen rejected all the social engagements and focused on cultivation, not letting these trivial matters disturb him. However, today, he received a piece of news that made Xiao Chen come out of his closed-door cultivation room without any hesitation. Kim Tai-ho had returned from the Black Sea with the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce's huge merchant ship. When Xiao Chen received news of Kim Tai-ho's return, he immediately came out of his state of silent cultivation. He had been tempted long ago and could not wait to go to the Black Sea. Xiao Chen met with Kim Tai-ho in a pavilion. Xiao Chen looked the same as before, adorned with jewels and glowing with health. He fanned himself with a golden folding fan, and the shrewdness of a merchant was written all over his face. However, Xiao Chen noticed a faint black line on Xiao Chen's forehead. It was like some kind of negative emotion had gathered together. He. Brother Xiao Chen, you are finally back, Kim Tai-ho immediately said with a smile when he saw Xiao Chen. The two chatted for a while. Then, Xiao Chen asked about the Black Sea and the development of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Finally, he asked about BA2's situation. According to Kim Tai-ho's introduction, the Black Sea was not much smaller than the heavenly starry ocean. It was extremely vast, and the islands were even denser. According to legend, the islands of the Black Sea were originally a complete continent with many ancient factions and many legendary characters. Later on, for some reason, it shattered, resulting in the current situation. The islands were as densely packed as the stars in the sky. After tens of thousands of years of accumulation and transformation, the Black Sea had formed 5 major sea domains: the Black Water Sea, the Black Wind Sea, the Black Cloud Sea, the Black Fire Sea, and the core sea domain, the Dark Sea. The Dark Sea had the richest resources in the entire oceanic world and the most fortuitous encounters. However, it also had the harshest natural environment in the entire oceanic world. The 2 words Black Sea lived up to its name. The entire sea domain was shrouded in boundless dark clouds all year round. The sky was always dark. No matter how piercing the sunlight was, it could not shine down. There was also a mysterious substance in the air that could affect a cultivator's mind, making them irritable, easily angered, and unable to control their murderous heart. Hence, the cultivators in the Black Sea all had fiery tempers. They were unreasonable, filled with hostility, and the entire sea domain was in chaos. However, it was easy to train experts here. Furthermore, they were all combat experts. When they fought, they would fight to the death. Just think about it. If a cultivator could maintain their original state of mind after living here for a long time and not be affected, just their mental state would surpass the cultivators of the other sea domains. As for the development of the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce, when Kim Tai-ho talked about it, his eyebrows danced with joy, talking about it without end. His initial capital of 100 million black astral coins had already multiplied to 50 million black astral coins. The momentum was excellent. However, after hearing Xiao Chen's introduction of the 1 billion black astral coins in the Dragon's Gate treasure trove, Kim Tai-ho felt a blow to his confidence. Damn it! This fat lord has worked so hard for more than a year, but I still can't compare to you and a girl in 2 or 3 days. However, Xiao Chen turned around and smiled. About that, can you give this fat lord some more capital? There are simply too many goods in the Black Sea. Our merchant ships are clearly not enough. Chapter 1139. Xiao Chen scolded jokingly, don't even think about it. Not only can I not give you black astral coins, but you can also use the resources that your merchant association earns to fund the construction of Heaven Dragon City. Kim Tai-ho opened his folding fan and said, just joking. To this fat lord, money is just a bunch of numbers. What this fat lord enjoys is the process. These words were not false at all. If Kim Tai-ho craved riches and honor, the wealth he had in the Skydome realm was enough for him to enjoy for several lifetimes. Xiao Chen said after some thought, I will give you plenty of support as well. You can choose one of the subsidiary islands of Heavenly Star Island and make it an independent trading island for the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce. As for the merchant ships, after Mo Chen has settled down at Black Flame Island, I will sell all the King-grade warships I refine to your merchant association. When Kim Tai-ho heard this, his eyes immediately sparkled. A smile bloomed on his face as he said, that is very generous. I will make a military pledge as well. Within 3 years, I will make the Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce the top merchant association in the Western Sea. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "There is no need to make this military pledge. I believe in your ability. Our goal is not just the Western Sea but the entire oceanic world. We also want to charge back to the Kunlun continent. We will trample on whoever smashed your signboard in the past, making them remove their own signboard." When Kim Taiho heard this, he thought back to how his signboards were smashed. A vicious look flashed in his eyes. When Xiao Chen saw this, he frowned slightly and said, "Something is wrong with you. It seems like you cannot control your murderous heart." Kim Taiho nodded and said, "After I return from the Black Sea, I need to rest for a month. Otherwise, it will be hard to guarantee that my heart will not change. Aside from the native cultivators, outsiders do not dare to stay in the Black Sea for long. Of course, this does not include some cultivators who want to temper their minds." Xiao Chen thought for a moment, then took off the Neptune headscarf from his forehead and handed it to Kim Taiho. "This is the Neptune headscarf. You can wear it when you go to the Black Sea in the future. It will ensure that your heart will not change." Kim Taiho didn't take it. "From your tone, it sounds like we're going to the Black Sea soon. You should keep it." Xiao Chen said seriously, "My mental state has long since reached a state where it is impervious to ripples. The mysterious substance in the Black Sea is unable to affect me. Your cultivation is too far away from mine. Don't force yourself." The Neptune headscarf had endless uses, and Xiao Chen quite liked it. However, Kim Taiho obviously needed it more than him, so Xiao Chen didn't need to hide it. The Green Dragon Chamber of Commerce could develop so fast. The main reason was that Dabao had opened up the Black Sea trade route and put in a lot of effort. In the end, Xiao Chen asked where BA2 was before letting Kim Taiho rest. After Kim Taiho left, Xiao Chen slowly walked out of the room and arrived at the summit. He looked down and saw millions of workers laying the foundation for the future Heaven Dragon City. It was bustling with activity. Under the arrangements of Mo Chen and Lan Xiaobai, although there were many people, there was not much chaos in commanding them. Even farther away, the Mo clan's people on Black Flame Island were anxiously laying the foundation for the Dragon's Gate's refining pavilion. Yu Chenxi and the others were personally managing the various resource islands. The development of the entire Heavenly Star Island was very orderly. Furthermore, the Azura Emperor, Lan Chaofeng, presided over the islands. Heavenly Star Island's future was bright. "I really can't bear to leave," Xiao Chen muttered with a nostalgic expression in his eyes. However, no matter what, he had to leave for now. He had to seek his own fortuitous encounter, to find a way to merge his soul with the heavenly seal quickly and smoothly. Xiao Chen wanted to fight against heaven. Everyone believed that he, Xiao Chen, could not become a martial emperor. They were waiting to see him make a joke of himself, waiting to see how he would fall from the peak 5 years later. All the opponents he had defeated in the past were looking on coldly, waiting for that day to come. Fortuitous encounters could not fall by themselves at home. Xiao Chen could only go out and search for them, risking his life in the most dangerous places. Indecisiveness would only lead to chaos. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and took 3 deep breaths. When he opened his eyes again, there was no longer any fear or hesitation in them. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and floated down the mountain peak. Then, he started to say goodbye to his old friends. After looking around, Xiao Chen finally found Mo Chen. At this moment, Mo Chen's room was filled with piles of sketches and all sorts of books and information. In the somewhat messy room, Mo Chen continued to painstakingly draw her sketches. She did not even notice Xiao Chen's arrival. Mo Chen casually raised her head and saw Xiao Chen outside. Pleasant surprise flashed in her eyes. She stopped what she was doing and smiled. "What's wrong? You finally have time to come to my place." Xiao Chen said, "Make a guess. I'll give you 3 chances." Mo Chen slapped her forehead and smiled bitterly. "This time, I really hope that I guessed wrong. However, you will have to leave in the end. Now that Heavenly Star Island is on the right track, you can leave in peace." Xiao Chen smiled. Indeed, he could not hide anything from the other party. There was no need for words between the two. After a short silence, Xiao Chen said, "Take care. Then, he turned and left. Don't forget. You promised me that you would personally see me remove my veil, Mo Chen said as tears glistened in her eyes. Xiao Chen's body paused slightly. However, he did not turn his head back. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. I, Xiao Chen, never go back on my promises. I will definitely live on and see you personally remove your veil. You are the top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain. If I don't see you, I will not be satisfied even if I die." After saying that, Xiao Chen left with large strides. Only his figure remained, slowly disappearing from Mo Chen's hazy vision. What was waiting for Xiao Chen in the mysterious Black Sea? Whether he could find the secret method to break through to great perfection of the blue-robed emperor? Everything was unknown. After taking this step, what awaited Xiao Chen was a new journey. On the path to emperor, I dare to fight against the heavens. From Heavenly Star Island to the Black Sea, the first stop was the Blackwater Sea, one of the 6 great sea domains. This sea domain was as large as the entire Western Sea. Riding the Flood Dragon War Chariot, Xiao Chen got Ao Jiao to drive the chariot for him as he soared above the clouds. Inside the war chariot, Xiao Chen continued to cultivate, not wasting any time. A cold jade prayer mat floated on the soft bed in the war chariot. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on it. 5 different colored lights slowly spun around him. Each clump of light gave off a different feeling. Massacre, death, destruction, despair, and grief. They were all different. That was right. These lights were the 5 thrones that Xiao Chen had collected. They contained 5 different high-level states. Ordinary people could be called geniuses as long as they had one state and raised it to a will. With 2, they could move unhindered. With 3, they could be called an absolute genius. However, Xiao Chen had 5. If he collected the Pain Throne and the Destruction Throne, he would have 7. There were too many. Xiao Chen did not intend to raise all of them to wills. That would waste too much time. Xiao Chen intended to wait until he had collected all 7 wills before merging them into the state of cycle. At that time, he would raise the state of cycle to the will of cycle. This was what he needed to do after he became Emperor Wu. As for now, he could not give up on these different states. He snapped his right hand. The roof of the war chariot slowly descended, and Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the prayer mat. The scene before him suddenly opened up, and he looked into the distance. With a thought, the purple lightning talisman that represented the will of thunder sent out 4 beams of light, forming a seemingly invisible, sharp saber. This was the form of Xiao Chen's small perfection saber soul. The lightning-attributed energy in the saber soul had not faded yet, crackling with electricity. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand, and a strand of saber chi with electricity surrounding it shot out from his fingertip. It was like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky in the blink of an eye and striking a rank 8 spirit beast 5 kilometers away. The saber chi with the lightning-attributed energy first chopped the spirit beast in half. After that, the lightning-attributed energy exploded, turning the remaining 2 halves of the spirit beast's corpse into charcoal. When the wind blew, the charcoal turned into black powder. This was the additional might of the lightning-attributed energy infused into the saber soul. In the end, the standard of a bladesman's strength was still the saber soul. Puci. Little Yellow Feather, who was on Ao Jiao's back, was not to be outdone. It opened its mouth and spat out a golden flame, directly burning the other rank 8 spirit beast to ashes. Then, it spread its wings and looked at Xiao Chen carkily. "Be good, Little Yellow Feather. Xiao Chen is testing his moves. Don't disturb him," Ao Jiao, who was riding on the deep-sea flood dragon, said with a smile as she rubbed Little Yellow Feather's head. Xiao Chen smiled and tossed an astral core to Little Yellow Feather. Then, he started testing his moves. These were all high-ranked states. Although they had not been raised to wills, they were of a higher grade than ordinary flames and ice. Xiao Chen planned to merge these different wills with his saber soul. The saber soul would form the massacre saber soul, the destruction saber soul, the despair saber soul, and the death saber soul. When facing different enemies, the saber soul could be chosen accordingly. Sometimes, Xiao Chen's strongest lightning saber soul might not be effective against some opponents with startling defenses. However, these other saber souls would catch him off guard. When Xiao Chen absorbed the light of the state of death into his sea of consciousness, his mind was immediately filled with all sorts of emotions of death. After a while, Xiao Chen adjusted to them. Xiao Chen's eyes turned grey, representing death. He flicked out a strand of saber qi from his fingertip. This time, the speed of the saber qi was significantly slower. One could clearly see the trajectory of the saber qi as it tore through the sky. When the saber qi struck a rank 8 spirit beast 5 kilometers away, it did not split it in half. However, when the saber qi penetrated deep into it, the power of death slowly seeped out. The vitality of the spirit beast's body slowly dissipated. A moment later, its withered body fell from the sky. Xiao Chen entered deep thought as he muttered, "Its might is much weaker than the lightning saber soul. However, it is also due to the lack of compatibility. After familiarizing myself with it, when I meet some special opponents, I can achieve unexpected results." Following that, Xiao Chen tested the might of the various saber souls. Then, he connected them with one another, tempering their compatibility. With the continuous tempering, he could be considered to be cultivating his saber soul. A 40% comprehended saber soul was rather frightening among the blue-robed Emperor's saber souls. Most bladesmen could barely raise their saber intent to the level of a saber soul. They could not even condense a physical form. Chapter 1140. However, there was still a lot of room for improvement. Cultivating more would not be bad for his strength. After all, Xiao Chen was a bladesman by nature. His saber soul was the most important. 7 days later, the clouds below the Flood Dragon War chariot slowly dimmed until it was completely dark. Xiao Chen knew that he had reached the edge of the Black Sea. The Blackwater Sea should not be far away. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen put away the Flood Dragon War chariot and prepared to travel the rest of the way alone. After all, there were many experts in the Black Sea. This chaotic and resource-rich sea region was very tempting. There were countless experts here. Xiao Chen was far from strong enough to move about freely. It was best to keep a low profile. According to the information that Kim Taiho obtained, BA2 was not in the Blackwater Sea but in the Dark Sea, the core of the entire Black Sea. Hence, Xiao Chen did not intend to stay in this Blackwater Sea for long. If nothing unexpected happened, he would just treat it as a place to stay and familiarize himself with the environment of the Black Sea. After piercing through the clouds, Xiao Chen, who was in the air, immediately felt the various negative emotions that came with his breathing: irritation, rage, massacre, and many others. His heart did not change. His saber soul flickered, and Xiao Chen used his strong willpower to eliminate all these negative emotions, leaving none in his body. Dang! 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 Before Xiao Chen landed on the surface of the sea, the sounds of fighting entered his ears. Squinting, Xiao Chen discovered that several merchant ships of a merchant association were being attacked. The merchant group was rather large, and the merchant ships were all Sage-grade. There were 10 of them, and the flagship was a King-grade warship. However, the situation was not good. The densely packed small pirate ships surrounded the entire merchant group. Figures radiating baleful auras leaped and charged at the merchant ships. A ferocious-looking pirate was currently ganging up on a middle-aged man on the merchant ship's flagship, gaining the upper hand. Xiao Chen had heard about the chaos of the Black Sea long ago. However, he had not expected to run into a merchant group being robbed right at the edge. After observing for a while, Xiao Chen concluded that this group of pirates was not very strong. The pirate leader fighting on the flagship was only as strong as the Great Perfection blue-robed emperor. A moment later, he made his decision. He wasn't the kind of idiot who would rush over to save a bunch of strangers regardless of the situation when he saw something like this. However, if it was within his power, he would still lend a helping hand. After all, this group of robbing pirates did not look like good people. Xiao Chen's figure flashed. His white robes looked spotless as he carried the lunar shadow saber and landed in the sky above the flagship. When the two sides saw the sudden appearance of this person, their expressions changed at the same time, and they both stopped fighting and retreated. The difference was that the burly middle-aged man revealed an expression of surprise, whereas the leader of the island was filled with killing intent and endless anger. The pirate leader wielded a heavy scarlet dragon tooth saber. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Where did this brat come from? Do you know the rules of the Black Sea? If you see pirates robbing and dare to help, you will be wanted by all the pirates." Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback, but he laughed in his heart. Interesting. In other places, pirates were wanted, but in this place, the rules were reversed. The pirates held the upper hand. To think that they could order others to be wanted. Little brother, this is indeed the rule of the Black Sea. Once you are wanted, you will find it hard to move anywhere in the 5 seas. It is good that you have the intention. Don't get yourself involved. The middle-aged man could tell that Xiao Chen's cultivation was not low. Given his young age, he should be an outstanding talent of a holy land or a noble clan. Since the middle-aged man did not know the rules of the Black Sea, he sighed and tried to persuade Xiao Chen to leave. "Since you know the rules, then scram," the pirate leader said rudely with a cold smile. Xiao Chen said indifferently, "This is the first time I've heard of this rule. However, if you die, I'm afraid we won't be able to send out the wanted posters." The pirate leader laughed loudly and said, "You are already a great perfection blue-robed emperor at such a young age. You must be the successor of a large faction or a holy land. I saw that it was not easy for you to cultivate, so I was being more polite to you. To think that you became so arrogant. Don't treat the Black Sea as some other place. I will only say one thing to you. The blue-robed emperors here are not to be trifled with." The pirate leader shouted coldly and charged at Xiao Chen while holding the dragon tooth saber. The pirate leader's eyes turned scarlet. Everywhere he passed, wolf howls resounded. A huge scarlet wolf image appeared behind him. Unexpectedly, this pirate leader was a fiend race member. His bloodline seemed to have mutated. He was not a pure heavenly wolf and was even more powerful. This saber strike had an overwhelming aura, and the wolf howls were even more horrifying. It was incredibly ferocious. Just the baleful aura that flowed out was enough to make one tremble in fear. Dang! No one saw how Xiao Chen moved, but there was a melodious dragon roar. He instantly drew the lunar shadow saber and blocked the dragon tooth saber flying at him. The dragon roar clashed with the scarlet wolf howls. Unexpectedly, their auras were equal. The other party's scarlet wolf was not intimidated by Xiao Chen's dragon might. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. It was said that in this oceanic world, the Black Sea was the best place for the blue-robed emperor to cultivate. In order to strengthen themselves, the blue-robed emperors of various places would come here for experimental training. Furthermore, an even greater number of fugitives resided in the Black Sea all year round, making the situation of the Black Sea even more terrifying. The blue-robed emperor, which was rarely seen in the outside world, could be said to be a common sight here. Now, it looked like the rumors were true. This great perfection blue-robed emperor before him gave Xiao Chen a very different feeling. Compared to the great perfection blue-robed emperors raised in sects, this one was much more powerful. However, the more powerful, the better. That way, it would be more challenging. Xiao Chen turned around and pulled out the lunar shadow saber. At the same time, he executed flawless bright moon. A gentle moonlight appeared on the slender saber. "You have some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." The pirate leader laughed strangely and spun around in the air. With every spin, he sent out a saber strike. Every time the saber light flashed, a wolf image would appear. In the blink of an eye, the pirate leader had spun around 100 times. After sending out 100 saber strikes and 100 wolves, the pirate leader completely suppressed Xiao Chen's flawless bright moon, forcing Xiao Chen to continuously retreat 100 steps. "Brat, now you know that there are some problems that you should not bother with. Haha. However, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Defeat for me and hunt the world." The pirate leader laughed maniacally and suddenly revealed his true form. He turned into a scarlet wolf that stood upright and roared ferociously. Then, he swung his saber vigorously, and hundreds of wolf-shaped saber lights immediately flew at Xiao Chen. The sharp aura was like a pack of wolves on a hunt, galloping across a boundless grassland with an irresistible force. As for Xiao Chen, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and discovered the extraordinariness of this move. Every scarlet wolf was completely solid. Furthermore, there seemed to be qi and blood flowing in the scarlet wolves' bodies, surging with essence. Every one of them continuously absorbed the berserk massacre qi unique to the air of the Black Sea. With every second that passed, their bodies grew larger. By the time they arrived in front of Xiao Chen, each and every one of them was as big as a mountain. Their bodies had mutated to an extremely terrifying extent. Their fur had turned into sharp blood blades, and their eyes were scarlet red. It's over. Seeing the pack of wolves swallow up Xiao Chen, the middle-aged man from the merchant group, the blue-robed emperor, revealed a bitter expression. He was somewhat surprised that this mission would be so difficult. It looked like not only would he fail, but he would also implicate an outstanding young talent. Xiao Chen had just entered the periphery of the Blackwater Sea when he ran into the infamous Blood Wolf pirate group. He did not know what goods they were transporting this time. Boom! Just when the middle-aged man thought that Xiao Chen, surrounded by the pack of wolves, would be devoured until not even his bones remained, 100 bolts of intense lightning suddenly shot out from the pack of wolves. A terrifying saber intent could be felt in every bolt of lightning. This is a saber soul. The saber chi has its own soul and also contains the might of the will of thunder. Otherwise, the saber intent that erupts out would not be so horrifying. The middle-aged man muttered to himself, his eyes filled with shock. What kind of genius bladesman is this? This saber soul is probably no weaker than the famous bladesmen of the older generation. Miserable howls resounded, and the pack of wolves howled in pain. Their momentum immediately shattered. Xiao Chen did not stop moving, continuing to attack, preparing to break this move in one go. Strands of azure dragon-shaped saber chi flew out of Xiao Chen's body. Eventually, 18 blue dragons surrounded Xiao Chen. The dragons roared ferociously, causing the sky to change color. Lightning flashed, thunder roared, and all sorts of mysterious phenomena flashed. Subduing dragon profound slash. When Xiao Chen chopped out, the 18 blue dragons merged into the saber, forming an azure saber light that reached the sky. The hundreds of blood wolves injured by the electric saber chi were immediately chopped into pieces by this horrifying saber light, like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Blood could be seen connecting the blood wolves' bodies. After the electric light exploded, the blood wolves were completely severed. This was already beyond the scope of a mysterious phenomenon. Xiao Chen guessed that the pirate leader's world hunt the pirate group probably infused his chi and blood into the saber technique. If an ordinary person executed this move, they would die from blood loss before they could finish executing it. Only the pirate leader, who could turn into a blood wolf, could execute this move. The saber light did not lose momentum, continuing to hack at the pirate leader. The pirate leader held his saber horizontally to block. However, the might of Xiao Chen's move was very great. It contained all the mysteries of the dragon subduing slash. How could the pirate leader, who had lost a large amount of chi and blood, block it? Kaca. The dragon tooth saber instantly broke. The saber light continued to hack down, chopping the pirate leader in half. However, the pirate leader was not dead yet. The two halves of his body were still connected by blood, doing their best to merge back together. Given time, the two halves might even be able to merge back together. This life form is really tenacious. However, since you already made a move, I cannot let you live. Executing thunder dragon steps, Xiao Chen arrived on a dragon amid lightning flashes and thunder roars. He infused the power of the lightning saber soul into his saber and hacked at the pirate leader's body 9 times in a row. After the 9 saber strikes, electric light burst out, and the pirate leader's body turned into charcoal. He could no longer revive. With their leader killed, the remaining pirates immediately retreated in a fluster. The crisis of the merchant group was temporarily resolved. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and suddenly frowned. He felt a gaze filled with heavy killing chi from 50 kilometers away. Even from 50 kilometers away, it made his hair stand on end. Chapter 1141. The owner of this gaze was at least a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen's heart sank, and his thoughts raced. He had a bad feeling that his actions this time had provoked some trouble. The goods that this merchant ship was carrying might not be ordinary goods. Actually, Xiao Chen should have thought of this long ago. Even though there were many blue-robed emperors in the Black Sea, they should not have run into a great perfection blue-robed emperor pirate the moment they arrived. The problem still lay with this ship. Thank you for your help, young hero. I am very grateful. I am very grateful, the middle-aged blue-robed emperor said with a smile as he flew over to Xiao Chen's side. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He said calmly, "It is within my capabilities. If I can, I will help. There is no need to be so polite. I have a presumptuous request. Young hero should be going to Blackwater City, right? How about we travel together?" The middle-aged blue-robed emperor asked in anticipation. Blackwater City was located on Blackwater Island. It was the largest city in the entire Blackwater Sea. There were no less than 100 million people in the city. Blackwater Island was astonishingly large. Although it was an island, it was no smaller than a nation in the Skydome realm. Since Xiao Chen had arrived at the Blackwater Sea, he naturally could not avoid going to this large city to broaden his horizons. However, Xiao Chen did not wish to have anything to do with this merchant group. Xiao Chen looked at the ship. He was not in a rush to reply. Instead, he asked, "Might I know what goods your ship is carrying?" The middle-aged blue-robed emperor's gaze paused for a moment. His expression changed unnaturally as he replied, "Nothing much. It is just some items that the Black Sea urgently lacks. Sunstone, secret silver, black gold, and the like." When Xiao Chen saw the other party's expression, he smiled and asked, "Is that so?" The middle-aged blue-robed emperor sighed and said, "Very well, I'll be honest. My merchant group received a large order. I do not know what it is exactly, but it is very large. There are a lot of them, and it took several large ships to barely fit them all. I didn't expect to run into trouble as soon as we entered the Black Sea. I would like to hire you as a guard for our caravan." Xiao Chen decisively refused. "Don't worry, nothing will happen to the goods on the ship. There should be a hidden expert on your ship whose strength is a level higher than mine." The middle-aged blue-robed emperor asked curiously, "A master? Why didn't I know about this?" The middle-aged blue-robed emperor found it strange that Xiao Chen knew better than him whether there were any experts on his ship or not. Moreover, Xiao Chen was so sure about it. "Young hero, you must be joking," the middle-aged blue-robed emperor said doubtfully. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He was very sure of his guess. If there were no experts on the ship, it would be hard to explain. Why didn't that mysterious person from 100 miles away personally make a move and snatch away the goods that they wanted? There had to be someone on the ship that mysterious person feared. That was why he did not dare to make a move. That was the only explanation. Xiao Chen did not answer the middle-aged blue-robed emperor's question. He glanced at the merchant ship and said in a neutral tone, "Sir, since you are on the merchant ship, why don't you show yourself and let this uncle feel at ease? Ha ha ha. Young people really have good eyes. If I still don't show myself, I will look bad." Amid loud laughter, a white-haired old man with a healthy complexion walked out of the ship's hold. The middle-aged blue-robed emperor said in shock, "Senior Ma?" The middle-aged blue-robed emperor recognized this person. He was an old man that his employer had left behind to look after the goods. This old man was merely a superior-grade martial sage, not even comparable to the middle-aged blue-robed emperor. How could this old man be an expert? Xiao Chen sent out his mental energy from his sea of consciousness. Indeed, Senior Ma was only a superior-grade martial sage. However, the instant Xiao Chen withdrew his mental energy, Senior Ma gave off an aura as deep as the sea. It was the blue-robed emperor's consummation cultivation. Furthermore, this was not the blue-robed emperor who cultivated an earth-ranked cultivation technique. What he cultivated was the peak heaven-ranked cultivation technique. Otherwise, his aura would not be so terrifying. The instant Senior Ma appeared, the middle-aged blue-robed emperor nearly fell from the sky. Senior Ma did not look at the middle-aged blue-robed emperor. Instead, he went straight to Xiao Chen and asked doubtfully, "Young man, which holy land are you from? That's not right. You use a saber. There does not seem to be any holy scions who use a saber. Could you be a disciple of the Northern Sea Saber Sovereign, the Inferno Saber Sovereign, or the Ice Saber Sovereign. At first glance, Senior Ma eliminated Xiao Chen from the list of local cultivators of the Black Sea. This was because Senior Ma had lived in the Black Sea for hundreds of years. He knew the information of the peak experts and young outstanding talents of the various sea domains of the Black Sea like the back of his hand. None of them matched Xiao Chen's description. In that case, Xiao Chen could only be a cultivator from the outside world. Senior Ma did not know much about the cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean, so he could only make a rough guess. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Old sir, there is no need to guess. I come from the Kunlun continent." "Oh, the Kunlun continent. In that case, you must be a disciple of the powerful saber sovereign, Wu Xiaotian. My clan's ancestor once had a friendship with the powerful saber sovereign, Wu Xiaotian." Senior Ma suddenly understood. He immediately determined Xiao Chen's identity. He had to be the disciple of the saber sovereign, Wu Xiaotian. Otherwise, how could Xiao Chen cultivate a 40% comprehended saber soul at such a young age, comparable to some of the older generation bladesmen? "How about it? Since you are going to Blackwater City as well, let's go together," Senior Ma invited. Xiao Chen did not comment on Senior Ma's guess. He shook his head and said, "Sorry, I'm used to traveling alone. I'm afraid I cannot agree to Senior's request." It was clear that this ship carried extraordinary goods and had great implications. How could Xiao Chen continue to wade into such murky waters? That is somewhat unfortunate. "I have an invitation here. If young master is free, you can come to our Jadeite Mountain Manor on the 15th of next month to attend a ceremony." Senior Ma did not insist. He took out an invitation from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen received it and took a look. The invitation did not specify what ceremony it was, making it seem somewhat mysterious. Xiao Chen knew a little about the Jadeite Mountain Manor. It was rather famous in the Blackwater Sea, not because the current manor lord was very strong. Instead, it was because the current manor lord's grandfather was a sovereign martial emperor known as the Jadeite Sovereign. Although the Jadeite Mountain Manor was only a rank 8 faction, it was very popular in the Blackwater Sea. Even some of the peak 9 ranks of the great families had to give the Jadeite Sovereign a lot of face. However, as far as Xiao Chen knew, this Jadeite Sovereign was not ambitious and had a rather gentle personality. The Jadeite Sovereign was not very interested in developing his faction. He spent most of his time traveling the starry heavens and rarely returned to the Jadeite Mountain Manor. However, no matter how gentle the Jadeite Sovereign was, he was still a sovereign martial emperor. His fame was sufficient to intimidate everyone. As Xiao Chen watched the merchant group move further away, he entered deep thought. Then, he put away the invitation and muttered to himself, "I just made a move, and I already ran into such trouble." A faction that even dares to offend the Jadeite Mountain Manor definitely has an extraordinary background. As for the middle-aged blue-robed emperor on the merchant ship, he felt so much regret that his intestines turned green. In a moment of greed, he ended up getting involved in a conflict between a large faction. Even if he could make it to Blackwater City, he might not be able to leave the Black Sea alive. Before the Heavenly Sea, Xiao Chen arrived at a small island. He prepared to rest for the night before continuing on his way. What he saw and heard on the island gave him a deeper understanding of the chaos of the Black Sea. Along the way, Xiao Chen ran into 10-odd fights. In every fight, someone would die. Human life was as cheap as grass. This was a place where one's fist did the talking. This was the undisguised law of the jungle. Most of the fights were trivial matters. Often, the slightest disagreement would lead to a fight. After living in the Black Sea for a long time and absorbing the mysterious substance in the air, one would become extremely irritable and find it hard to control one's heart. During this period, Xiao Chen also ran into some trouble. After he decisively killed a superior-grade martial sage, the problem lessened significantly. After arriving in the city, Xiao Chen found an inn to stay in. After taking a hot bath, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and prepared to cultivate. The instant Xiao Chen closed his eyes, all sorts of mockery entered his ears. There was the sound of people fighting over the loot, men and women moaning in the same room, and miserable screams on the streets. It was very noisy, making it hard for him to calm down. After taking a deep breath, Xiao Chen treated this as a test to temper his mental state. Then, he circulated his energy and continued cultivating. Xiao Chen's cultivation of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation's 7th layer was almost complete. He only needed to break through 5 more meridians and undergo a lightning tribulation before he could advance to the 8th layer. For the entire night, Xiao Chen carefully tried to see if he could break through one of the bottlenecks. When the sky brightened, Xiao Chen immediately paid his bill and left, continuing his journey unhurriedly. Naturally, his destination was the largest city in the Blackwater Sea, Blackwater City. After leaving the island, Xiao Chen flew 70 or 80 kilometers close to the surface of the sea, cautiously scanning the surroundings with his spiritual sense. Finally, he stopped and landed on a protruding reef in the sea. Xiao Chen focused his spiritual sense into a line and looked carefully at the target he discovered. After a while, he withdrew his spiritual sense, and his expression turned strange. Unexpectedly, he met someone familiar here. Furthermore, it was someone he had not expected. 50 kilometers away, Yu Bingyun and a man strolled on the surface of the sea. This man was called Xia Luo, a descendant of a legendary martial emperor of the Black Sea, the Thunderfire Sovereign. He possessed startling cultivation and was a rather famous outstanding young talent. Historically, the Thunderfire Sovereign had once unified the Black Sea. Unfortunately, he only managed to do so for less than 100 years before his death. As a result, the Xia clan's strength plummeted. Now, it could only be considered one of the 9th ranks of the great families that was pretty strong, far from being a holy land. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense caught Xia Luo repeatedly trying to curry favor with Yu Bingyun, trying to find an opportunity to say such words. Unfortunately, Yu Bingyun maintained a distance, preventing him from doing so. Bingyun, what is your purpose? Ever since Xia Luo accidentally met Yu Bingyun on the sea, he had been shocked and immediately latched onto her, intending to use his charm to subdue this holy daughter from the heavenly starry ocean. Unfortunately, it did not seem to have any effect. Yu Bingyun said very politely, "Young Master Xia, I've said it before. It would be better to address me by my full name. My current destination is Blackwater City." What a coincidence. My destination is also Blackwater City. It looks like we can travel together, Xia Luo immediately said. Actually, his destination was not Blackwater City but a remnant at the bottom of the sea. Yu Bingyun smiled helplessly. Naturally, she knew where the coincidence came from. However, it did not matter. If the other party wanted to follow, then let him. There would always be a way to shake him off. Chapter 1142. Just at this moment, a group of pirates riding mutated beasts galloped on the surface of the sea. They rode the water from afar, kicking up huge waves. Then, they appeared as fast as lightning and blocked the two's path. Pirate robberies happened every day in the Black Sea. It was not strange at all. On the reef, Xiao Chen thought, this group of pirates is pretty strong. They should be able to force out some of Yu Bingyun's true strength. However, the situation did not develop as Xiao Chen expected. When the Thunderfire Sovereign's descendant, Xia Luo, saw this group of pirates riding mutated beasts, he rejoiced in his heart. He had been worrying about not having a chance to show off. This group of pirates really came at the right time. Hiding the joy in his heart, Xia Luo put on a furious expression and said, "Bunch of trash. Quickly scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Haha. Where did this by face come from? Are you trying to be a hero saving a damsel in distress? Kneel and beg for mercy, and we can spare your life. However, you have to leave this woman behind." That's right. We are not interested in men. If you want to live, then scram. The group of pirates guffawed, ignoring Xia Luo's words. They all looked at Yu Bingyun with glowing eyes. In their eyes, Yu Bingyun was like a fairy. Her figure was exquisite and exquisite. She had an extraordinary air, and her skin was like rosy clouds. Her beautiful eyes were like limpid autumn waters, giving her a boundless charm. The more the mighty pirate leader looked at Yu Bingyun, the more tempted he became. Eventually, he could not help roaring, "Kill this by face and snatch this woman back." Xia Luo stepped forward and blocked Yu Bingyun. He said, Bingyun, leave these pieces of trash to me. Don't dirty your hands. Right after Xia Luo spoke, he formed hand seals and quickly threw a palm strike. Clumps of profound flame imprints flew into the bodies of the charging pirates. The profound flame imprints seemed to be incorporeal. In an instant, they entered the bodies of these pirates. No matter how they tried to block them, it was useless. These pirates found this strange. However, after they circulated their energies and discovered that there were no major problems, they continued charging over with sinister smiles. Acting all mysterious. Watch this old man tear you apart. Dozens of pirates leaped into the air and charged towards him. If he was surrounded, he would be in big trouble. Xia Luo smiled coldly and said, "Reckless. You don't even know my Xia clan's thunder fire mark? Die." With a loud shout, Xia Luo pointed a finger at the sky. A bolt of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by the sound of thunder. The instant the thunder boomed, the body of the martialist who had been imprinted by the fire seal instantly turned red. Then, there was a loud explosion. His body was like gunpowder, exploding until there was nothing left of his flesh and blood. It was a tragic sight. The rumbling thunder was like the fuse of dynamite. In an instant, more than half of the pirates surrounding Xia Luo were killed. The remaining people who did not die were frightened out of their wits. Xia Luo forced them to retreat repeatedly in a sorry state. The pirate leader on the exotic beast cried out inwardly. He hurriedly said, "Retreat." The many pirates who had long lost the will to fight immediately retreated like a receding tide, disappearing from the duo's vision. Xia Luo was in high spirits, a pleased smile on his face. He turned his head and asked, "Bingyun, are you all right?" Yu Bingyun's expression did not change at all. She said politely, "Young Master Xia, it is better to address me as Yu Bingyun. Many thanks for helping out earlier." Xia Luo's expression turned somewhat awkward. He said, "It's good that you are fine. This journey is very dangerous. Pirates come and go frequently. However, with me around, I can guarantee Miss Yu's safety." On the reef, Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed. If Xia Luo had not made a move, Yu Bingyun would have had to save herself. Xiao Chen would have been able to unravel the other party's mysterious veil and see how strong she was. However, this Xia Luo's martial technique also piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity. After imbuing the thunder fire mark into the martialist's body with thunder, it was incomparably profound. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen gained some understanding of the principles of this thunder fire mark. After he figured it out, he realized that it was not as miraculous as it looked. The fire mark, which looked like it was made of good materials, would shatter the moment it came in contact with a cultivator's protective quintessence, turning into countless tiny imprints that pierced through the protective quintessence like air. After that, the imprints would stick to the cultivator's skin through the pores. Naturally, when one looked into the body, one would not discover anything strange about it. As for how to use thunder and lightning to gather these scattered imprints and explode them, one could only figure it out after reading the secret manual for the thunder fire mark. Just by observing it, one could only get a rough idea. However, for Xiao Chen to be able to see this far, he already had a way to break this thunder fire mark. This trip to the Black Sea had given Xiao Chen many pleasant surprises. This trip had not been in vain. Be it the world hunt of that pirate leader or this Xia Luo's thunder fire mark, they were all unique martial techniques that broadened his horizons. "Hey, Miss Yu, can we go now?" After dealing with the pirates, Yu Bingyun was not in a rush to leave. She seemed to have made some new discoveries, so Xia Luo asked out of curiosity. Yu Bingyun seemed to have confirmed something. She smiled and said, "There's no rush. I met a friend. Let's wait for him." "Friend? Where is he? Why don't I see him?" An anxious expression flashed in Xia Luo's eyes as he looked around. However, he did not discover Xiao Chen, who was 50 kilometers away. He did not know who Yu Bingyun was referring to. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly. Then, she turned her head and spoke in sign language. "Young Master Xiao, how much longer are you going to keep watching?" This stunned Xiao Chen, who had been observing from the reef. Even from 50 kilometers away, Yu Bingyun had discovered his presence. What sharp senses! You are much stronger than this Xia Luo. Xiao Chen muttered to himself. He guessed that Yu Bingyun must have sensed him when he used his spiritual sense to scan the other party. Since he had already been discovered, there was no need to continue hiding. Xiao Chen pushed off the water and executed Thunder Dragon steps. 3 lightning dragons swam in the water. 4 lightning dragons danced at the sides, and 3 circled above Xiao Chen's head. The Thunder Dragon steps, modified from the Blue Dragon Cloud soaring art, was mighty and more suitable for Xiao Chen. He could use it as he pleased. In combat, it was even more compatible with his martial techniques. After about 7 minutes, Xiao Chen easily arrived 50 kilometers away. He pushed off the water, and 10 lightning dragons entered his body. The mighty aura instantly vanished, demonstrating Xiao Chen's strong control over the Thunder Dragon steps. He could use it as he pleased, advancing and retreating with a thought. Xiao Chen slowly landed beside Yu Bingyun. When he landed, he did not cause any splash. He said calmly, "This is a little unexpected. Unexpectedly, I ran into Miss Yu here. Haha. Why is it that only you are allowed to come to the Black Sea for experimental training but not me? I also have the cultivation of the blue-robed emperor," Yu Bingyun said softly with a smile. "Young Master Xia, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Mo Yun, from the Kunlun continent." Mo Yun. Xiao Chen wondered why Yu Bingyun helped him hide his identity. However, this was fine. Although not many people knew about the Blue Dragon King in the Black Sea, he could use an alias to save himself some trouble. Xiao Chen did not deny it, taking it as acquiescence. Xia Luo smiled straightforwardly. After greeting Xiao Chen, he asked, "I wonder, where is Brother Mo's destination?" "Blackwater City," Xiao Chen answered honestly. Xia Luo's expression changed, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Then, he smiled strangely and said, "Is that so? Brother Mo, think carefully and see if you remembered wrong." This was already a clear threat, telling Xiao Chen to change his itinerary and not disturb his time with Yu Bingyun. Crazy. Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. Then, he looked at the other party indifferently and said, "I know better than you whether I remembered wrong or not. There is no need for Brother Xia to worry." When Xia Luo heard this, his expression turned exceptionally sullen. Unexpectedly, this fellow did not understand his clear hint. Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "In that case, it looks like I can travel with young Master Mo on this trip to Blackwater City." As Yu Bingyun spoke, she completely ignored Xia Luo, upsetting the other party. Blackwater City Island was the core island of the Blackwater Sea. It was astonishingly vast, so vast that it could no longer be simply called an island. Even the blue-robed emperor would have to spend a lot of time to explore every place. Of course, this was just to explore every place. If one wanted to study it seriously, even 100 years would not be enough. The terrain of the island was extremely complicated. There were mountains, plains, deserts, snowy lands, and all sorts of other landforms. The ruins of the ancient era could be found everywhere, attracting many experts to adventure there. Historically, the many islands of the Black Sea had once been a complete continent. It had its own glorious period, with many heroes, overlords, powerful sovereigns, and legendary martial emperors. Stars twinkled, looking resplendent and glorious. However, as time passed, after the continent shattered, very few people remembered that period of history. Xiao Chen's group of 3 headed for Blackwater City did not move very fast. The main reason was that Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun wanted to gain experimental training, to see what was different about the Black Sea cultivators. After walking for half a month, the group saw the outline of Blackwater Island. In this half a month, Xiao Chen had had enough of the legendary Thunder Fire Sovereign's descendant, Xia Luo. Xia Luo felt that he would definitely be able to recreate the Thunder Fire Sovereign's glorious feat one day, so he looked down on Xiao Chen from the bottom of his heart. Furthermore, Xiao Chen did not know how to adapt to circumstances, ruining his chance to be alone with Yu Bingyun. This made Xia Luo feel even more upset and depressed. If not for Yu Bingyun being present, Xia Luo would have attacked Xiao Chen long ago to teach him a lesson. There is a small town in front. We can rest there for the night and rush to Blackwater City at daybreak. My Xia clan is rather famous in Blackwater City. When we get to the city, I can introduce Miss Yu to the famous blue-robed emperor experts of Blackwater City. As Xia Luo said this, he glanced at Xiao Chen casually, putting on an aloof air. Xiao Chen felt speechless. Femme fatale. This Xia Luo looked like someone with some strength and was not stupid. However, after getting infatuated with Yu Bingyun, it was like water got into his head. Xia Luo's actions were all childish. For example, he started to flaunt his clan. This made Xiao Chen feel that it was ridiculous. Chapter 1143. Since we have arrived at Blackwater Island, let's part ways for now. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb the two of you any longer. Not willing to stay any longer, Xiao Chen prepared to take his leave. Who knew? Xia Luo, who had been displeased with Xiao Chen along the way, interjected before Yu Bingyun could say anything. Young Master Mo, since we are already at Blackwater Island, why the rush to leave? Don't refuse to give me face. No matter what, I have to do my duty as a host. It was hard for me to bear with you for such a long time. Now that I've finally reached my territory, it won't be easy for me to leave. Xia Luo steeled his heart. No matter what method he had to use, he had to make Xiao Chen stay, to let him know the consequences of interrupting him. Xiao Chen looked at Xia Luo's expression. When the other party raised his eyebrows, he knew what Xia Luo was planning. Originally, he didn't want to cause any more trouble, but now he was really angry. If you want to play, I'll play with you. Let's see who cries more in the end. He immediately smiled and said, Is that so? As a super city of the Black Sea, I have long been curious about Blackwater City. Since young Master Xia is willing to entertain me, I will not leave. Xia Luo sneered in his heart. You are smiling now, but when the time comes, you won't even be able to cry even if you want to. However, Xia Luo put on a warm expression. Yu Bingyun, who was at the side, was very smart. Naturally, she knew what Xia Luo was thinking. However, she did not feel worried for Xiao Chen. Given Xia Luo's level, he was too naive to think that he could play such tricks on Xiao Chen. In the heavenly starry ocean, the holy scions of the immortal Holy Lands were all traumatized by Xiao Chen. A declining clan with a glorious ancestor was far from sufficient. In her heart, she also looked forward to the matter of the heavenly origin pill that Xiao Chen left behind. However, due to Xia Luo sticking to her, it was not convenient for her to ask about it. I should have a chance to ask Xiao Chen about it when I check into the inn tonight. Night came earlier in the Black Sea than in other places. In the middle of the night, through the dark clouds, apart from a hazy bright moon, no stars could be seen. Dong dong dong. Knocking came from the door to Xiao Chen's room. Xiao Chen, who was cultivating cross-legged, opened his eyes and sent out his spiritual sense. It was Yu Bingyun. Xiao Chen opened the door with a wave of his hand and said indifferently, I thought you had forgotten about the heavenly origin pill. It looks like you still remember. Yu Bingyun walked over and asked softly, How is it? Did you succeed? Whoosh. An exquisite jade bottle flew towards Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun's slender, snow-white hands gracefully caught the jade bottle. Yu Bingyun opened the jade bottle and gently sniffed it. Her usually calm face could not help revealing a trace of joy. She closed the bottle cap and said, Many thanks, Xiao Chen. This time, I owe you a huge favor. There's no need to be so polite. It's not difficult for me to refine this heavenly origin pill. After all, you've prepared 100 sets of materials. No matter what, you'll succeed at least one set. Xiao Chen appeared rather calm at Yu Bingyun's excitement. He would not be able to gain too much advantage from this woman. If he could draw a line between them, it would be best to do so. Yu Bingyun put away the jade bottle and did not dwell on this topic. She glanced at Xiao Chen and asked, I wonder, why did young Master Xiao appear in the Black Sea? Do you have a plan? Naturally, Xiao Chen would not tell her his plan. He smiled and said, My appearance in the Black Sea is easy to explain. What about you? As the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, why did you come out alone? Are you not afraid of an accident? Yu Bingyun smiled and said, As the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, barring any accidents, I will be the next Lunar Palace master. Naturally, The person in charge of the lunar palace cannot be a flower vase in a greenhouse. The Black Sea is the best cultivation ground for the blue-robed emperor. It is not strange for me to be here. Xiao Chen kept feeling that the other party definitely had a purpose for appearing in the Black Sea. Since Yu Bingyun was not willing to say, naturally, he would not keep asking. The two chatted casually for a while. Then, Yu Bingyun stood up and took her leave. Before she left, she suddenly turned her head back and said, "You had best not leave Blackwater City before the 15th of next month. Otherwise, you might miss out on something that you will regret for life." Before the 15th, Xiao Chen thought of the invitation in his hand. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly chased after Yu Bingyun. "Are you talking about the Jadeite Mountain Manners ceremony?" This time, it was Yu Bingyun's turn to find it strange. "How did you know about this?" "Right now, not many people know about this." Xiao Chen took out his invitation. Yu Bingyun received it and took a look. Then, she smiled and said, "You are really confident. The manor lord of this Jadeite Mountain Manor even prepared an invitation. Do you really think that you will succeed? Are you not afraid of making a fool of yourself? What exactly is it? Can't you tell me a little in advance?" Yu Bingyun shook her head and said, "I really can't tell you this. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens, it will not be good for either of us. You just have to remember not to leave Blackwater City before the 15th of next month. If you are lucky enough, your chances of advancing to Martial Emperor in 5 years will be much higher." When Xiao Chen heard this, he suddenly felt the invitation in his hand become exceptionally heavy. The mysterious Yu Bingyun had piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity to the extreme. However, the other party was not willing to reveal anything. "Hee. It is not late anymore. You should stop cultivating and have a good sleep. Have a good dream." Yu Bingyun smiled sweetly. Unconsciously, she revealed a perfect air that could topple all living things, one that could topple cities. Xiao Chen was not in the mood to appreciate it. He smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think that I can sleep peacefully with my current curiosity?" Yu Bingyun bit her lip and pondered. After hesitating for a while, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Very well. I can only tell you that the Jadeite Mountain Manners ceremony this time has something to do with a divine weapon. Furthermore, this divine weapon has a strong connection to the heart of an emperor." After sending off Yu Bingyun with his eyes, Xiao Chen still could not figure out the connection. He knew too little. "Ao Jiao, what do you think it is?" "If I guessed right, the ceremony should be for the Jadeite Mountain Manor to have a divine weapon enter the divine weapon ranking, becoming one of the 10 strongest divine weapons in the world. There have been many such ceremonies in history." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. Aside from this, there was indeed no other ceremony that could be connected to a divine weapon. Divine weapons could rival emperor-grade secret treasures. There were many of them, but only 10 of them could enter the divine weapon ranking, known as transcendent divine weapons. Transcendent divine weapons could intimidate sovereign martial emperors, comparable to primordial emperor-grade secret treasures. As far as Xiao Chen knew, the saber sovereign Wu Xiaotian and the sword sovereign Liu Xiaoyun dared to fight with primes because they had the coiling monarch time saber and the scarlet firmament void sword. This showed how strong the transcendent divine weapons on the divine weapon ranking were. After figuring this out, the other clues immediately made sense. The merchant group that Xiao Chen saw when he entered the Black Sea should be carrying the supplementary divine materials for breaking into a transcendent divine weapon. Xiao Chen also understood why Yu Bingyun appeared. As far as he knew, the startling Phoenix Zither, a transcendent divine weapon ranked 10th on the divine weapon ranking, was in the hands of the Lunar Palace. If another divine weapon succeeded in breaking into a transcendent divine weapon, the heavenly Phoenix Zither, ranked 10th, would definitely fall. The reason was none other than the fact that only 10 divine weapons were allowed on the divine weapon ranking. As long as a new divine weapon made it into the divine weapon ranking, the one ranked last would definitely fall, becoming an ordinary divine weapon. Yu Bingyun's purpose in coming here was to stop the Jadeite Mountain Manor's Manor Lord from breaking into a transcendent divine weapon, preventing the startling Phoenix Zither from falling off the divine weapon ranking. When Xiao Chen thought about it carefully, the Lunar Palace probably sent people to look for the pirates that came to rob the merchant ship. With this connection made sense, all the clues connected in Xiao Chen's mind. He now understood the entire sequence of events. All that was left was the connection between the divine weapon and the heart of an emperor. This was simple. He just needed to find out the origins of the divine weapon that the Jadeite mountain manna possessed. Ao Jiao, thank you, Xiao Chen said with a smile, revealing joy on his face. Ao Jiao, who was in the immortal spirit ring, smiled faintly and said, "You cannot see clearly because you are closely involved. Given your intelligence, if you were a bystander, you would definitely be able to see more clearly than me." Bang! Just at this moment, just as Xiao Chen was about to answer, the door to the room suddenly shattered. A strong, knife-like wind blew in. Chapter 1144. Many of the decorations in the room were shredded to pieces. Clanging sounds rang out incessantly. The originally quiet room suddenly turned into a mess. Xie Luo stood outside the door with a furious expression. He retracted his hand and said coldly, "Brat, I gave you face, but you do not want it. Why did Yu Bingyun come to your room? Tell me everything in detail." A murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's heart. He suppressed the rage in his heart and stood up. Then, he asked indifferently, "Is there a need to tell you?" "Ha ha. Good. Very good." Xie Luo's killing qi surged all over his body. He smiled coldly as he stared at Xiao Chen. "The ignorant are truly ignorant. Originally, I was planning to let you live and deal with you when we reach Blackwater City. It looks like there is no need to do so now. Die." Xie Luo roared ferociously, and a fierce electric fire burned on his body. A berserk electric light surged out of his body. In that instant, the electric light blasted the entire inn apart. The warriors staying in the inn were like frightened birds and beasts. They all rushed out, not daring to stay in the same place for a moment. They were afraid that they would get involved in the battle between the experts. Amid the electric light, Xie Luo was like a thunder god. His aura was unparalleled. When he punched, thousands of electric bolts burning with flames appeared. When Xie Luo punched at Xiao Chen, his rage soared. He used his full power in this punch, not holding anything back at all. Berserk thunder rumbled, not stopping for even a moment. Xie Luo's punch displayed a strong and horrifying explosive force. It was clear that he wanted to kill Xiao Chen with one punch. That's right. The accumulations of the legendary Thunder Fire Sovereign's bloodline cannot be underestimated. Even though it had declined significantly, Xie Luo's strength was still remarkable and qualified to be arrogant. Of course, Xie Luo was only slightly knowledgeable. In Xiao Chen's eyes, this was far from sufficient. Xiao Chen, who was seated, suddenly stood up. His heavenly seal moved with a thought. 10,000 strands of law energy drove the surging power of the world with a thought. The rock hates the sky for being too low when it spreads its wings. When Xiao Chen punched as well, a huge Kuan Peng that covered half the sky soared up behind him. The shattered inn immediately turned into powder and vanished. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiao Chen did not move at all. However, when he moved at full power, his aura instantly suppressed Xie Luo. Without giving Xie Luo any time to be shocked, the instant the two fists collided, Xie Luo vomited blood and flew back. Yu Bingyun hovered high in the sky. A consummation Emperor Wu with a horrifying cultivation stood behind her. "Is that your friend?" the old man asked Yu Bingyun as he pointed to Xie Luo. Yu Bingyun shook her head. "Naturally not. That's good. This person's character is extremely terrible. His reputation in the Black Sea is not very good either." The old man nodded. Then, he pointed to Xiao Chen and asked, "How is that person related to young Miss?" "He was the one who killed the leader of our first batch of people, the Blood Wolf pirate group." Yu Bingyun sighed softly. After asking about the details, she understood. She said, "He is my friend. This should just be a misunderstanding. He does not have any connection to the Jadeite mountain manor." "Is the plan ready?" "It is ready." The old man whispered, "I can guarantee that the Jadeite mountain manor will lose more than they gain on the 15th of next month." As the two spoke, the battle below slowly came to an end. After Xiao Chen sent Xie Luo flying with a punch, he fell into a rhythm of getting beaten up. Many of the cultivators staying in the town recognized Xia Luo. When they saw him getting beaten up so miserably, their faces filled with surprise. Who is this white-clad youth? How come he dares to beat up the Xia clan's people? He is really strong. Among the younger generation of Blackwater City, this Xia Luo is considered quite a character. Unexpectedly, he got beaten up so miserably at his own home. Xia Luo, who had been beaten up to the point of losing his temper, howled in agony. He no longer had any of his earlier tyranny. He glared hatefully at Xiao Chen before rushing back to Blackwater City. Xiao Chen stood upright with his hands behind his back. He did not give chase, letting Xia Luo flee in a sorry state. This is going to be somewhat problematic. The Xia clan is very powerful in Blackwater City. You were too rash, Yu Bingyun said slowly as she landed. Xiao Chen did not care. He said, there are more than 100 million people in the city, comparable to a large nation. No matter how powerful the Xia clan is, they will not find me that easily. There will be a blue-robed emperor-level auction in Blackwater City soon. Are you interested in going? Clearly, Yu Bingyun did not care about Xia Luo's matter. She mentioned something else and extended an invitation to Xiao Chen. Sure. Right now, Xiao Chen had more than 100 million black astral coins. He felt some anticipation for this blue-robed emperor-level auction. Perhaps he might be able to find some equipment that he wanted. When the sky brightened, Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun arrived before Blackwater City at the same time. The black city walls were like a dragon forged of steel, coiled on the ground. There was no sunlight shining on the dark space. However, there was a restrained glow that flickered on the city walls, looking extremely mysterious. This ring of city walls probably had other mysteries, containing many divine materials. Even if a martial emperor attacked, he might not be able to destroy the city in an instant. As Yu Bingyun looked at the city walls, she also felt moved. She said, the rank of this city is not low. It can be considered a rank 8 city. It can block an ordinary Emperor Wu. Cities are divided into ranks. Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. Yu Bingyun smiled gently and said, that is natural. There are numbers from 1 to 9. The higher the rank, the better. After rank 9 is the strongest holy city. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he thought about the newly built Heaven Dragon City. Based on what Mo Chen said, it was not weaker than Bright Moon City. So he asked, what rank is Bright Moon City? Pride flashed on Yu Bingyun's face. She said, of course, Bright Moon City is a holy city that surpasses rank 9. Furthermore, it has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. After accumulating continuously, it is worthy of the title of Immortal Holy City. It is one of the strongest holy cities in the entire oceanic world. In that case, it looked like the rank of Heaven Dragon City was not bad either. It could be considered a holy city as well. However, it was still a distance away from the Immortal Holy City. In the future, Xiao Chen would see if he could think of other ways to catch up to the accumulations of these immortal holy cities. Speaking of which, how many immortal holy cities are there in the oceanic world that are worthy of the title of the strongest holy city? After paying the entrance tax, the two entered the city and started chatting. Yu Bingyun knew a lot about such information. She immediately answered, 7. There is an immortal holy city in each vast sea region. In the heavenly starry ocean is Bright Moon City. In the Penglai Sea is Penglai City. In the Black Sea is the Core Sea Domain, the Dark Sea's Dark City. This was the first time Xiao Chen heard about this, so he felt somewhat curious. He continued asking, what about the other 4? Could it be that aside from these 3 sea domains, there are other sea domains? There definitely are. However, it is useless to tell you now. The oceanic world is practically endless. Even the overlord Neptune does not dare to say that it understands every sea domain. As the two chatted, they entered an inn. After ordering some food and eating, they headed for the rooms that they had reserved for each other. Xiao Chen stopped the manservant who came to collect the clothes and gave him 100 black astral coins. He wanted the manservant to figure out the details of the Jadeite Mountain Manor's divine weapon within 4 hours. This was all public information. The Jadeite Mountain Manor was very famous in Blackwater City. As long as the locals spent some time, they would be able to obtain it easily. When the manservant saw the 100 black astral coins, he felt that it was no different from taking it for free. He quickly agreed with a wide smile on his face. Sitting cross-legged on his thighs, Xiao Chen continued to temper himself, merging the 5 different attributes into his saber soul. At the same time, in a courtyard belonging to the Xia clan in Blackwater City, Xia Luo spoke to an old man with a sullen expression. This old man was called Wang Zhen. 3 years ago, he successfully broke through to Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, becoming a consummation Blue-Robed Emperor who formed a soul for his heavenly seal. From then on, Wang Zhen became the person in charge of the Xia clan in Blackwater City, managing all the Xia clan's factions in Blackwater City. All Wang Zhen needed to do was accumulate enough and clear the great tribulation of wind and fire. Then, he could make his breakthrough to Emperor Wu. However, if he failed the great tribulation of wind and fire, he would most likely die. Even if he accumulated enough, he might not have the courage or confidence to undergo the great tribulation of wind and fire. How bold! How dare he bully our Xia clan so openly? Second young master, don't worry. Leave this matter to this old man. As long as I find this person, I will cripple him on the spot. A murderous intent flashed in Wang Zhen's eyes. With his consummation blue-robed emperor cultivation, killing a great perfection blue-robed emperor would be a piece of cake. After Xiao Chen merged his soul into the heavenly seal, not only would he be able to drive the power of the world much purer than the great perfection blue-robed emperor, but he would also be able to do it more easily. This was a qualitative difference from the great perfection blue-robed emperor. The most important thing was that after Xiao Chen merged his soul into the heavenly seal had already become the vague form of the heart of an emperor. At this moment, unless a cultivator's head was chopped off or their heart was shattered, it would be very difficult for them to deal any fatal damage to the consummation blue-robed emperor. Now, the blue-robed emperor's sage body strengthened once more, becoming infinitely close to the golden emperor body. Xia Luo's expression turned sinister as he said sullenly, "There is no rush for now. 3 days from now, Blackwater City will hold a blue-robed emperor-level auction. At that time, I will be able to obtain a few treasures, and my strength will improve by leaps and bounds." Wang Zhen was very meticulous and immediately understood Xia Luo's meaning. The second young master wanted to personally defeat that white-clad man to wash away his shame. No problem. I will listen to second young master. Back at the inn, Xiao Chen exited his cultivation state. Of the 5 high-grade attributes, Xiao Chen could already perfectly merge death and massacre into his saber soul. Now, he could form a 100% compatible saber soul and a death saber soul. Their might was not much weaker than the lightning saber soul. If Xiao Chen could cultivate these 2 states into wills, they would be no weaker than the lightning saber soul. At that time, his combat prowess would not be much weaker than a consummation blue-robed emperor's. Dong, dong, dong. There was knocking on the door, and a manservant popped his head out with a smile. Then, he handed a complete set of information to Xiao Chen. The manservant's efficiency was faster than he expected. Xiao Chen rewarded him with some black astral coins before sending the manservant away. Xiao Chen wanted to see what kind of divine weapon this Jadeite Mountain Manor had. As Xiao Chen looked carefully and flipped through the information page by page, the expression on Xiao Chen's face turned increasingly grave. He could not suppress the excitement on his face. Chapter 1145. The Jadeite Mountain Manor's divine weapon was called the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite Sword. It was left behind by the Jadeite sovereign, who no longer managed the Jadeite Mountain Manor. The Heavenly Cloud Jadeite Sword was not forged by the Jadeite sovereign. Its original name was not that either. Instead, it was called the Heavenly Blood Sword. This was the sword of another legendary martial emperor of the Black Sea, the Blood Sword Sovereign. The glory that the Blood Sword Sovereign once created was even more dazzling than that of Xia Luo's ancestor, the Thunderfire Sovereign. Aside from the Blood Sword Sovereign's human bloodline, he also had the bloodline of the Deep Abyss demonic world's blood race, a mixed blood of humans and demons. However, the Blood Sword Sovereign's history was too ancient. Before the Black Sea continent shattered, he had already died. The legends he left behind only existed in ancient books. There was only one story that spread far and wide, the blood-sword sovereign forming the heart of an emperor before advancing to martial emperor. He became the first person to do so, shaking the entire Kunlun realm. In the history of the martial epoch, no one had formed a complete heart of an emperor before advancing to martial emperor. The heavenly seal infused into the soul was only the vague form of the heart of an emperor, far from the true heart of an emperor. Only those who cleared the great tribulation of wind and fire, reforged their golden body, and successfully pushed open the emperor's door could possess the heart of an emperor. However, this blood-sword sovereign broke this rule, becoming the only person in history to possess the heart of an emperor before advancing to martial emperor. Xiao Chen's hand nearly trembled as he held the information. If he could grasp this secret technique and condense the heart of an emperor, he would be able to resolve the problem of infusing the soul into the heavenly seal. The problem of infusing the soul into the heavenly seal would naturally be solved when he reached Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor and Consummation Blue-Robed Emperor. The principle was very simple. When one merged the soul into the heavenly seal, it only formed the vague form of the heart of an emperor. If one condensed the complete heart of an emperor in advance, why would one care about a vague form? This was the opportunity that Yu Bingyun mentioned. After putting down the information, Xiao Chen calmed down. If this secret technique was so easy to find, there would have been a second person who condensed the heart of an emperor in advance after tens of thousands of years. Could the crux of the secret technique for condensing the heart of an emperor be related to the Jadeite Mountain Manner's Heavenly Cloud Jadeite Sword? With limited information, this was all that Xiao Chen could think of. The secret technique to condense the heart of an emperor in advance was definitely related to the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite Sword. However, what kind of connection did it have with the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite Sword becoming a transcendent divine weapon? As for Yu Bingyun's position in this matter, no one knew. Putting down the documents, Xiao Chen rubbed his head. There was no point in thinking too much. He just had to wait for the 15th of the next month. At that time, all the answers would be revealed. For now, he would concentrate on his cultivation. 3 days later, he would go to the Blue-Robed Emperor level auction house to take a look and see if he could gain anything. Otherwise, he would have nowhere to spend his hundreds of millions of black astral coins. That would be rather depressing. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Yu Bingyun knocked on the door punctually, inviting Xiao Chen to come with her. As the name suggested, only the Blue-Robed Emperor was allowed to participate in the Blue-Robed Emperor level auction. Such an auction could not be held in an ordinary city. There was no other reason other than the fact that they could not gather many Blue-Robed Emperors. With only 4 or 5 people, there was no competition at all. How could they possibly open an auction? However, such an auction could definitely be held in Blackwater City. Furthermore, the scene would be extremely lively. The Black Sea was the best experimental training ground for the Blue-Robed Emperor. Its reputation was not undeserved. There were many Blue-Robed Emperor experts in Blackwater City. While one could not see them just by looking up, with a few more steps, one would definitely run into 1 or 2 Blue-Robed Emperors. The auction house was known as the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. The major faction behind it was the Heavenly Cauldron Gate, which was no weaker than a holy land. There were also several sovereign martial emperors, all of whom had connections to the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, which had a frighteningly strong backer, had already organized the Blue-Robed Emperor level auction for several hundred years. No one had ever dared to cause trouble. Slowly, this Blue-Robed Emperor level auction became a major event in Blackwater City. It attracted nearly 80% of the Blue-Robed Emperors in the entire Blackwater Sea. There were even Blue-Robed Emperors in the neighboring Black Wind Sea and Blackfire Sea, who came because of its fame, hoping to find a treasure. When Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun rushed to the street where the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion was located, they discovered that many cultivators had already gathered in front of the pavilion. There were also several people in the nearby inns and pavilions. They held wine cups as if they were watching the excitement. Occasionally, they would whisper to each other or exclaim in surprise. "What is going on?" Xiao Chen asked out of curiosity. This was Yu Bingyun's first time here as well, so she was not clear on what was going on. She only understood after asking a passerby. It turned out that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's blue-robed Emperor-level auction tickets were not bought with black astral coins. Instead, cultivators had to prove their strength. The stronger one was, the better the ticket they could obtain. Those with average strength could only obtain ordinary tickets and sit in the hall, unable to enjoy a private room. This was rather interesting. In the other auctions, which one did not treat the blue-robed emperor as an honored guest? Here, one had to rely on one's strength to obtain a ticket. If one was not strong enough, one could only obtain the most ordinary ticket. Under the gaze of so many eyes, it was embarrassing enough to only get a ticket to the main hall. Let's go over and take a look. The two exuded the aura of the blue-robed emperor as they parted the crowd and headed in. When they arrived, they finally saw what was going on. There was a 100-meter-tall stone stele at the foot of the thousands of steps paved with metal. This was the testing stele for the blue-robed emperor's strength. Rows of gems were embedded in the stele at regular intervals. There were a total of 7 rows, and each row had 10 gems. Not far away, there was an exquisite and profound metal dummy connected to the stele through a formation. Occasionally, the blue-robed emperor would step forward and strike the metal dummy. Then, the gems embedded in the stele would glow continuously. When the two stepped forward, a small perfection blue-robed emperor happened to be there. He mustered his strength and drove the power of the world with all his might. Then, he punched the metal dummy. Bang! There was a deafening sound. A strong wind blew, and the clouds churned. The aura and pressure looked very strong. The 10 white gems in the first row on the testing stele all lit up in an instant. The entire stele glowed with a bright white light. After lighting up the 10 gems in the first row, one would obtain the right to enter the auction. However, whether one could obtain the honored guest status and enjoy a private room would depend on the results. The speed at which the 10 blue gems in the second row lit up was clearly much slower. By the time the 300th row of green gems lit up, the speed at which they lit up became even slower. The cultivator standing in front of the metal dummy had a nervous and expectant expression. However, of the 10 gems in the third row, only 5 lit up in the end. The third row is not fully lit up. Sorry, we can only give you the most ordinary tickets. The person in charge of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, who was standing at the side, took out a ticket and handed it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man received the ticket with a depressed expression. I am already a peak small perfection blue-robed emperor, yet I cannot even obtain the honored guest status. What's wrong? You are not convinced. The person in charge of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion said expressionlessly. I was just saying, the middle-aged man said with an embarrassed smile. After he spoke, he headed straight for the stairs and entered the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. How could he not be convinced? This was not a place for a blue-robed emperor to behave atrociously. Even if it were a minor Heavenly Emperor Wu, he would have to think twice before coming. After that, Xiao Chen looked at a few more people and understood the trick. One had to light up at least 3 rows before they could obtain a honored guest ticket. After that, for every row lit up, they could obtain a private room on a higher level, enjoying better service and benefits. Bang! There was another loud sound, and the stone stele started to change colors rapidly. White, blue, green, red, it only stopped after changing 6 colors. The power of one punch lit up 6 rows of gems. This immediately caused an uproar, attracting the attention of several people. It is another consummation blue-robed emperor character. This is Jin Liangqi. 10 years ago, he was a consummation blue-robed emperor expert. However, he has not shown himself in the past few years. Apparently, he is preparing to undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire. Haha. He probably does not have the guts to undergo his great tribulation of wind and fire. Otherwise, he would not have shown himself. Before the envious gazes of the crowd, Jin Liangqi's slightly gloomy face did not change at all. He received the ticket for the honored guest room on the 6th floor and walked over expressionlessly. Xiao Chen thought to himself, it turns out that one needs the strength of a consummation blue-robed emperor to light up the gems on the 6th row. After observing for a long time, Xiao Chen discovered that this testing stone stele was extremely accurate in measuring one's strength. All this while, Xiao Chen did not have a clear idea of the level of his strength. The testing stone steely before him was a good opportunity to see the strongest strength that he could burst out with and how big the gap was between it and those consummation blue-robed emperor existences. Just as Xiao Chen was about to step forward and make a move, a familiar figure walked over. It was the legendary Thunder Fire Sovereign's descendant, Xia Luo. Accompanying Xia Luo was an old man with an extremely strong aura. This was a consummation blue-robed emperor expert. However, when Xiao Chen observed this old man, he found that this old man's aura was weaker than Jin Liangqi's. The difference was obvious. Indeed, as Xia Luo expected, when Jin Liangqi punched the metal puppet, the light changed. Only 3 purple gems on the 6th row lit up. Compared to the 9 purple gems on the 6th row that Jin Liangqi lit up, this was far from enough. After successfully obtaining a VIP room on the 6th floor, Xia Luo followed behind the old man with a cocky expression. There were many hidden talents in Blackwater City. The blue-robed emperor level auction had drawn out all these consummation blue-robed emperors, opening one's horizons. Xiao Chen walked out of the crowd in anticipation, preparing to test which row of gems he could light up. Whoosh! Just as Xiao Chen was about to reach the metal puppet, someone with a strong aura flew over in the air, not even bothering to look at Xiao Chen. This person continued diving down, kicking up a strong wind that was as sharp as a saber. He said coldly, "Scram to the side. Let this young master test first." The strong wind was like a saber, and the aura was like a mountain. This figure arrived with a surging aura. His fearless sharpness forced back the surrounding cultivators watching the excitement. Xiao Chen frowned. Without much time to think, he turned around and sent a palm strike. The other party was too fast. If Xiao Chen hesitated for even a moment, he would get injured. Chapter 1146. There was no such thing as reason in the Black Sea. The weak would never gain sympathy. Bang! The newcomer was somewhat surprised. Under the pressure of his strong aura, the other party, a newly advanced Great Perfection blue-robed emperor, did not choose to retreat. The newcomer's lips curled up in a cruel smile as he said coldly, "You are like a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Scram! The newcomer also sent out a palm strike. Flames soared and formed many flaming mountains behind him. A total of 18 flaming mountains appeared in an instant. The blazing air burned everyone's skin, forcing the cultivators watching to move back another kilometer. A few cultivators with low cultivations even had their eyebrows and hair set ablaze. This showed how horrifying the might of this palm strike was. How startling would the power of 18 flaming mountains be when they erupted together? When the cultivators saw this newcomer's appearance clearly, they all exclaimed. Clearly, they recognized this person and were extremely surprised at his appearance. On the other hand, Xiao Chen's palm strike looked ordinary, without any wind or waves, without any shocking mysterious phenomenon. Upon seeing this scene, several cultivators shook their heads. This white-clad youth was probably going to suffer. Only Yu Bingyun knew that Xiao Chen had not used his full power yet. If he really did, his aura would suppress the newcomer in an instant. Boom! The moment the two palms collided, an earth-shattering sound rang out, and the surrounding void distorted. The 18 flaming mountains erupted at the same time, rumbling endlessly. Overwhelming heat waves spread out in all directions. The flames twisted into all sorts of shapes in the twisted space, preventing the cultivators in the surroundings from seeing the situation clearly. However, it did not matter to them whether they could see or not. Not many people believed that this white-clad youth could block under such circumstances. With such a horrifying palm strike, even if he did not die, he would be severely injured. This was the consequence of blind arrogance. Sometimes, one had to acknowledge one's grandson. Youths should not be too sharp. After suffering some grievances, they would not be able to suppress their temper. The scene before them was the best example. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the crisp hum of a saber rang out in the space distorted by the flames. It was like a string of pleasant zither music resounding in the surroundings. The torrential heatwave was slowly swept clean by this zither-like saber hum. The distorted space regained its tranquility and the flames disappeared, allowing everyone to see the situation on the other side clearly. When the two palms clashed, they were actually evenly matched. Xiao Chen, who did not use any martial techniques, did not take even half a step back from the force of his opponent's palm strike. The two of them still maintained the posture of their palms colliding. Under the powerful pressure, Xiao Chen's body remained as straight as a mountain. His white robe was untainted by a speck of dust. His hair danced in the wind like the strings of a zither, playing a murderous intent. Everyone was shocked. No one spoke, they were all dumbfounded. Even the person in charge of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion could not help but be moved. It was not because of the incredible combat prowess that Xiao Chen displayed. Instead, it was because such a martial technique was unheard of and unseen before. Unexpectedly, a person turned his clothes, his hair, every part of himself into a saber. Where did this white-robed person come from? He is the descendant of the Black Sea's great bandit Jiang Heng. Unexpectedly, he could not knock him back with one palm strike. Furthermore, I have never seen anyone use this martial technique before. How did he do it? There are sabers everywhere. This is simply miraculous. I have never heard of it before. Since ancient times, no one has ever done it like this. This is a completely different situation. It is truly miraculous. There are thousands of saber daos, but I have never seen such a saber dao before. Strange voices rang out. Everyone found this incredible, subverting the logic they knew. Yu Bingyun did not dare to be surprised. However, when she heard the youth's identity, she looked over in surprise. This arrogant youth was actually Jiang Feng, the descendant of Jiang Heng, one of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea. Jiang Heng ranked third among the 13 great bandits, an extremely strong sovereign martial emperor. He was known as the Flame Sovereign. He moved unhindered throughout the Black Sea's 5 great seas, a major character without a doubt. His strength was overwhelming and unfathomable. Shock flashed on Jiang Feng's face. He had not expected to run into such a ruthless character in this Blackwater city. Even in Dark City, where outstanding talents abounded, there would not be more than 10 people who dared to receive the blue-robed Emperor's flame palm without using a martial technique. Unexpectedly, such a person appeared in Blackwater City. Furthermore, this was a young outstanding talent about the same age as Jiang Feng. You are somewhat capable. However, this is all you are capable of. Before me, it is not enough. Back off. Jiang Feng shouted ferociously, and a ring of black flames soared up from his body. His aura soared infinitely. The power of the world in the surroundings surged and turned into an endless torrent of fiery energy. Like waves, it flowed along Jiang Feng's palm and surged towards Xiao Chen. Several of the people across Xiao Chen could feel the waves of fiery energy, each stronger than the one before. As the heat wave assaulted them, they had no choice but to retreat. Xiao Chen did not move, letting the heat wave assault him as it pleased. He did not show any intention of retreating. In Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, his saber soul and will of thunder merged. With a thought, they immediately erupted. Purple lightning leaped out of Xiao Chen's body. Every bolt of lightning contained an incredibly sharp saber intent. The lightning and saber intent merged perfectly. The other party's waves of fiery energy, each stronger than the one before, continued to erupt endlessly. Xiao Chen only used his lightning saber soul and his flawless saber dao to block the other party's surging waves of fiery energy. Xiao Chen had yet to use several of his trump cards. Time slowly passed. Everyone discovered that something was wrong with the atmosphere. It was just a simple exchange of palm strikes, but the two actually fought to such an extent. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's manager frowned slightly. If this continued, both sides would end up with severe injuries. That would be extremely disadvantageous to the auction. At the same time, a soft voice rang out in the manager's ears. That was the person behind the scenes of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, wanting him to make a move and end this fight. Without hesitation, this person threw a palm strike. The palm wind split into two and charged at Xiao Chen and Jiang Feng. Given the blue-robed Emperor's cultivation at consummation, the two fighting would have to retreat even if they did not want to. Jiang Feng cursed. However, he could not do anything. At this moment, He simply could not afford to split his attention to receive this palm strike. Jiang Feng's figure flashed. When the palm wind arrived, he retreated. He spun a few times in the air before he found his footing. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's manager smiled in satisfaction. However, before his smile could fade, he saw that Xiao Chen did not retreat at all. Xiao Chen suddenly raised his left hand, which had been hanging by his side. Then, a nimble bright moon appeared behind him, burning fiercely like a flame. It depicted lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. When Xiao Chen sent out this palm strike, it made one's heart surge and blood surge. It was like drinking strong wine, feeling carefree and carefree. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen broke the palm wind that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's manager sent out with the cultivation of a consummation blue-robed emperor. One had to know that Xiao Chen had just finished fighting to the death with Jiang Feng. He did not have any time to turn around or rest. Instead, he raised his hand and broke the manager's attack. Such a scene caused many people to stare blankly. One retreated quickly, and the other did not move even half a step. It was clear who came out on top between Xiao Chen and Jiang Feng. The strong wind stopped, and Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fell back. The saber hum lingering in the air also stopped. Xiao Chen stood upright with his hands behind his back. His delicate face exuded an indescribable pride. "You are very lucky. That earlier palm strike was originally meant for you," Xiao Chen said coldly to Jiang Feng, who was hovering in the air. Xiao Chen said coldly to Jiang Feng, who was hovering in the air. Then, he turned around and ignored him, heading for the metal puppet. Bang! Xiao Chen said coldly to the hovering Jiang Feng. Then, he turned around and walked towards the metal statue, ignoring him. The explosion was like thunder roaring, startling the surrounding cultivators back to their senses. They all looked at the stone tablet curiously. They wanted to see what kind of result this mysterious man in white could achieve. They all looked at the stone steely curiously, wanting to see what kind of result this mysterious white-clad person could achieve. The first row lit up in an instant, the second row lit up in a breath's time, and the third row took 3 seconds to light up. The first row lit up instantly. The second row lit up in one breath. The third row took 3 seconds to light up the 10 gems. If there were no surprises, Xiao Chen should be able to light up the 10 gems in the 5th row. This was the limit of a peak great perfection blue-robed emperor. As for the gems in the 6th row, only a consummation blue-robed emperor, a cultivator who merged his soul with the heavenly seal, could successfully light them up. Without exception, all the cultivators who lit up the gems in the 6th row were consummation blue-robed emperors. The gems in the 5th row lit up slowly, one by one. To everyone's surprise, all 10 gems lit up. Indeed, a newly advanced Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor already has the combat prowess of a peak Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor. No wonder he can defeat Jiang Feng. This is an expert. I have never heard of him in the Blackwater Sea. I have never heard of him in the nearby Blackwind Sea or the Blackwater Sea. He should be from another sea region. As the crowd discussed in low voices, one of the eye-catching purple gems in the 6th row suddenly lit up silently. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone gaped, somewhat speechless. They could not believe the scene before them. After a while, they confirmed it. Startled cries rang out, and the crowd went into an uproar. A Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor actually burst out with a strength that only a consummation Blue-Robed Emperor could achieve. How startling was this? However, Xiao Chen, who stood in front of the metal puppet, frowned slightly, feeling dissatisfied. He had used his full power in that earlier punch. Aside from not using his saber or a secret technique to increase his explosive power, he had not held anything back. Unexpectedly, only one purple gem in the 6th row lit up. The difference in strength between Xiao Chen and the consummation Blue-Robed Emperor was still obvious. Even if Xiao Chen used a secret technique, he would only light up 3 more gems, bringing the total to 4. If Xiao Chen ran into the slightly more powerful consummation Blue-Robed Emperor, his strength would still pale in comparison. "Young man, you are pretty strong. Here, these are the tickets to the VIP rooms on the 6th floor. Chapter 1147. The person in charge next to the stone tablet smiled slightly and handed a golden ticket to Xiao Chen. He continued, I have been standing here for a whole day. You are the first young martial artist to light up the 6th row of gems. Moreover, you are only at the level of great accomplishment blue-robed emperor. You have unlimited potential. I'm sure you'll be able to find treasures that interest you in the auction and dig out your potential. Xiao Chen took the gold card and glanced at it. He smiled casually and said, Thank you for your auspicious words, senior. Seeing that Xiao Chen was not arrogant in the slightest, the supervisor nodded inwardly, and his evaluation of Xiao Chen rose by another level. Xiao Chen turned his head and said goodbye to Yu Bingyun. Then, he indicated that he would take his leave first. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and sent a voice projection to meet up after the auction. Jiang Feng, who was hovering in the air, trembled in anger as he watched Xiao Chen walk towards the doors of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion before the envious gazes of many cultivators. As the descendant of the Black Sea's great bandit Jiang Heng, he spent most of his time in the Black Sea's largest sea region, the Dark Sea. Wherever he went, he would be the center of attention. Aside from a few outstanding young talents who were so strong that Xiao Chen could not do anything about them, no one in the same generation dared to be so arrogant before him. After winning by just half a move, the other party chose to ignore him. Furthermore, it was in a small place like Blackwater City. Cursing angrily, Jiang Heng landed in front of the Iron Man. His whole body was like smoke, rushing up and kicking the Iron Man. Light flickered on the stone steely as the gems lit up continuously. He also lit up the 6th row of purple gems, and 2 of them, one more than Xiao Chen. A look of pride flashed across Jiang Feng's face. Compared to me, you are still a little weaker. I have a secret technique passed down by the Jiang clan. The power he could unleash was already comparable to that of the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Don't give me a chance to catch you alone. With a fling of his sleeves, Jiang Feng received the golden ticket and quickly walked over. Incredible. He truly lives up to being a descendant of a sovereign martial emperor. This Jiang Feng's explosive power is really startling. He used a secret technique. The Flame King has a secret technique called the wolf smoke art. Once it's used, the blood vessels in the entire body will boil, and essence energy will spurt out like smoke. It can be seen from 5 kilometers away, and its explosive power is extremely shocking. It's said that when the wolf smoke art is cultivated to the highest level, it can even ignite one's own bloodline. Combined with the Jiang clan's flame cultivation technique, it can increase one's explosive power by several times. Speaking of which, this Jiang Feng has always been in Dark City. Why did he come to our Blackwater City? He's probably just passing by. Hehe, but he definitely didn't expect that he would lose to a Blackwater City's advanced blue-robed emperor in front of everyone. When Jiang Feng, who was already walking up the stairs, heard these discussions, the killing intent in his eyes grew even stronger. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and his bones crackled. Hu Kai. As soon as Jiang Feng left, another person came in. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s and had an extraordinary bearing. He was dressed luxuriously and wore a priceless jade ring on his thumb. 10 odd servants followed behind him. They walked over with their heads held high and chests puffed up. Their group was very grand and impressive. When Yu Bingyun saw this person, a strange light immediately flashed in her eyes. This middle-aged man was none other than the current manor lord of the Jadeite Mountain Manor, Fei Lungyi. Fei Lungyi's cultivation was rather horrifying. Even so, when he walked over, he did not release any aura at all. However, he still put a formless pressure on everyone. This made it hard for people to breathe and suppress their hearts, not daring to look him in the eye. The person in charge of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion was clearly familiar with Fei Lungyi. He took the initiative to greet Fei Lungyi and give him a purple gold ticket. That was the most distinguished seat in the auction house. Only after lighting up all 10 purple gems on the 6th row could one qualify to obtain it. Fei Lungyi received the purple gold ticket and smiled. Senior Ma is too polite. However, we still cannot break the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's rules. After saying that, Fei Lungyi shifted his gaze and focused on the metal puppet at the side. A startling aura suddenly erupted from Fei Lungyi's body. The berserk aura knocked some people back in time and knocked them into the air. Bang! The stone steely gave off a bright light, lighting up all 60 gems on the 6th row in one go. The sight of it was very startling. Fei Lungyi withdrew his aura and shook his head. It still won't do. Indeed, only Emperor Wu can light up the golden gems on the 7th row. Even though my strength is already no weaker than that of a small perfection Emperor Wu's, without condensing a heart of an emperor, the difference will forever be a difference. Such an aura was even more ferocious than that of the consummation blue-robed emperors from earlier. The 60 gems lit up at the same time, not pausing at all. Everyone was shocked at how strong Fei Lungyi was. In reality, this Fei Lungyi was indeed far stronger than some of the consummation blue-robed emperors. This was because the other consummation blue-robed emperors had not undergone their great tribulation of wind and fire. However, Fei Lungyi had. Although he failed, he was fortunate enough not to die. After he survived, his strength increased significantly. When one underwent the great tribulation of wind and fire, there was a slim chance of survival. Once one succeeded, one could ascend to emperor and look down on everyone, becoming a true peak character of this world. However, there were also some people who didn't succeed in overcoming their tribulations. However, they were lucky enough to survive, allowing their strength to increase once again. Such people were known as Half-Step Emperor Wu, also known as False Emperor Wu. The power of the world that they could drive was already no weaker than that of a small perfection blue-robed emperor. However, they did not have a heart of an emperor, so they were always half a step short. Furthermore, after undergoing the tribulation once, there would be no second chance. That was to say, while this Fei Lungyi looked strong now, he would never have a chance to take that half-step to Emperor Wu in this lifetime. As Yu Bingyun watched Fei Lungyi enter the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, a smile slowly appeared on her face. This person finally arrived. If Yu Bingyun had not come, there would have been a 30% chance of him advancing the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite sword to a transcendent divine weapon. However, once he arrived, according to the plan, Fei Lungyi would have no chance at all, destined to fail. The divine weapon, the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite sword, would be reduced to a pile of scrap metal. The Lunar Palace's startling Phoenix Qin would also be able to remain on the divine weapon ranking. Yu Bingyun had successfully completed her mission. Inside the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion was an exquisite and elegant hall. The interior was a ring-shaped building with 7 floors. After Xiao Chen handed over his golden ticket, an attendant led him to a large, luxurious private room on the ring-shaped 6th floor. The private room's setup was very interesting. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion had no intention of protecting the privacy of the customers. The windows were open to the air. Not only the owners of the private rooms on the opposite floors but also the customers in the hall could see each other. The hall was already filled with many cultivators. These were all small perfection blue-robed emperors who did not get a private room. There were about 1,000 of them. At first glance, 1,000 small perfection blue-robed emperors seemed like a lot. However, when one thought about it carefully, just the local cultivators in Blackwater City numbered more than 100 million. Furthermore, there were many blue-robed emperors from other sea regions who came for experimental training. It would not be an exaggeration for 1,000 small perfection blue-robed emperors to gather together. If one included those blue-robed emperors who were still adventuring in the various remnants and did not have time to come, there would be even more. This was the first time Xiao Chen saw so many blue-robed emperors gathered together. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Sometimes, only when one's strength reached a certain level could one officially enter a circle of a certain level. If it were in the past, Xiao Chen would not have even heard of an auction of this scale. To him, this was like a legend. Now, Xiao Chen had gone from a minor character when he first entered the Kunlun realm to a VIP private room in a blue-robed emperor-level auction. As he looked down on the group of older generation blue-robed emperors, he enjoyed the glory of being in a superior position. Something that he did not even dare to imagine back then happened to him. However, he felt strangely calm, not feeling too proud or satisfied. I wonder, what kind of scene will a Emperor Wu-level auction and gathering be like? Xiao Chen picked up the wine cup on the table and gently swirled it for a while. Then, he drank it in one gulp, feeling boundless anticipation in his heart. The auction would officially start only after sunset. Right now, it was still some time before sunset. Since he had nothing to do, Xiao Chen picked up the auction list on the table and carefully looked through it. It is indeed a blue-robed emperor-level auction. The things being auctioned here are really exciting. To think that there is even a divine weapon. Xiao Chen's gaze moved around the list, searching for his target. Coincidentally, he saw a divine weapon being auctioned. It was a treasure sword with a starting bid of 20 million black astral coins. Aside from a consummation blue-robed emperor, a regular blue-robed emperor would not be able to afford such a price. As a saber user, Xiao Chen naturally did not dare to be interested in this. As he continued to look, a medicinal pill attracted his attention. The source-returning pill could instantly recover one's heavenly laws, which was equivalent to doubling one's law energy. To people like Xiao Chen, who did not have as much law energy as a consummation blue-robed emperor, this medicinal pill held a great attraction. When one ran out of law energy, one could consume an internal source-returning pill and immediately regain combat prowess. In times of danger, one would be able to survive. Xiao Chen had heard of this medicinal pill before. The ingredients were extremely difficult to gather, and the success rate was very low. It was extremely rare among king-grade medicinal pills. There were 5 medicinal pills in this bottle, and the starting bid was 1 million black astral coins. Xiao Chen estimated that, given the value of this medicinal pill, the final bid would be 3 or 4 times higher. After looking through the list, Xiao Chen discovered that many of the auction items did not have a detailed introduction. They did not even have a name. This was probably to maintain a sense of mystery. Only when the auction officially started would there be a grand introduction. Aside from the source-returning pill, which Xiao Chen paid special attention to, there were a few other treasures that he marked as well. As long as the price was not too ridiculous, he would bid for them. Xiao Chen was filled with anticipation for these mysterious auction items, hoping that they would give him a pleasant surprise. Strange, how could there be such a heavenly treasure being auctioned? Just as Xiao Chen was about to put down the list, Ao Jiao suddenly spoke up from the Immortal Spirit Ring. Xiao Chen took a look at the list and felt that he had not missed anything. He did not know which auction item Ao Jiao was referring to. Why didn't I notice that auction item? It is that heptagold origin. Heptagold is a peak divine material in the first place. Heptagold origin is even more pitifully rare. If heptagold origin is added to a divine weapon, the chances of breaking through to a transcendent divine weapon will double. Xiao Chen quickly looked over. After he saw the starting bid, he finally understood why he had not paid attention to it. This heptagold origin actually had a starting bid of only 10,000 black astral coins. Chapter 1148. Why is the reserve price so low? I nearly missed it. It doesn't matter. Even if the reserve price for such a divine item is 0, it will quickly reach 10 million black astral coins. I just find it strange that such an item appeared in the auction house. Why would someone with the ability to obtain such an item auction it? A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. He asked, "Little Ao Jiao, should we bid for this heptagold origin? If I succeed in breaking through to Emperor Wu, the lunar shadow saber will have to advance to a divine weapon." Ao Jiao, who was in the Immortal Spirit Ring, remained silent for a while. Then, she shook her head and said, "There's no need. I know where to find a heptagold origin. When you advance to consummation Emperor Wu, I will bring you there. There is no need to rush the lunar shadow saber. If it does not advance to a divine weapon, then so be it. Once it does, it will definitely make it onto the divine weapon ranking." Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. He smiled and said, "There is such a place. Why did you not tell me about it?" Ao Jiao smiled and did not reply. She had to tell Xiao Chen the location of the Thunder King's inheritance. As for the Thunder King's final wish, that would depend on Xiao Chen's own choice. The most important thing now was to help Xiao Chen succeed in breaking through to Emperor Wu. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. The Thunder King probably did not want to see Xiao Chen become a meteor at such a young age, disappearing in a flash. Suddenly, Xiao Chen thought of something. With the heptagold origin here, that Jadeite Mountain Manor's Manor Lord, Fei Langyi, would definitely come. If Xiao Chen managed to obtain this heptagold origin, there was a 70 to 80% chance that the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite sword would advance to a transcendent divine weapon. Xiao Chen frowned slightly when he felt an extremely strong aura. He looked up and saw a middle-aged man with an imposing appearance and an air of arrogance. He was escorted by a group of servants as he walked in with large strides. There was an uproar in the hall. Many lesser-tier blue-robed emperors stood up and greeted them. When Xiao Chen heard how this middle-aged man addressed him, he put down the list and revealed a faint smile. What a coincidence. I was just thinking about this Fei Langyi when this fellow appeared. With this person around, Xiao Chen had a premonition that the heptagold origin would definitely be auctioned off for a sky-high price. Fortunately, Ao Jiao knew of a place with a heptagold origin. Otherwise, she would have to spend a lot of black astral coins to compete with this person. As more and more blue-robed emperors entered, the atmosphere in the hall became more and more lively. At the doors, Xiao Chen saw a familiar figure. An attendant led Yu Bingyun to the VIP room on the 5th floor. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He wondered what kind of expression Yu Bingyun would have when she saw the heptagold origin on the auction list. If Fei Langyi obtained this item and the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite sword successfully became a transcendent divine weapon, her mission would be considered a complete failure. Wait, why does this feel somewhat strange? If Ao Jiao did not know that there were heptagold origins elsewhere, he would definitely try to obtain this heptagold origin at all costs. That would be equivalent to him helping Yu Bingyun. Furthermore, Yu Bingyun was the one who introduced him to this auction. Could it be a coincidence? That was not right. Yu Bingyun did not know that Xiao Chen obtained the Dragon's Gate treasure trove and did not think that his wealth was stronger than Fei Langyi's. Given Yu Bingyun's cautious character, she absolutely would not place all her hopes on Xiao Chen. At this moment, in the private room, Yu Bingyun looked at the heptagold origin on the list and revealed a faint smile. No matter how Xiao Chen guessed, he could not guess what Yu Bingyun's plan was. Since she personally made a move, how could she let Fei Langyi succeed? When the full moon hung high in the sky, the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's blue-robed emperor-level auction started on time. On the auction stage, the person in charge of the auction, who had been standing outside earlier, walked up and performed a cupped fist salute. Then, after some pleasantries, he went straight to the point. This old man is Yang Yunfan. I will not make too many introductions. In the future, if anyone has any treasures to buy or auction, you can come and look for me at any time. Now, the auction will begin. The first treasure is a pair of peak-quality king-grade gloves called the Fleeting Shadow Gloves. Yang Yunfan spoke frankly with assurance, going straight to the point. He did not beat around the bush at all. Then, he continued, friends familiar with Emperor-grade secret treasures should know that even the most ordinary Emperor-grade secret treasure requires the cultivation of a small perfection Emperor Wu in order to bring out its full might. The secret treasure most suitable for the blue-robed emperor is still a peak king-grade secret treasure, which is also commonly known as peak-quality king-grade secret treasures. Aside from increasing one's attack speed, the fleeting shadow gloves can also disperse a portion of the opponent's attack. The starting bid is 1 million black astral coins. Each bid must be no less than 100,000 black astral coins. After Xiao Chen heard the introduction, his eyes lit up. This pair of gloves was simply tailor-made for him. By increasing his attack speed, Xiao Chen could draw his saber even faster. The ability to disperse attacks could also improve the combat prowess of his fist and palm techniques. There was probably no one else in the auction house like Xiao Chen. Since Xiao Chen was a bladesman, his fist and palm techniques could also surpass the others. 1,500,000, 165,000, 1,700,000, 2 million. There was no need to fear that no one would fight for a good item. The moment this pair of fleeting shadow gloves was put up for auction, it immediately became a hot topic. The price soared to 2 million black astral coins, nearly doubling in an instant. This flabbergasted Xiao Chen. There were really many rich people. In an instant, the price doubled. In reality, Xiao Chen did not know that it was rare for such an auction to happen. Many of the blue-robed emperors had already made preparations to save money before the auction started. Some even borrowed black astral coins from their friends in advance. The reason was none other than the fact that it became increasingly difficult to raise one's cultivation after reaching the blue-robed emperor realm. In a situation where everyone did not improve much, the effects of external items on combat prowess were magnified many times over. If one managed to find a suitable treasure, one could immediately raise one's combat prowess by 10 to 20%, equivalent to decades of bitter cultivation. With such a reason, it would be strange if the competition was not intense. Xiao Chen did not rush to call out a bid. He had participated in many auctions of various sizes before and had already grasped some of the techniques. When one saw something that caught one's eye, there was no need to rush to call out a bid. One had to observe carefully to see who was chasing after it and figure out the other party's psychological price. Of course, this was under the condition that no one was messing around. If someone was purposely messing around, all techniques would be useless. In the end, one would still have to rely on wealth. After observing for a long time, when the price of the fleeting shadow gloves reached 3 million black astral coins, Xiao Chen called out a bid of 4 million black astral coins. Raising the price by 1 million black astral coins in one go immediately broke the psychological barrier of several people chasing after the fleeting shadow gloves. This resulted in a temporary silence. If Xiao Chen's observation was right, the people who were truly chasing after this fleeting shadow gloves would not raise the price any further. He would successfully purchase this pair of gloves at the price of 4 million black astral coins. 5 million black astral coins. Just as everyone was silent, a cold and sinister voice called out a bid. Xiao Chen felt a murderous intent. He looked over and saw Jiang Feng in the private room across from him. Who is so rich? This is not worth it. This pair of gloves is worth at most 3 million black astral coins. It has already tripled. 4 million black astral coins is already a loss. 5 million black astral coins is really too much. It's Jiang Feng. He is competing with that white-robed bladesman. No wonder he lost face to the white-robed bladesman outside and is trying to regain it here. This is not going to be easy. The white-robed bladesman probably will not be able to buy anything good. The Black Sea Great Bandit Jiang Heng is very wealthy. As his grandson, Jiang Feng has at least 20 to 30 million black astral coins. That is comparable to the consummation blue-robed emperor. Noisy discussions resounded. Many gazes looked at Xiao Chen with pity in their eyes. Dang! Jiang Feng placed the wine cup in his hand heavily on the table and wiped the wine off his lips with a handkerchief. Then, he looked provocatively at Xiao Chen and said coldly, "Let's see what you are going to use to compete with me. 10 million black astral coins." Xiao Chen ignored Jiang Feng's gaze and slowly called out a price that no one dared to believe. PUCI. Before Jiang Feng could swallow the wine in his mouth, he spat it out. His face was filled with shock and disbelief. The words 10 million black astral coins resounded in his ears. Damn! Is he crazy? My God! 10 million black astral coins? What kind of concept is that? Even some ordinary emperor-grade secret treasures are only worth 10 million black astral coins. However, the blue-robed emperor will not be able to bring out their full potential. Speechless. You really cannot compare yourself with others. Does he have that much money? He should. He should be very clear that he will not have a good ending if he dares to raise the price in the Heavenly Cauldron auction. I think Jiang Feng is going to cry. Just now, he wanted to use money to slap Jiang Feng's face. Who knew, he got slapped so hard. This slap is really heavy. Haha. This is interesting. The young outstanding talent of the Black Sea is continuously getting slapped in the face in our Blackwater Sea. He must be feeling very sullen. Bang! Jiang Feng slammed his palm heavily on the solid wood table, shattering it. He gritted his teeth in anger, wanting to call out a bid of 20 million black astral coins on impulse. However, he only had 20 million black astral coins on him. Furthermore, he still needed to use it to purchase a treasure that he had been interested in for a long time. He did not dare to call out such a price. 10 million black astral coins going once, going twice, going thrice. Good. No more bids. Sold. Yang Yunfan spoke in a rhythmic manner. Finally, he hammered down the hammer. The first auction was a success. The sky-high opening price was a good start. The smiling Yang Yunfan thought to himself, I have to make friends with that white-clad youth after this is over. His background is definitely not simple. Inside the booth, Xiao Chen slowly put down his wine cup. He continued to ignore Jiang Feng's murderous gaze, not bothering with him. There was no need to say much to such a person. Xiao Chen wanted to talk about the rules with him, but he did not follow them. He insisted on using his influence to force people, telling them to scram before the testing stone steely. Then, he was unreasonable during the auction, wanting to use his wealth to humiliate Xiao Chen. In that case, there was no need for Xiao Chen to care about BA2's face. If you want to fight, then fight. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Xiao Chen has more than 100 million black astral coins on him. Aside from the Jadeite Mountain Manor's Manor Lord and a few other older generation people, there were not many people in the entire auction hall that Xiao Chen feared in terms of wealth. Up in the booth on the 7th floor, Fei Lungyi revealed some doubt on his arrogant face as he watched the commotion below. He waved his hand and instructed, investigate this person's background and see if he will be a threat to my auction of the heptagold origin. After a pause, Fei Lungyi said, let him know in advance. Tell him to be sensible and not act rashly. This heptagold origin is very important. Nothing can go wrong. Two old men in the booth immediately left to carry out the order and disappeared. Chapter 1149. As Fei Lungyi held the list and looked at the heptagold origin, a dazzling light appeared in his eyes. The appearance of this heptagold origin was truly the heavens helping him. It would be hard for the heavenly cloud jadeite sword not to become a transcendent divine weapon. Manor Lord, what if that person does not listen to us? After all, he even dared to slap Jiang Feng's face ruthlessly. A person at the side asked somewhat uncertainly. Fei Lungyi put down the list and rubbed the jadeite ring on his thumb with his right hand. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he smiled and said, that's good. That will save us some money. Inside the private room, Xiao Chen did not know that Fei Lungyi already had his eyes on him. However, even if he knew, he would not care. That golden plume feather in his hand could even force back the greater heavenly Emperor Wu. Why would he fear Fei Lungyi? At this moment, Xiao Chen happily paid the bill and sized up the fleeting shadow gloves in high spirits. After leaving his spiritual mark on them, he immediately put them on. The material of the fleeting shadow gloves was extremely soft. A peak refining grandmaster had used excellent skills to blend many divine materials into a kind of soft metal. The surface of the gloves was smooth like flowing water. When worn, half of the fingers would be exposed, making it even more convenient. There was an imprint on the back of the gloves. Formations for dispersing force were inlaid in them. Xiao Chen tested the gloves in the private room. When he attacked, there was no sound of wind at all, just like the name Fleeting Shadow. It felt like his hands merged with the air without any resistance. Xiao Chen's attack speed increased by 20%. As for the effect of dispersing force, he would have to test it in actual combat. With this pair of gloves, Xiao Chen's combat prowess increased significantly. Now, he could face a consummation blue-robed emperor. As long as Xiao Chen did not face a consummation blue-robed emperor that had been stuck for more than 10 years or a consummation blue-robed emperor that cultivated a profound cultivation technique, Xiao Chen would be able to fight a consummation blue-robed emperor. This gave Xiao Chen even more confidence. Even if he could not obtain victory, he was still confident of not being defeated. No one would believe that a newly ascended blue-robed emperor could fight against a perfected blue-robed emperor. Wang Zhan and Xia Luo, who were also in the private rooms on the 6th floor, also saw the scene of Xiao Chen putting on the flowing shadow glove. The murderous intent in their eyes uncontrollably manifested itself. Second young master, is it him? Wang Zhan asked. Xia Luo nodded with a sinister expression. That's him. To think that he actually has such wealth. This is truly unexpected. Wang Zhan smiled and said, Second young master, don't worry. After the auction ends, I will find someone to follow him. At that time, not only will I help second young master teach this brat a good lesson, But I'll also help second young master seize that pair of gloves. Xia Luo revealed a smile on his face. Good. I do not need these gloves. They are just nice for Big Brother to use. Amidst the numerous undercurrents, the auction proceeded like a raging fire. Treasure after treasure was sold at exorbitant prices. Yang Yunfan also started to introduce the source returning pill that caught Xiao Chen's eye. Yang Yunfan took out a bottle of medicinal pills and said, "This is a bottle of source returning pills. I believe everyone knows their effects and how low the success rate is. I will not elaborate. There is a total of 5 medicinal pills. The starting price is 1 million black astral coins. Each increment must be no less than 100,000 black astral coins." As the auction started, the price soared. Such a medicinal pill could be used to save one's life or turn the tables at a crucial moment. It was simply a divine medicine that could instantly recover law energy. It would be hard not to be envious. 4 million black astral coins. 4 million black astral coins. 5 million black astral coins. 6 million black astral coins. Toward the end, every increment was 1 million black astral coins, far surpassing Xiao Chen's expectations. However, with his meticulous mind, Xiao Chen discovered that the ones bidding were all great perfection blue-robed emperors. On the contrary, few consummation blue-robed emperors bid. This source-returning pill might not have an instant recovery effect on a consummation blue-robed emperor. 10 million black astral coins. Suddenly, someone called out, raising the bid by 4 million black astral coins in one go. This person's attitude completely suppressed the voices of the other bidders. Although the source-returning pill was good, at 10 million black astral coins, the quality-price ratio was not very high. Xiao Chen looked towards the source of the voice. The one who called out the bid was Jiang Feng, the descendant of the Black Sea's great bandit Jiang Heng. Jiang Feng had to obtain this source-returning pill no matter what. The moment he called out the bid, he displayed an overbearing aura, extinguishing the hopes of several people. Damn it! It is really unfair to compete with these noble clan scions in terms of wealth. Who asked him to have a good grandfather? In the eyes of a sovereign martial emperor, 10 million black astral coins is nothing. When the group of blue-robed emperors, who were envious of the source-returning pill, heard the bid of 10 million black astral coins, they could not help complaining. It was not that they did not have 10 million black astral coins. It was just that they could not accept it. Using 10 million black astral coins to buy 5 source-returning pills was not worth it. When Jiang Feng heard the discussions below, he revealed a cocky smile. Earlier, these people had mocked him a lot. A bunch of country bumpkins, scared silly by 10 million black astral coins. Jiang Feng smiled faintly, forgetting that he had been shocked by Xiao Chen's 10 million black astral coins earlier, not daring to make another bid. Inside the private room, Xiao Chen entered deep thought, wondering if he should continue calling out bids. There were not many things that caught Xiao Chen's eye. However, this Jiang Feng had his eye on the 2 things that he liked, causing the price to soar. The other party was probably purposely looking for trouble with the fleeting shadow gloves. As for the source-returning pills, he was probably sincere about auctioning them. Is there anyone else who wants to raise the bid for the source-returning pill? 10 million black astral coins going once. 10 million black astral coins going twice. Just as Yang Yunfan was about to slam the gavel, Xiao Chen made up his mind. Since he had taken a fancy to it, he would fight for it. No matter how much money he had to buy it. Otherwise, if he regretted it in the future, he might even lose his life. It would be pointless to hold onto a pile of black astral coins. Not wanting to waste time with this Jiang Feng, Xiao Chen directly called out, 20 million black astral coins. The moment the horrifying bid was called out, the entire auction hall fell silent, completely stupefied. Not only were the small perfection blue-robed emperors in the hall stunned, but Jiang Feng was stunned as well. He only had 20 million black astral coins in total. He had never thought of spending it all on this source-returning pill. No matter what, he had to keep half of it for himself. Earlier, Jiang Feng had been mocking the others for being a bunch of country bumpkins. Right after he spoke, he was instantly slapped in the face. He really could not accept this. Damn it. If this were Dark City, I would be able to move 50 million black astral coins at any time. There would be no need for me to suffer like this. Jiang Feng was so angry that he nearly exploded. If not for this being the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, he would have charged over on the spot. Once again, Xiao Chen experienced the feeling of being rich and overbearing. At the price of 20 million black astral coins, he shocked the entire auction hall and successfully obtained this bottle of source returning pill. Just as Xiao Chen received the source returning pill, a voice projection rang out in his ears. I'm the Manor Lord of the Jadeite Mountain Manor. Pass on a message. I hope that when the heptagold origin is auctioned later, you will give me some face and not join in the fun. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt excited. Fei Lengyi probably would not say the same thing to him alone. It looked like he was determined to obtain this heptagold origin. Xiao Chen had already chosen to give up on the heptagold origin. Whether this person sent a voice projection or not, it would be the same. I am not interested in the heptagold origin. You can rest assured. The person who sent the message returned to the booth with satisfaction. Then, he reported to Fei Lengyi, Manor Lord, I have already spoken to them. The person you specially instructed also indicated that he will not join in the fun. When Fei Lengyi heard this, he smiled faintly and said, I, Fei Lengyi, still have some face in Blackwater City. The Lunar Palace's people will definitely not expect that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion will auction a heptagold origin. After we obtain the heptagold origin today, get the people at the Mountain Manor to make preparations to break through to a transcendent divine weapon. So fast. Isn't it supposed to be on the 15th of next month? The others in the booth exclaimed in shock. Fei Lengyi said sullenly, since we already have the heptagold origin, there is no need to be so calculative. If we delay, something unexpected might happen. The sooner, the better. When the sky was about to brighten, the climax of the auction finally arrived. The last auction item, the heptagold origin, was taken out. This is the heptagold origin, a divine material among divine materials. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion is lucky to be able to obtain such a treasure this time. I believe that any blue-robed emperor would be very familiar with its value. I will not introduce it and start the auction. Everyone, just make your bid. Yang Yunfan appeared very confident in this last auction item. Even if the starting bid was 0, such a treasure would eventually fetch a sky-high price. I bid 20 million black astral coins. I hope that everyone will give me, Fei Lengyi, some face. My Jadeite Mountain Manor's Heavenly Cloud Jadeite Sword will be breaking through to a transcendent divine weapon after daybreak. After I obtain the heptagold origin, I will give everyone here an invitation to attend the ceremony together. Fei Lengyi, who had been silent since the start of the auction, immediately stood up and made a bid after Yang Yunfan finished speaking, revealing an explosive piece of news. Immediately, an uproar broke out. Many people were extremely shocked. This news came a little too suddenly. After Fei Lengyi's words rang out, Yang Yunfan's expression turned extremely unsightly. Fei Lengyi's words severely broke the rules of the auction, using his influence to disrupt the auction. Fei Lengyi's bid was not low. Although the heptagold origin was rare, it was only the size of a thumb. 20 million black astral coins was sufficient. However, if the rules were broken, how was the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion going to do business in the future? Yang Yunfan's face sank. He said, Manor Lord, isn't this a little inappropriate? Fei Lengyi stood up and said, sorry, I must obtain this heptagold origin. I can add another 10 million black astral coins. Just as Yang Yunfan was about to say something, a voice projection suddenly entered his ears. The person behind the scenes of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion had sent a message. The seller completely accepted the price of 30 million black astral coins. After hearing that, Yang Yunfan swallowed back what he wanted to say. Then, he organized his words and said, good. This time, I will give the Jadeite sovereign some face. The Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion will not disqualify you from the auction. However, the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion is open for business and welcomes competition. If there are any friends who can bid more than 30 million black astral coins, we guarantee your safety in the auction. No one will threaten you. Chapter 1150. After Fei Lengyi heard that, he revealed a faint smile. He feared that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion would fall out with him and expel him. In that case, he really had no choice. Others might not know, but he knew that the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion had several Emperor Wu overseeing it. Fortunately, Xiao Chen still had a sovereign martial emperor ancestor alive. Otherwise, after saying such words, he would have been chased out immediately. As for the other Emperor Wu present, he believed that with his influence, he would be able to intimidate them. Several of the blue-robed emperors present could take out 30 million black astral coins. However, after thinking about it, they felt that there was no need to compete with Fei Lengyi. Firstly, Xiao Chen thought that he might not be able to defeat Fei Lengyi. Instead, he might end up offending a half-step Emperor Wu. Secondly, they did not have an urgent need for the heptagold origin. In order to refine a divine armament into a transcendent divine armament, the heptagold origin was only one of the ingredients. There were many other supplementary materials as well. Since that was the case, he might as well do Xiao Chen a favor. As Fei Lengyi expected, no one competed with him. He successfully obtained the heptagold origin for 30 million black astral coins. After putting away the heptagold origin, Fei Lengyi was in a good mood. He performed a cupped fist salute and said with a smile, "Many thanks to everyone. Now that the auction has ended, if everyone is willing to do me the honor, you can come to my Jadeite Mountain Manor and watch the ceremony together. Let's witness the birth of a new transcendent divine weapon, the Heavenly Cloud Jadeite Sword." Amidst loud laughter, Fei Lengyi walked out complacently. The group of blue-robed emperors in the private rooms in the hall quickly rushed out to follow. Such a grand event was rare. Everyone wanted to see for themselves whether Fei Lengyi would succeed or not. Even Jiang Feng and Xia Luo temporarily forgot their hatred for Xiao Chen. This sudden matter disrupted their plans. After muttering to himself for a moment, he left the private room and rushed toward the Jadeite Mountain Manor. There were only 10 transcendent divine weapons in the world. Each transcendent divine weapon was extremely mighty, comparable to a primordial emperor treasure. If Xiao Chen succeeded in breaking through, it would be a major event that would shock the entire Black Sea, spreading throughout the entire Kunlun realm. It could even change the power structure of the entire Black Sea, triggering a new round of super reshuffling. In the private room, Xiao Chen was not in a hurry to leave. He was sorting out his gains from the auction. In this auction, in addition to the flowing shadow gloves and the source returning pill, he had also won 100 high-grade demon fiend stones. Ordinary demon fiend rocks were very effective for tempering saber intent and sword intent. However, tempering the saber soul required medial grade and superior grade demon fiend rocks. If there was a top-grade demon fiend stone, that would be the best. Unfortunately, a treasure that could even tempt Emperor Wu would not appear in this blue-robed emperor-level auction. The entire auction cost more than 20 million black astral coins. If not for Jiang Feng's interference, the price would have been halved. This debt, Xiao Chen secretly remembered in his heart. If there was a chance in the future, he would definitely get it back with interest. Xiao Chen walked out of the auction house unhurriedly. At the entrance, he saw Yu Bingyun, who had been waiting for him for a long time. "Haha. Everyone else is already gone, but you are not anxious at all. Why are you not interested in this ceremony at all?" Yu Bingyun smiled gently. Her otherworldly aura coupled with her smile deterred others from looking at her directly. As Xiao Chen looked at Yu Bingyun, he smiled meaningfully. "The one who should be anxious should be you, not me. Once the startling wind zither of the Lunar Palace falls out of the divine weapon ranking, you will not be able to bear the loss. If Yu Bingyun messed up such a mission, her position as the Holy Daughter would definitely be questioned in the Lunar Palace." Xiao Chen did not believe that she did not have any competitors in the Lunar Palace and would not feel any pressure. "It looks like you have more or less guessed the ins and outs of the matter." Yu Bingyun walked forward with a calm expression. She said calmly, "However, with the heavenly source pill that you gave me, I will definitely be able to cultivate my longevity art to the 12th layer. The position of the Holy Daughter will not be threatened, so I will not be anxious at all." Yu Bingyun's calm expression prevented Xiao Chen from figuring out her true thoughts. The two chatted as they walked. However, Their speed was not slow at all. When the first rays of the morning sun shone out, the final traces of darkness before dawn vanished, and the entire sky started to brighten. However, dark clouds covered the Black Sea all year round. There was no way to see the glorious scene of the sun rising. This was very regrettable. The Jadeite Mountain Manor was situated in Blackwater City, between mountains and rivers. The mountains and rivers gave off a feeling that the mountains were not mountains and the water was not water. As one walked along the crisscrossing paths and looked at the mountains, rivers, trees, and clouds flying across the lake, it felt like one was strolling in a painting, an extremely wondrous feeling. According to rumor, the Jadeite sovereign personally laid out the layout of the Jadeite Mountain Manor. There was an exquisite formation hidden in the Jadeite Mountain Manor that merged the surrounding geomancy of the entire mountain manor. If the formation was activated, even a sovereign martial emperor would find it hard to break. The reputation of the Jadeite Mountain Manor was a rather famous place in the entire Blackwater City. There was an endless stream of visitors all year round. As Xiao Chen walked around and looked at the mountains and rivers, he felt very moved. He felt that the Jadeite sovereign had put a lot of thought into every part of the layout. He could not casually change or damage them. Otherwise, it would result in a huge change. This Jadeite sovereign was truly incredible. His attainments in geomancy were probably unrivaled in the world. When Xiao Chen felt the harmony between the mountain manor and nature, he suddenly understood why this sovereign martial emperor did not care about worldly power. He did not fight for fame and profit to develop the Jadeite Mountain Manor. Instead, he chose to wander around and be a hands-off manager. He did not take special care of his descendants at all. In the Black Sea, where competition was the law of the jungle, such a sovereign martial emperor could be considered a marvel. As the Jadeite Mountain Manor approached, Xiao Chen could not help saying, "The Jadeite sovereign is definitely not weak. Given his mental state, it is entirely possible for him to advance to prime." Yu Bingyun looked at the beautiful gates of the mountain manor. There were many people inside. Who knew how many blue-robed emperors worked hard to manage them? After a while, she walked forward and said indifferently, "That is natural. If the Jadeite sovereign did not have any deterrence, even if Fei Longyi were 10 times more courageous, he would not dare to advance his divine weapon into a transcendent divine weapon. However, in the end, he is just a brute. He does not know what he is doing. If he succeeds, even if the Jadeite sovereign rushes back, he will not be able to save his life." Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. An ordinary man's wealth was his ruin. Even if the Lunar Palace did not seek trouble for Xiao Chen, the other factions of the Black Sea would make a move immediately to snatch this transcendent divine weapon. At that time, there would be a storm of blood. As a half-step Emperor Wu, he would not be able to handle the situation. "Are the two of you entering the manor to participate in the ceremony?" When the mountain manor's guard in jade-green robes saw Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun, he walked over politely and performed a cupped fist salute. Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Manor Lord Fei invited us to the ceremony in the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. I had some matters to attend to, so I came late." That person smiled humbly and said, "The two of you are indeed late. The ceremony should have started already. Let me bring the two of you to the viewing platform." Not only did the green-robed cultivator not show any intention of stopping Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun, but he even openly brought the two to the viewing platform. His service was extremely attentive. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and thanked the green-robed cultivator. However, he wondered in his heart, what exactly is this Fei Longyi up to? Clearly, this group of cultivators had been informed in advance. They were not surprised that the blue-robed emperor was here to observe the ceremony. However, the blue-robed emperor had brought forward the matter of the 15th of the next month. Based on the details, one could tell that Fei Longyi had put in a lot of effort for the sake of breaking the heavenly cloud jadeite sword into a transcendent divine weapon. One of his goals was to blow up this matter as much as possible, to make everyone know about it and shake up the place. From the moment Xiao Chen received the invitation when he entered the Black Sea, it was clear that Fei Longyi had made preparations long ago for the sake of making things more lively. If it were a regular occasion, there would be no problem with doing so. However, breaking through from a divine weapon to a transcendent divine weapon was a major matter. Many people would be watching. If news leaked out, it might end up failing on the verge of success. That was how Yu Bingyun had gotten involved. Any ordinary person would understand such a simple principle. Yu Bingyun said that this person was arrogant, thinking that he would definitely succeed. Hence, he was not afraid of inviting more people. Xiao Chen acknowledged the former. This Fei Lengyi was extraordinarily arrogant. However, Xiao Chen did not agree with the latter. Xiao Chen had a guess. This Fei Lengyi's main goal was not to succeed in breaking through to a transcendent divine weapon but to blow up the matter. It would be best if it caused a bloody storm. However, Xiao Chen was not very confident of this guess. Logically speaking, doing so would not benefit Fei Lengyi at all. We've arrived. The Jadeite Mountain Manners cultivator led the two to their seats in the viewing platform. Then, he bowed and took his leave. Xiao Chen collected his thoughts and returned the bow politely. Then, he sat down together with Yu Bingyun. Thousands of people filled the viewing platform. Nearly all the blue-robed emperors of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion had rushed over. There were even some blue-robed emperors who had not gone to the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. It was unknown where they got the news and rushed over. A few thousand meters away from the observation platform was a spacious open space, on which a magnificent formation was constructed using various godly materials. The formation patterns flickered endlessly with a multicolored light. The aura of divine materials spread out in the air, attracting everyone's attention and making them sigh in amazement. This Fei Lengyi is serious. The entire viewing platform is covered in black patterned gold. There must be at least 500 tons of it. This is the most basic. Look at the veins of the formation patterns. They are all sorts of precious divine materials. There are at least 100 of them. He is practically using all the capital that the Jadeite sovereign left for him. If he does not succeed, he will have suffered a great loss. There was an altar at the center of the formation. A scarlet sword was stabbed into the blazing flames. A sparkling jadeite was embedded in the sword hilt. Even the dense flames could not hide the light of the jadeite, which occasionally gave off a few beams of light. This was a dazzling light, comparable to the noon sun, deterring people from looking at it directly. This was a jadeite that the Jadeite sovereign obtained after refining a planet in the depths of the starry heavens. It contained boundless energy. Rumor had it that there was only one in the world and was exceptionally precious. Even Emperor Wu was tempted by it. Chapter 1151. Xiao Chen's gaze pierced through the flames. However, what he paid more attention to was the scarlet sword that gave off a lot of light. The sword gave off a steady scarlet light like it was alive. The flickering light seemed like blood flowing in the arteries, making one think that this sword was not an inanimate object but a living being. Xiao Chen could not help but think of the previous owner of this sword, the Blood Sword Sovereign, a legendary martial emperor who was even more dazzling than the Thunder Fire Sovereign in the Black Sea. The ceremony had already begun. Many sword refiners gathered around the formation. These sword refiners bared their upper bodies and had grave expressions. All of them had clumps of golden flames leaping about wildly in their hands. These were the weapon flames that these Grandmaster swordsmiths spent their entire lives refining. They were extremely precious and were specially used to forge all sorts of spirit weapons. At Fei Lengyi's command, the various swordsmiths formed profound hand seals and sent their weapon flames into the nodes of the formation. In that instant, the five-colored formation, which used the black patterned gold as the foundation and various divine materials, quickly ignited. Crackling sounds rang out continuously. The toughness of the divine materials could only be ignited by a weapon flame. As the weapon flame crackled, several of the spectating blue-robed emperors' hearts thumped involuntarily. The light of the flames was very beautiful. However, they were not burning waste paper but genuine divine materials, large amounts of black astral coins, equivalent to the wealth of an ordinary Emperor Wu. Even Xiao Chen felt some heartache for this manor lord. Even he did not have the courage to watch these divine materials burn before him without changing his expression. As the flames burned, the divine materials turned into a crystalline liquid that flowed through the formation. Then, they followed a predetermined path to the flame altar in the center. The Grandmaster swordsmiths all showed nervous expressions, not daring to be careless as they controlled the weapon flame. Boom! When all the divine materials poured into the altar, the flame on the altar suddenly soared. A pillar of fire soared into the clouds, instantly piercing through the dark clouds that lingered in the sky. The flames burned so brightly that even the dark clouds began to burn. A large area of sunlight was no longer blocked by the clouds, and it poured down unstintingly. In the dark black water city, the sunlight in the jadeite mountain manor was as eye-catching as holy light. It attracted the attention of the hundreds of millions of cultivators in the city. It was no exaggeration to say that hundreds of millions of people were watching. The blue-robed emperor of the Black Sea, who hadn't seen sunlight for a long time, looked at the sky greedily. He squinted his eyes and looked at the eternal sun outside the barrier of the sky. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A moment later, a divine might spread out from the altar and the celestial cloud jadeite sword began to tremble slightly. Everyone quickly retracted their gazes and focused on the altar. Their expressions were rather nervous and they did not even dare to breathe too loudly. At this time, Xiao Chen only focused his attention on two people. One was Yu Bingyun, who remained calm and unperturbed. At this moment, he could not help showing some nervousness on his face as he stared at the heptagold origin in Fei Lungyi's hand. There was nothing surprising about this. This was Yu Bingyun's true emotions. If she was not nervous at all at this moment, it would be truly strange. This was truly strange. Xiao Chen even suspected that this woman was not from the Lunar Palace. However, Fei Lungyi's gaze surprised him. Although Fei Lungyi's gaze was fixed on the altar, Xiao Chen clearly discovered that Fei Lungyi's true gaze was wandering around the place. He seemed to be searching for something somewhat anxiously. However, Fei Lungyi's gaze surprised Xiao Chen. After searching for a long time, Fei Lungyi did not find anything. He revealed a clear expression of disappointment. This greatly shocked Xiao Chen. He wondered if he saw wrong. Fei Lungyi had not even reached the final step, so why was he disappointed? However, this disappointed expression only appeared for an instant before vanishing. Xiao Chen could no longer find it. Fei Lungyi laughed self-mockingly in his heart. Then, his lips moved, and he tossed the heptagold origin in his hand at the altar without hesitation. Fei Lungyi's actions seemed to contain some resentment, filled with rage. If he had not carefully suppressed it, given his half-step Emperor Wu's cultivation, this aura would have been extremely terrifying. After seeing Fei Lungyi toss out the heptagold origin, Yu Bingyun's expression relaxed completely compared to the extremely anxious blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen frowned heavily. He guessed something in his heart. He figured out what Fei Lungyi's lips were mumbling to himself. The lip language was, "After 15 years of preparation, I pierced through the sky. However, I still do not receive your gaze. In that case, let a bloody storm descend on the entire Black Sea." However, everyone's gazes were attracted by the heptagold origin in Fei Lungyi's hand. No one noticed this lip language at all. Only Xiao Chen happened to notice it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The heptagold origin spun as it flew to the altar. Whether the heavenly cloud jadeite sword could successfully advance into a transcendent divine weapon and kick up a bloody storm would be revealed in a few breaths. The gazes of the more than 1,000 blue-robed emperors all focused on the heptagold origin shining with light. In the eyes of these blue-robed emperors, the speed at which the heptagold origin spun was very clear. All of them held their breaths, raising their heads in anticipation. However, Xiao Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. He glanced at Yu Bingyun beside him and saw the power of the world around her move rapidly, forming a strong, formless wind. A terrifying aura brewed continuously. Xiao Chen thought to himself, something is wrong. He quickly looked at the heptagold origin, but all he saw was a scarlet light bursting out of it. Before the more than 1,000 gazes, the heptagold origin that fell into the altar did not merge into the heavenly cloud jadeite sword as everyone expected. Instead, the instant the heptagold origin fell into the altar, it exploded, instantly destroying the altar. The shockwaves spread throughout the refining formation, rumbling endlessly. The heavenly cloud jadeite sword stabbed into the altar trembled intensely, giving off a dazzling scarlet light. A horrifying divine might spread out from the sword. The scarlet light grew increasingly brighter, piercing and dazzling. The sword that absorbed hundreds of divine materials seemed to reach a critical point, no longer able to maintain its balance. Everyone's expressions changed drastically. At this moment, everyone knew that something was wrong with the heptagold origin. This heavenly cloud jadeite sword was going to explode. What kind of horrifying destructive power would the explosion of a divine weapon produce? Just thinking about the consequences made everyone tremble in fear, sending a chill down their backs. Quickly run! The divine weapon is going to explode. Amidst the bloody light, everyone panicked and retreated without hesitation. However, it was too late to retreat now. Nearly at the same time the heptagold origin landed on the altar, the heavenly cloud jadeite sword exploded. A scarlet shock wave containing divine might surged out in all directions. There was no time to prepare. The shock wave immediately knocked several blue-robed emperors into the air. Some of the weaker ones suffered severe injuries from the explosion. They vomited blood endlessly, and their complexions paled. The blue-robed emperor could stir up the clouds with just a raise of his hand. However, before this scarlet light, he appeared incredibly weak. The instant the scarlet light surged over, Xiao Chen activated 3,000 heavenly laws in 1,000th of an instant. He drove the vast power of the world and formed a dense protective shield in front of him. Even though Xiao Chen's reaction was fast, his qi and blood still surged. After vomiting a mouthful of blood, he felt much better. When Xiao Chen looked around, there was no longer a single small perfection blue-robed emperor standing. The great perfection blue-robed emperor standing was in a sorry state, with many wounds on his body. Only the blue-robed emperors at the gates remained standing, suffering only minor injuries. Yu Bingyun calmly scattered the power of the world before her as she asked Xiao Chen, "Are you all right?" Xiao Chen smiled coldly when he saw Yu Bingyun, who appeared to be unscathed and looked even more relaxed than those consummation blue-robed emperors. Since Yu Bingyun was not injured at all, it was naturally not because she was stronger than those consummation blue-robed emperors. Instead, it was because she had anticipated this. She was the one who arranged for the tampered heptagold origin to be auctioned off, all for the sake of tricking Fei Longyi. No wonder this woman was fearless from the start, not showing any nervousness at all. So, that was the case. Now, everything came to light. This woman was truly incredible. Her boldness was flabbergasting. Unexpectedly, she thought of such a decisive method, directly destroying a divine weapon. From start to end, when Xiao Chen thought about it carefully, he felt a lingering fear. After wiping away the blood from a corner of his lips, Xiao Chen said indifferently, "No wonder Miss Bingyun was so fearless. This Xiao really underestimated you. For you to be able to become the Lunar Palace's holy daughter, you are indeed extraordinary. Admirable. Are you mocking me? I don't dare." Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said calmly, "You are still too naive. Right now, the peak factions of the oceanic world are in a delicate balance. This Fei Longyi simply does not know what the consequences will be if my lunar palace loses the startling phoenix zither. Several factions much stronger than his jadeite mountain manor do not dare to rashly refine a transcendent divine weapon. They are afraid of stirring up a commotion between the major factions, resulting in chaos. No one can bear such a consequence." When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt stunned. However, he quickly calmed down. Actually, he did not disagree with Yu Bingyun's actions. If he were in Yu Bingyun's shoes, he would have done the same. Different positions had different standpoints. In the end, Xiao Chen was angry at the other party for not telling him in advance. Xiao Chen looked at Fei Longyi. He was the closest to the altar and had blocked most of the might of the divine weapon's explosion. Fei Longyi lay on the ground, covered in blood. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The broken sword had melted into a blood cocoon above the altar, floating in the air. It was unknown what it contained. On top of the blood cocoon, there was a sparkling and translucent jadeite that emitted a deep blue light. This piece of divine jadeite forged from a star had a unique charm. Several of the great perfection blue-robed emperors were tempted, revealing greedy expressions in their eyes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When three great perfection blue-robed emperors saw Fei Longyi lying on the ground, they could not help flying into the air, wanting to grab this piece of divine jadeite. Scram! A shout rang out, and Fei Lungyi, who was on the ground, suddenly soared up. Then, he threw 3 palm strikes. The mountains and rivers of the Jadeite mountain manor seemed to move under the force of these 3 palm strikes, merging with the mountains and rivers. Chapter 1152. These 3 simple palm strikes materialized mountains and rivers, layered over each other and sending back the 3 great perfection blue-robed emperors. Fei Lungyi stretched out his hand and firmly grasped the jadeite. Then, he released his aura. The strong accumulations of a half-step Emperor Wu put pressure on everyone. You are really bold. To think that you dare to target me in my jadeite mountain manor. Even if you obtained this jadeite, would you dare to use it? Fei Lungyi snorted coldly. The 3 great perfection blue-robed emperors who landed immediately felt the pressure multiply. When the others heard this, they startled awake. This jadeite was refined by the jadeite sovereign. Unless one was a sovereign martial emperor, one could erase the jadeite sovereign's mark. Otherwise, if one was not a descendant of the jadeite sovereign's bloodline, one would not be able to use it. That would only bring disaster to oneself. After the 3 got up, they did not say anything more and quickly fled. Fei Lungyi ignored them. He swept his gaze through the many blue-robed emperors before fixing it on Yu Bingyun. He said indifferently, "The Lunar Palace's people are indeed better. You even managed to bribe the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion's people. This Fei is convinced of my loss this time. Everyone, please disperse. I've let you all watch a joke." At this point, how could Fei Lungyi not figure out that the heptagold origin was a trap laid by the Lunar Palace and the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion? Yu Bingyun smiled but showed no intention of leaving. She looked at the blood cocoon in the air and said, "In the ancient records of my Lunar Palace, the life and death art that the Blood Sword Sovereign used to condense the heart of an emperor in advance is very likely to be hidden in this heavenly blood sword." The moment Yu Bingyun said that, several of the blue-robed emperors preparing to leave stopped. This was especially so for those consummation blue-robed emperors. As they looked at the large blood cocoon, a boundless light appeared in their eyes. The Blood Sword Sovereign was a legendary martial emperor of his generation. He had left behind countless legends. Naturally, what the descendants remembered the most was that he condensed the heart of an emperor before he became Emperor Wu. When Yu Bingyun said that the life and death art might be hidden in this blood cocoon, how could the blue-robed emperor not be moved? Even Xiao Chen couldn't help but be tempted. When Fei Lungyi heard this, his heart skipped a beat. His pale expression changed indeterminately. To think that there was such a secret. He had held the Heaven Cloud Jadeite sword for several hundred years, but he had never noticed it. Is that so? Hehe, then I'll leave it to you to keep it safe for a while. If anything happens, please let me know. Fei Lungyi did something that exceeded everyone's expectations. He stretched out his hand, and the mysterious blood cocoon quickly flew towards Yu Bingyun. Yu Bingyun's expression changed. Before she could figure out what was going on, the blood cocoon appeared before her. She reflexively grabbed the blood cocoon. When the crimson blood cocoon fell into his hand and he felt the murderous gazes directed at him, he came to his senses. Cursing inwardly, he pulled Xiao Chen and flew away. Let's go. Before Xiao Chen could react, Yu Bingyun had already pulled him away. When he looked back, he saw more than 300 great perfection blue-robed emperors and 10-odd consummation blue-robed emperors frantically chasing after them. The extraordinarily bustling jadeite mountain manor instantly emptied out. No one remained. Fei Lungyi withdrew his half-step Emperor Wu's strong aura. Then, he vomited a large mouthful of blood and knelt to the ground. "Manor Lord, are you all right?" An attendant in the mountain manor quickly came over to support Fei Lungyi, asking with an extremely worried expression. Earlier, he had wondered why Fei Lungyi had given away the blood cocoon formed by the heavenly cloud sword fragment. Now, it looked like Fei Lungyi had no choice but to give it away. After enduring most of the destructive force of the divine weapon's shattering, he was severely injured. Given his previous temper, he definitely would not have let off those 3 great perfection blue-robed emperors who wanted the jadeite. Fei Lungyi waved his hand and pushed that person away. He said, "I'm fine. Send someone to keep a close eye on Yu Bingyun's movements. Tell me immediately if the Blood Sword Sovereign left a secret technique in the blood cocoon or not." "All right." Under Fei Lengyi's insistence, that person had no choice but to leave. However, before he left, he glanced at Fei Lengyi worriedly. Fei Lengyi looked helplessly at the sky. The scattered dark clouds were already slowly gathering. Only a final ray of light shone on him, making him look strangely sorrowful. He still could not see him. He did not come at all. Even after preparing for 15 years and tearing through the sky, he still hardened his heart and did not come, unwilling to see this grandson of his. Even though he was so severely injured, nearly dying, he still did not show up. Before Fei Lengyi's gaze, the thick dark clouds slowly gathered. Outside the barrier of the sky, which was tens of thousands of meters taller than the dark clouds, a man and a woman stood on a small planet floating in the universe. They did not do anything, but they forcefully deviated this small planet from its trajectory and stopped it from moving. The man's face was like jade. His eyes were like stars and gems, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He looked like he was only in his 20s. This person's aura was extraordinary, like an immortal from the immortal epoch, drifting like an immortal. The woman was very beautiful. Her skin was as white as snow, looking delicate and fragile. She had a noble air, graceful and elegant. Ribbons circled behind her gorgeous dress, and a bright moon vaguely appeared behind her. If Fei Lengyi and Yu Bingyun were here, they would definitely recognize these two. These two were the famous Jadeite sovereign and the Lunar Palace's current palace master. One was a famous sovereign martial emperor of the Black Sea, and the other was the uncrowned queen of the heavenly starry ocean, a powerful prime. You are really extraordinarily ruthless. For the sake of meeting you, he caused such a huge commotion, and yet you did not show anything, the Lunar Palace's palace master said indifferently after withdrawing her gaze. A complicated look flashed in the Jadeite sovereign's eyes. After a while, he sighed and said, "I know why he is looking for me. He wants me to help him advance to Emperor Wu and live for another 500 years. A complicated look flashed in the Jadeite sovereign's eyes. After a while, he sighed and said, "I know why he is looking for me. He wants me to help him advance to Martial Emperor and live for another 500 years. He does not have sufficient luck. If I act rashly and go against the heavenly Tao to help him advance, I will only die a more miserable death in the end. He doesn't have enough luck. If I act rashly and go against the heavenly Tao to help him advance, I will only die a more miserable death." The Jadeite sovereign smiled carefreely and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Many thanks for your help this time. Otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster it would have led to." The Jadeite sovereign smiled carefreely and said, "Let's not talk about this anymore. Many thanks for your help this time. Otherwise, who knows what kind of disaster it would have led to." Fei Lengyi only cared about his preparations. He did not know that the news had leaked out long ago. He also did not know what kind of huge waves his rash actions had kicked up in Emperor Wu's circle. If not for the Jadeite sovereign and the Lunar Palace's palace master working together to suppress this matter, sending only Yu Bingyun to deal with it, he would have died several times already. But then again, the successor you've chosen is indeed bold. He directly blew up the divine weapon. Back then, I spent a lot of effort to reforge the heavenly blood sword. When the Lunar Palace's palace master heard the Jadeite sovereign mention Yu Bingyun, she revealed a smile on her face. She only took the Jadeite sovereign's words as praise. "How is it? What do you think of me as the successor? Shrewdness, scheming, boldness, luck, and talent are all top-notch. She can ensure that the Lunar Palace will not be defeated for 1,000 years." However, the Jadeite sovereign suddenly stopped halfway through his sentence. The Lunar Palace's palace master raised her head and asked, "However what?" The Jadeite sovereign smiled and continued, "However, when he stands beside the Qing Emperor's descendant, he is still somewhat inferior. He does not have the pride that comes from the depths of his bones. He also lacks the air of a ruler that comes from the inside out, able to withdraw as he pleases. Did you notice that this youth's elegance is already no weaker than that of the Qing Emperor back then? He might even surpass it. His overwhelming luck is even more enviable." When the Lunar Palace's palace master heard this, she revealed a slightly displeased expression. It was not that she lacked magnanimity or self-restraint. However, The Jadeite sovereign's evaluation of this person had something to do with the Qing emperor. This made it hard for the Lunar Palace's palace master to erase the grudge in her heart. If it were another youth, the Lunar Palace's palace master would not show such an expression. You are right. However, no matter what, he only has 4 years left. In the end, he will pass by like a meteor. Not to mention becoming the Qing emperor, any outstanding talent in this age of geniuses will be stronger than him. The Jadeite sovereign knew a little about what the Qing emperor did to the Lunar Palace. Seeing that the Lunar Palace's palace master's emotions were deep, he did not pursue this topic. Oh, right, is there really the life and death art that the Bloodsword sovereign left in the heavenly Bloodsword? The Lunar Palace's palace master asked with interest when she thought of this matter. The Jadeite sovereign shook his head and replied, how can that be? If there really was, I would have taken it out long ago. There is only a map in there. The location is a cave where the Bloodsword sovereign cultivated in the past. As for whether the life and death art is in there or not, I do not know. How can you not know? Could it be that you have never been there before? I really have not been there before. During the Bloodsword sovereign's era, the entire Black Sea continent was still intact. Even now, although we know that the location is still on Blackwater Island, the world has changed many times. Even a geomaster would have to spend a lot of effort to figure it out. After a pause, the Jadeite sovereign continued, furthermore, even if we find the life and death art, it would be useless to Emperor Wu. Even the blue-robed emperor would find it extremely difficult to use this secret technique to condense a heart of an emperor. Not everyone has the Bloodsword sovereign's physique, excellent comprehension ability, and extraordinary willpower. When the Lunar Palace's palace master heard this, she immediately lost much of her interest. In that case, I'll take my leave first. I'll leave the matters here to these juniors. She pushed off the ground, and the ribbons behind her fluttered. Then, her gorgeous figure vanished into the vast starry heavens. As the Jadeite sovereign stood in the starry heavens, he glanced at Fei Lungyi from a great distance. He muttered, "You will never understand. In the end, a butterfly needs to turn into a cocoon before it can spread its wings. If I help you break that cocoon, how can you truly fly? Sometimes, you have to learn to let go of the Emperor's road." Shaking his head, the Jadeite sovereign pushed off with his feet, and his graceful figure vanished into the vast starry heavens. Bang! The instant the Jadeite sovereign left, the small planet that had been out of orbit for too long instantly exploded, turning into countless meteors charging at the barrier of the sky. They burned with light and heat, releasing a boundlessly resplendent light. Chapter 1153. The meteor was indeed beautiful. Unfortunately, it lasted only an instant, disappearing in a flash. Even the Lunar Palace's palace master did not think highly of Xiao Chen. At this moment, for the sake of avoiding becoming a meteor, he frantically fled with Yu Bingyun on Blackwater Island. The large group of blue-robed emperors pursuing the two did not stop for even a moment. Even after the two used all their tricks and schemes, they still could not shake off this group of frenzied blue-robed emperors. To the blue-robed emperor, condensing the heart of an emperor in advance was a great temptation. No matter what, he would not give up. Xiao Chen was in a sorry state from the chase. He even had several wounds on his body. If there were only 10-odd people, he believed that he could handle them. However, there were hundreds of blue-robed emperors chasing him. There were even several consummation blue-robed emperors. Xiao Chen simply could not do anything about it. "Never mind, I give up." Xiao Chen, who was speeding through the air, suddenly stopped and said. Yu Bingyun asked, finding it strange, "Are you sure? If you insist, I have a trump card to shake off these troublesome fellows." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Thank you for your kind intentions. I have a trump card as well. However, I really cannot monopolize this thing. Otherwise, the two of us will fall for Fei Lungyi's trap." Xiao Chen grabbed the mysterious blood cocoon in Yu Bingyun's hand. Then, he turned around and raised it high. "Whoever makes a move, I will directly destroy it." The moment Xiao Chen said that, the group of people frantically chasing after Xiao Chen with surging auras immediately stopped anxiously. The hundreds of blue-robed emperors eyed Xiao Chen covetously, stirring up winds and clouds in the surroundings. Their auras were so strong that they nearly could not stand up. Little friend, there is no need to be nervous. Hand over the blood cocoon formed by the fragments of the heavenly cloud sword, and we will naturally not make things difficult for you. The one who spoke was a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen had some impression of this person. His name was Jin Liangqi. He had seen this person in action in front of the testing monument. He was able to light up 9 of the 10 purple gems on the 6th row. Among the great perfection blue-robed emperors, his strength was at the top. Xiao Chen admitted that he was not as strong as the other party, but he did not show the slightest bit of fear. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he said with a smile, "Hand it over. Hand it over to you and let you take it away." That was exactly what he wanted to say. Just as Jin Liangqi was about to say yes, he suddenly noticed many unfriendly gazes looking at him. Cursing in his heart, he smiled awkwardly, "Of course not. It's the right way to share it with everyone. Otherwise, no matter who gets it, there will inevitably be a fierce battle, and it will benefit an outsider." Xiao Chen glanced at the mysterious blood cocoon in his hand. Then, he looked at the many blue-robed emperors. Even when facing so many blue-robed emperors, he did not show any stage fright. "Very well. What Senior Jin said is actually what I wanted to say as well. No one can monopolize the secret of the life and death art. If everyone has no problems, I can choose to cut open this blood cocoon now and see if there is the life and death art inside." The surroundings fell silent. Clearly, there were still some misgivings. After all, the blood cocoon was in Xiao Chen's hands. Even if there was the life and death art inside, it was still up to him to decide whether to split it or not. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "What's wrong? Are you afraid that I will continue to run after taking the life and death art? If I really wanted to keep it for myself, I wouldn't have stopped. I've already said this much. Whether you are willing or not, I will cut it open now." He could not be bothered with this group of paranoid old monsters who were overthinking things. Xiao Chen used his palm as a saber, not giving these people a chance to retort. He hacked down, and the 40% comprehended saber soul in his sea of consciousness spread throughout his body. A horrifying saber intent spread out. Xiao Chen's clothes and hair fluttered, giving off melodious tinkling sounds. The boundless saber intent was like zither music spreading out in all directions. Xiao Chen's move stunned several blue-robed emperors. A strange light flashed in their eyes. For this white-robed bladesman to last so long under the pursuit of so many blue-robed emperors, he was indeed extraordinary. Puci. A saber light flickered, and Xiao Chen's hand saber neatly cut open the mysterious scarlet blood cocoon without leaving a mark. Instantly, a scarlet light spread out, looking like blood spreading everywhere. The blood cocoon slowly melted, thickening the scarlet light and forming a blood mist. A floating drawing appeared on Xiao Chen's palm. He was somewhat surprised. The blood cocoon was not empty, nor was it the life and death art. It was just an ancient drawing that looked like a map. "Brat, quickly hand over the drawing. Hurry up. Otherwise, you can forget about leaving this place alive." The blue-robed emperors did not care whether this drawing had anything to do with the life and death art or not. When the map appeared, they immediately roared. Xiao Chen ignored them. He opened the drawing and took a look. After memorizing it, he quickly pushed the drawing out. "Let's go." Not wanting to care about this group of blue-robed emperors, Xiao Chen called out to Yu Bingyun and quickly left. Seeing the drawing floating over, the excited blue-robed emperors cautiously quietened down. If anyone dared to make a move, they would destroy this drawing in the chaos. Jin Liangqi's gaze was like lightning. He did not make a move, just taking a look as well. After memorizing the contents of the drawing, he left quietly. At the blue-robed emperor's level, nearly everyone had a photographic memory. As the various blue-robed emperors memorized the contents of the drawing, the number of blue-robed emperors decreased. In the end, not a single one remained, leaving only this lonely treasure map drifting down. Speaking of which, this was rather laughable. Earlier, everyone had chased after this item crazily. However, when they discovered that it was just a drawing, no one went to take it in, leaving it to drift everywhere. In a large courtyard in Blackwater City, Xiao Chen took out a brush and paper. Then, He drew out everything he had memorized, word for word. He gently blew on the brush and dried the ink. Then, Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun carefully observed it. This is a map. Based on the red mark, it should be a cave. Combined with the Blood Sword Sovereign's identity, the answer is clear. This map records a cave that the Blood Sword Sovereign once cultivated in. After observing for a long time, Yu Bingyun quickly came to a conclusion. Xiao Chen did not deny it. This was the most superficial information. Practically everyone who obtained the drawing could figure it out. The difficult part was not this. The difficult part was the path on the map. After tens of thousands of years, the world had changed. The landscape had changed a few times, and the routes and landmarks on the map had long since disappeared. Trying to find the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave by relying on this map was no less than a fantasy. It was impossible. Clearly, Yu Bingyun knew this as well. After some thought, she said, "We have to find an old man familiar with the Black Sea's terrain and draw out a rough outline of the cave. After that, we have to find a geomaster to observe the geography and geomancy, figuring out where the cave is." Xiao Chen nodded. This was the only way. He said, "You can handle the first part. There's no need to find a geomaster for the latter part." "What do you mean?" Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Although I'm just a dabbling geomaster, I believe that my skill far surpasses the average." Yu Bingyun's eyes lit up. Finding it strange, she said, "I couldn't tell. I really don't know what you don't know. There are many things that I don't know. For example, I do not have the courage to waste a heptagold origin to blow up a divine weapon." Yu Bingyun felt stifled. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was still angry at her for not informing him in advance. She put away the map and rolled her eyes at him. Then, she said, "I can't be bothered with you. After I figure out the rough location, I'll come and look for you, a geomaster." After the other party left, Xiao Chen took out 100 superior-grade demon fiend rocks from the universe ring. He muttered, 100 superior-grade demon fiend rocks should be sufficient to raise my 40% comprehended saber soul to 50% comprehended. This saber soul is really difficult to advance. As Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun made their preparations, the entire Blackwater city turned chaotic. The news of the map spread like wildfire. Nearly all the blue-robed emperors in Blackwater City were startled. Each of those blue-robed emperors was more intelligent than the last. Soon, they came to a similar conclusion as Yu Bingyun. They started to search for skilled geomasters, wanting to enter the cave first. Regardless of whether there was any information about the life and death art in the cave, everyone knew that they would not return empty-handed after going to the cave where the Blood Sword Sovereign once cultivated. Inside the Xia clan's courtyard, Xia Luo and Wang Zhen studied the map. Their faces filled with wild joy. Xia Luo smiled and said, "As long as I obtain the life and death art and condense the heart of an emperor in advance, I am confident of advancing to martial emperor within 10 years. Similarly, Wang Zhen could not hide the joy on his face. "After condensing the heart of an emperor, I will be 99% confident of undergoing my great tribulation of wind and fire. Oh, by the way, second young master, should we inform first young master and the main clan of this news?" Xia Luo thought for a while before shaking his head. "No. The Dark Sea is too far from us. By the time the main clan's people arrive, they will be much too late. Our own strength is sufficient." At the same time, Jiang Feng held the map. His face also filled with joy. "Originally, I just wanted to join in on the excitement of the auction. Unexpectedly, I managed to obtain such a harvest. If I condense the heart of an emperor and return to Dark City, I will be able to sweep through all the outstanding talents of the younger generation." Everyone moved quickly, afraid of being too slow. The area of the cave shrank. In the end, they determined that it was to the west of Blackwater Island. However, the size of Blackwater Island was already no smaller than a small continent. This area was still rather large. As for the rest, they could only rely on geomasters to observe the geography. 4 days passed. Xiao Chen successfully used 100 superior-grade demon fiend rocks to temper his 40% comprehended saber soul to 50% comprehension. Every time his saber soul increased by 10%, its might would improve significantly. His gaze would become sharper, and his aura sharper. With just one look, he could frighten his opponent. However, the further he went, the harder it would be to raise his saber soul. As Xiao Chen had never used a demon fiend rock before, the effect this time was very obvious. If he used it a second time, the effect would be significantly weaker. This was unless he used a peak-grade demon fiend rock that moved even Emperor Wu. Of course, speaking of which, now that Xiao Chen had a fifth saber soul and was in the blue-robed emperor realm, he could already look down on everyone. If Xiao Chen's other states, thunder, death, massacre, despair, and grief were taken into account, he would be even more unfathomable. In battle, he would have many wondrous effects that mysterious phenomena could not achieve. Chapter 1154. When Xiao Chen opened his eyes, countless sabers hummed in their depths. He felt his combat prowess increase significantly. His fighting spirit soared. He wished that he could find a consummation blue-robed emperor and have a good fight. Kaka. Just at this moment, the door opened, and Yu Bingyun rushed in. Just as she was about to say something, she suddenly saw Xiao Chen's sharp gaze. Suddenly, she felt like an invisible saber stabbed into her chest. There was a strange pain, and she could not help taking half a step back. When Xiao Chen saw that his saber soul injured the other party, he quickly withdrew it. His sharp aura immediately vanished, and he could control it as he pleased. Xiao Chen stood up and apologized. At the same time, he thought to himself, under the full power attack of my 50% comprehended saber soul, Yu Bingyun actually only took half a step back. Yu Bingyun, who was caught off guard, only took half a step back. This woman must have many secrets that I do not know. As for the trump card that Yu Bingyun once mentioned, Xiao Chen was very interested. His trump card was that plume feather. What would Yu Bingyun's trump card be? Your gaze is really scary. It feels like you have pierced through my heart, Yu Bingyun said with some half-truths. Then, she took out a map and said, let's get back to business. The Blood Sword Sovereign's cave has already been determined to be to the west of Blackwater Island. When Xiao Chen heard that, he thought for a while before saying, the west of Blackwater Island, this is really a large area. Be content. After tens of thousands of years, it is already not easy to recognize Thunder Sword Peak with a mark on the map. The rest will depend on you, a Geomaster. Don't brag so much, but in the end, you do not even have a clue, Yu Bingyun said mockingly. Clearly, she did not believe what Xiao Chen had said. Geomasters were famous for being secretive and clandestine. Outsiders would find it hard to learn the essence of it. Xiao Chen's talent was pretty good, but that was only in the martial Dao. As a Geomaster, Yu Bingyun found it hard to rest assured. Xiao Chen smiled and did not argue. The geomancy of the sea was much more complicated than that of the land. However, he could handle it. Xiao Chen could deal with it, all the more when it came to seeking dragons and fixing veins on land. But at this time, it was useless to say anything. He just had to prove himself with his actions. After packing up, Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun flew out of Blackwater City, rushing to the west of the island. For an ordinary person, it would take a day and a night to cross the border of the island, but for the blue-robed emperor, it would not take too long. 1 hour later, Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun stopped at the summit of Thunder Sword Peak. The Lightning Sword Peak corresponded to a mountain peak on the map. Although its appearance had changed a few times over the past tens of thousands of years, it was still the same as before. However, the sword-shaped mountain peak that rose straight into the sky and the endless thunder and lightning in the sky matched perfectly with the markings on the map. He was 100% sure that this Lightning Sword Peak was the peak marked by lightning on the map. The small summit was filled with blue-robed emperors. Each blue-robed emperor had a Geomaster with a sinister aura by their side, holding all sorts of dragon-seeking secret treasures in their hands. When Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun landed on the summit, they immediately attracted the attention of several people. Back then, Xiao Chen held up the blood cocoon and faced the hundreds of blue-robed emperors. Now, all the peak cultivators in Blackwater City knew the name of the white-robed bladesman. When an old man saw Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun coming alone without a Geomaster, he smiled and said, "White-robed bladesman, why are you here with just the two of you? I don't see you inviting a Geomaster." Are you trying to take advantage of us by following behind us? After that old man said that, he guffawed. The other old men all laughed contentedly as well. For days ago, Xiao Chen was very arrogant. Now, the other party should have restrained himself, knowing that these local experts were not to be trifled with. It was just like now. Without any fame, it would not be easy to invite a geomaster. It doesn't matter. Young people still have opportunities to learn. This time, we will let you follow behind us and learn properly. That's true. Even if we let him follow, he will not be able to enter the cave in the first place. The group of old men laughed wantonly, feeling very comfortable in their hearts. 4 days ago, Xiao Chen had been too sharp, showing no respect to these seniors. They had long since disliked him in their hearts. More and more blue-robed emperors flew over from the summit. When they saw Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun coming alone, they felt a sense of superiority. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "Seniors, there is no need to worry. This junior indeed cannot invite a geomaster. However, I know a thing or two about searching for dragons, fixing veins, observing the wind, and observing the water. When the time comes, it will be hard to say who will be following who." Ha 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 ha. The moment Xiao Chen said that, he immediately elicited loud laughter. How noble was a geomaster! If not for being influenced by a geomaster from a young age and receiving the guidance of a geomaster senior, he would not have been able to do so. No matter how talented a regular cultivator was, they would only be able to learn the slightest bit of it, unable to be of any use. More importantly, geomasters were passed down through the bloodline. Outsiders could not learn it even if they wanted to. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen boasted shamelessly in front of so many geomasters, saying that he knew a thing or two about it and that he wanted to find the cave before them. This was simply a great joke. Everyone could not help but laugh at him for overestimating himself and being boundlessly arrogant. The black-clad old man who first mocked Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Since you are so confident, then this old man will make a bet with you on behalf of these geomasters. Let's see whose dragon-seeking art is stronger. I know you are rich and overbearing, so let's not bet on anything else. The loser will just shout 'I am a pig' 3 times on this summit. That's right. This old man will bet with you as well. I really don't believe that our group of people will follow behind you to find the cave. I'll bet with you as well." The group of old men on the summit wanted to test Xiao Chen's sharpness, so they all followed him. Xiao Chen could not help laughing. Interesting. Good, I'll accept this bet. Boundlessly arrogant. Where did this brat come from? This geomaster will ask you this. Do you know what a dragon vein is? The geomasters present could not stand Xiao Chen's attitude. They felt that Xiao Chen completely ignored them, the orthodox geomasters. A white-haired geomaster could not help reprimanding Xiao Chen angrily. As the saying goes, a hero does not care about his background. "Senior, why do you care where I come from? Since you do not know what a dragon vein is, then I'll tell you. The words dragon vein have to be looked at separately. The dragon is the terrain, the substance. The stars are upright and upright, the bright hall is wide, the lakes and ponds are intertwined, the distant mountains and nearby rivers gather in the morning and evening. There are thousands of veins, all different. However, having the terrain is not enough. It also needs the charm within. Otherwise, it will only be a false dragon. The vein in the dragon vein refers to the spirit. How can an ordinary person use the terrain to observe the spirit? That will depend on the true ability of a geomaster." Xiao Chen did not lose his sharpness in the face of this geomaster's rebuke. He spoke a long string of geomancy terms, catching the white-haired geomaster off guard. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen really understood this trade. There were several terms that only geomasters like them could understand. He did not seem like an outsider who had only scratched the surface. Xiao Chen's aura was too strong, putting immense pressure on this white-haired geomaster. His heart pounded heavily. After taking a few deep breaths, he said, "It is just an insignificant skill. Why the need to put on an act? Let me ask you again. Do you know how many kinds of dragon veins there are?" When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but smile. "It looks like old Sir's character is not very good. Your question is not very brilliant. The terrain of mountains and rivers is very strange, all different. On a smaller scale, there are many kinds: true dragons, false dragons, calamity dragons, killing dragons, auspicious dragons, ferocious dragons, strong dragons, weak dragons, fat dragons, skinny dragons, noble dragons, despicable dragons, and so on. However, on a larger scale, there are only two kinds. One is for obedience, and the other is against. There is a saying in ancient geomancy: those who obey me will prosper, and those who oppose me will die. I would like old Sir to explain this to me. Xiao Chen's words flowed like a river, flowing endlessly. His aura became sharper as he spoke. The final question forced that white-haired geomaster to take a few steps back involuntarily, rendered speechless. The summit fell silent. When the group of blue-robed emperors who made a bet with Xiao Chen saw this scene, they all felt somewhat nervous. Could it be that they would lose? As Yu Bingyun looked at the boundlessly elegant Xiao Chen, a trace of emotion flashed in her eyes. Then, she revealed a faint smile. Seeing the other party at a loss for words, unable to answer, Xiao Chen could not help feeling dispirited. These geomasters were not at the peak. Compared to the geomasters Xiao Chen saw at the Northern Sea Alliance, they were not even close. Compared to Jiang Tian, who gave him the vellum, there was no comparison at all. The difference was like the difference between cloud and mud. These people still wanted to take advantage of their seniority, wanting to teach him a lesson in anger. They were simply asking for trouble, not worthy of any sympathy. After taking a few steps back, the white-haired geomaster calmed himself. Wanting to redeem some face, he said, "You are just lucky and managed to read some ancient geomaster books. Compared to our geomaster clans, you are far inferior." "That's right. You speak so extravagantly. In the end, we still have to fight. Seeing that you did not bring a single dragon-seeking secret treasure, I knew that you only know how to talk." When the group of geomasters saw that Xiao Chen, this outsider, could not suppress their aura, they felt dissatisfied and started shouting. When the other blue-robed emperors heard this, they rejoiced in their hearts, feeling hopeful. This Xiao Chen nearly frightened them. The inheritance of a geomaster was incredibly complicated. How could a youth understand it? When Xiao Chen heard this, he smiled coldly. The vertical eye on his forehead slowly opened, flickering with a strange purple light. He said indifferently, "What dragon-seeking secret treasure do I need? My eye is the best dragon-seeking secret treasure. Heavenly Eye." The instant the vertical eye opened, the old geomasters were all astonished. Shock filled their eyes, and their breathing became somewhat anxious. The Heavenly Eye, a famous skill among geomasters since ancient times, actually appeared again. Furthermore, it appeared on a youth. When the many blue-robed emperors saw this scene, their hearts sank. They all had a bad feeling. "It's over. We are probably going to fail this time. This white-robed bladesman before us is really a geomaster who hid his strength." After Xiao Chen opened the Heavenly Eye, he did not remain idle for even a moment. The strange vertical eye scanned the surroundings, looking at all sorts of terrain. All sorts of strange things appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He took in a panoramic view of the 500 kilometers in front of him. He instantly analyzed several different dragon veins. Chapter 1155. Xiao Chen formed a finger seal with one hand, and beams of light appeared between his fingers. The terrain in his mind quickly materialized on his palm. The speed at which it changed was hard to see with the naked eye. Aside from being able to see the terrain somewhat clearly, the others could only see all sorts of strange dragon-shaped chi flickering continuously as Xiao Chen's fingers moved, appearing boundlessly profound. After 10 breaths, Xiao Chen felt a piercing pain in his eyes. He immediately closed the vertical eye on his forehead and both his eyes at the same time. Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered in the wind as he sank into deep thought, his body merging with the world. As Xiao Chen's fingers moved, all sorts of dragon roars resounded for 500 kilometers in front. Occasionally, dragon chi tore through the ground and soared into the clouds. This is a strong dragon. This is a killing dragon. This is a tribulation dragon. The many geomasters recognized the various dragon veins as Xiao Chen's fingers moved. At this moment, These geomasters no longer looked down on Xiao Chen like they did earlier. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. As they looked at Xiao Chen's exquisite dragon-seeking secret art, their eyes filled with admiration and respect. Xiao Chen's dragon-seeking secret art was indeed on a higher level than theirs. They could not help but be impressed. After a while, Xiao Chen opened his eyes and flicked his hand. The various dragon-shaped lights vanished. His movements were extremely elegant and graceful. He already had some answers in his heart. The many blue-robed emperors all turned ashen. By now, it was clear who was better between Xiao Chen and the geomasters. As for who won the bet between them and Xiao Chen, there was no need to say more. But for them to admit defeat and shout "I'm a pig" 3 times in front of everyone, they couldn't do such a thing no matter what. If they really said it, it would probably spread throughout the entire Blackwater Sea in less than half a day. At that time, they would not be able to remain in this sea region with their old faces. Yu Bingyun felt somewhat pleased in her heart. That's what you get for looking down on me. Now, you suffer a setback. She smiled gently and said, I wonder if the bet still counts or not. This little girl saw it clearly from start to end. These words could be considered a threat. If these old men went back on their word and spread the news, they would also lose all face. The face of the black-robed old man who had made the bet first turned red. After holding it in for a long time, he said in a deep voice, Little girl, you don't have to provoke me. I'm a man of my word. At worst, I'll just leave the Black Sea in the future. Just as he was about to take the lead and say that he was a pig, Xiao Chen turned around and stopped him. Forget it. Seniors are already so old. There's no need for you to suffer such humiliation. I'm also not an overbearing and domineering person. Everyone, just take this as a lesson. Even if he's just an ignorant brat, there's no need to wantonly ridicule him or suppress him. It's still the same old saying. A hero doesn't care about his background. Who can predict that the person you ridiculed and humiliated today would one day rise to the top and laugh proudly at the peak? Hearing those words, the old men immediately heaved a sigh of relief and felt much more comfortable. All of them had lived for hundreds of years. If they really said those words, they would really lose all their face. Now that the many old men adjusted their attitudes and sized up Xiao Chen again, they could not help but view him in a different light. They discovered that Xiao Chen had an extremely strong aura, comparable to that of those major characters who had ascended to the Emperor's Dao. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's mental state far surpassed these old men's. The black-robed old man performed a cupped fist salute and said, This time, we have learned a lot. Many thanks, little brother, for being lenient. This old man owes you a favor. The other blue-robed emperors also performed cupped fist salutes in thanks. At the same time, someone could not help asking, Little brother, would you be willing to tell us your great name? Everyone guessed that an outstanding talent like Xiao Chen would definitely not be unknown. They could not help being curious about Xiao Chen's true identity. Since the other party asked, Xiao Chen did not hide it. His true identity would be exposed sooner or later, so he answered honestly, I am Xiao Chen. My name is Xiao Chen, and my surname is Chen. Xiao Chen. The many old men mulled over this name a few times but still could not find anything. There was no young outstanding talent in the Black Sea that matched his name. Only the black-robed old man thought for a while before saying in realization, Xiao Chen? Are you the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, the descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon King appointed by the Bushan Palace's Thunder King? Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised that an expert of the blue-robed emperor level in the Black Sea knew of his title as the Blue Dragon King. He nodded and said, That is me. At this moment, the expressions of the many blue-robed emperors as they looked at Xiao Chen immediately changed. The name of the Qing Emperor went without saying. He was a legend of the previous era. Everyone had heard of him. The Thunder King was an expert of the same generation as the Qing Emperor. He was known as a living legend. The blue-robed emperors were truly blind. Who could have imagined that this outstanding young talent before them would have such a great background? Yu Bingyun narrowed her eyes slightly, smiling as she sized up Xiao Chen. She discovered that this person was becoming more and more unfathomable. He seemed to have an inexplicable charm that attracted people to get close to him. I wonder if little brother Xiao Chen managed to gain anything from opening the heavenly eye earlier, the black-robed old man asked politely. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, the terrain here is too complicated. It would be too difficult to find a residence in a short time. However, there are a few places to choose from. We can go and take a look. If anyone is interested, why don't you join us? When the others heard this, they rejoiced. The black-robed, blue-robed emperor smiled and said, Brother Xiao Chen, I am definitely making friends with you. Honestly speaking, the geomasters that we invited are not that good. The true peak geomasters of Blackwater City have all been taken away by those consummation blue-robed emperors. You have already seen the ones left for us. Xiao Chen looked at the embarrassed geomasters and smiled. Let's go, then. If you trust this Xiao, you can follow me for a while. Those who submit to me prosper, those who oppose me die. This was not something that Xiao Chen said casually. Instead, there was such a saying in ancient geomancy. Generally speaking, dragon veins could be divided into two types. The first type was favorable, such as strong dragons, fat dragons, noble dragons, and so on. The second type was unfavorable, such as despicable dragons, thin dragons, weak dragons, and so on. Those who oppose me die. This meant that the dead were buried. The grave of the strong had to be where the unfavorable dragons were. Only then could it be chosen for future generations. On the other hand, the favorable dragons were prepared for the living. Residences were clearly places where cultivators cultivated when they were alive. Naturally, they had to be in a favorable place. Back then, when the Bloodsword Sovereign established his residence, he had definitely sought out a strong geomaster to help him search for dragon veins and determine the most suitable place to establish his residence. The group of people followed behind Xiao Chen, searching through the various dragon veins. However, the results were somewhat dispirited. Either the dragon veins were empty, or someone had already searched through them in advance. Similarly, they found nothing. After searching for 3 days, the group cleared out the area within 500 kilometers. However, there were no traces of the Bloodsword Sovereign's residence. However, there were some unexpected gains. They found the residences that other experts once cultivated in. The gains could be considered a consolation. After that, the group discovered that most of the dragon veins that Xiao Chen had taken a liking to had already been searched by others. Clearly, Xiao Chen was not the only truly skilled geomaster. After searching for 500 kilometers without finding anything, Xiao Chen's patience did not waver. This was within Xiao Chen's expectations. The western part of Blackwater Island was astonishingly large. Even so, it was still very vast. It was impossible to search it in one day. Before setting off, Xiao Chen had already made mental preparations. Everything was under his control. When the many blue-robed Emperor Geomasters following Xiao Chen saw Xiao Chen's dragon-seeking art, they all sighed in amazement. This was especially so for the places that Xiao Chen chose. Several of them had already been searched by others. This proved that Xiao Chen's insight was no weaker than that of the geomasters that the consummation blue-robed emperor found. Along the way, those ordinary geomasters took turns asking Xiao Chen questions about geomancy. When Xiao Chen had some free time, he answered them. Along the way, the many blue-robed emperors also asked Xiao Chen questions about martial techniques. The focus was on Xiao Chen's miraculous saber Dao. Xiao Chen did not hide anything. As long as it did not touch on his core trump cards, he would patiently answer them. Hence, along the way, the atmosphere of Xiao Chen's group was very good. They even somewhat forgot about the true purpose of this trip. The other groups searching for caves were filled with murderous qi. When they could not find anything, they felt very frustrated. Several chaotic battles had already broken out. When Xiao Chen saw them, he kept a distance. What he hated the most were these pointless battles, which were purely for venting. However, if someone used this to harass or bully him, Xiao Chen would not show any mercy. Opening his heavenly eye again, Xiao Chen used many secret techniques and confirmed a dragon vein. Killing was a submissive dragon, and the opposite was a calamity dragon. Building a cave in the land of the dragon vein would be of great help to the master of the cave. Among the many submissive dragons, The land of the dragon vein where the dragon vein was hidden was one of the most suitable places to cultivate. After closing his heavenly eye, Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he quickly flew towards his target mountain range. The group of blue-robed emperors behind him quickly followed. These blue-robed emperors could not find stronger geomasters, nor could they brazenly follow behind some consummation blue-robed emperors. Doing so would incur the other party's dissatisfaction and invite trouble. Being able to follow behind Xiao Chen was a kind of fortune. Even more fortunate was that they had interacted with him for a long time. Only then did the blue-robed emperors discover that the quiet and seemingly cold Xiao Chen did not put on any airs. Yu Bingyun's and Xiao Chen's movement techniques were clearly of a higher grade than this group of great perfection blue-robed emperors. Hence, their flying speed was significantly faster. By the time the blue-robed emperors reached the foot of the mountain range, the large group of blue-robed emperors still had to spend some time to catch up. Not bad. No one has touched this place before. There should be hope. Yu Bingyun smiled faintly, appearing very optimistic. This was already the nth time she had said this. Xiao Chen casually formed hand seals and smiled. I hope so. As Xiao Chen executed some of the small tricks in the Paradise Secret Cannon, a crack appeared at the foot of the tall mountain. Strands of dragon chi soared into the sky, and dragon roars rang out endlessly. Based on these strands of dragon chi, Xiao Chen could determine that the spirit vein in this land of the dragon vein was the most ordinary inferior grade spirit vein. In the eyes of the blue-robed emperor, it was not even worth mentioning. Even martial sages would not care about it. As for the blood-sword sovereign, it was even more disdainful. However, time passed. Just because the spirit vein was low now, it did not mean that it was low 50,000 years ago. There was still some possibility of this being a cave. Chapter 1156. Hey, someone seems to have arrived early. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to make a move, a few uninvited guests rushed over. The voices sounded somewhat familiar. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun turned around and saw Wang Zhen leading the three great perfection blue-robed emperors of the Xia clan in Blackwater City, as well as Xia Luo and an old man dressed as a geomaster. The one who spoke was Xia Luo, whom Xiao Chen had taught a ruthless lesson. When Xia Luo saw Xiao Chen's figure, his eyes immediately lit up. He smiled and said, "What a coincidence. Unexpectedly, I ran into you here. Consider yourself lucky. This young master has something to do now. I will not seek trouble with you for now. Quickly scram and stop being an eyesore." With Wang Zhen, a consummation blue-robed emperor, supporting him, Xia Luo did not cower at all when facing Xiao Chen. He remained arrogant, exuding an indescribable grandeur. In his heart, Xia Luo really wanted to see Xiao Chen's expression and how sullen he would be after he sent him away so easily before Yu Bingyun. Of course, if Miss Bingyun wants to stay, this young master will welcome you. Xia Luo glanced at Yu Bingyun, who was still as charming as a fairy. Then, he quickly added. The fervent look in Xia Luo's eyes was not hidden at all. When others saw it, they would feel a sense of disgust. Yu Bingyun had long since disliked this person. She did not say anything. Instead, she quietly stepped back and stood beside Xiao Chen, silently expressing her attitude. Xia Luo could not help feeling enraged. He glared at Xiao Chen and said, "White-robed brat, why are you still not scramming? Are you seeking death?" Xiao Chen sized up the newcomer. Aside from Wang Zhen, he did not care about the others. If Xiao Chen recalled correctly, this Wang Zhen had only managed to light up 3 purple gems on the testing stone stele in front of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion. He was far from comparable to the consummation blue-robed emperor, Jin Liangqi. "Sorry, I came here first. Even if someone wants to scram, it should be you." Xiao Chen grasped the lunar shadow saber. His body was like a mountain, straight and sharp, without any fear. Refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. In that case, there's no need for you to leave. Elder Wang, teach him a lesson. Let him know the consequences of offending our Xia family, Xia Luo said coldly. Yu Bingyun sent a voice projection. If we work together, we should have a 70% chance of victory against this Wang Zhen. No need, I alone am enough. Before Yu Bingyun's astonished gaze, Xiao Chen stepped forward and stared at Wang Zhen. A fierce fighting spirit blazed in the depths of his eyes. Wang Zhen smiled and said, "How reckless. In the Black Sea, the strongest fist is the last word. Do you think that just because you saw this place first, it is yours? Today, I will teach you how to behave. I will beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy." Wang Zhen took a step forward, and thunder rumbled in the sky. Bolts of lightning tore through the sky, causing his aura to soar rapidly. As the descendants of the Thunder Fire Sovereign, the Xia clan's cultivators naturally cultivated lightning attribute cultivation techniques. Although this Wang Zhen was an outsider, he was loyal and devoted to the Xia clan. Similarly, he had obtained the Xia clan's various secret martial techniques. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Wang Zhen circulated his energy, causing his aura to soar. He looked extremely horrifying. What's going on? Why is Xiao Chen fighting with Wang Zhen? The large group of blue-robed emperors following Xiao Chen arrived late. When they discovered Wang Zhen fighting with Xiao Chen, they all revealed worried expressions. The consummation blue-robed emperor's heavenly seal had merged with his soul. He was one grade higher than the great perfection blue-robed emperor. Their strength was on a completely different level. How could Xiao Chen be so rash as to fight such a person? Should we go and help? This group of people had interacted with Xiao Chen for a few days. Although they were not life-and-death friends, they still had some feelings for him. Xiao Chen's magnanimity left them with a good impression. Now that they saw that Xiao Chen was in trouble, they hesitated on whether to make a move or not. After all, he was facing a consummation blue-robed emperor. They did not dare to act rashly. If they wanted to attack, they had to attack together. Only then would they have sufficient deterrence. Otherwise, going alone would not be effective. The black-clad old man, who had a relatively deep relationship with Xiao Chen, looked at Yu Bingyun, who had yet to make a move. He waved his hand and said, "Wait first." Xiao Chen made Yu Bingyun not make a move. He definitely does not want outsiders to interfere. Perhaps he is confident of dealing with Wang Zhen. That can't be, right? A great perfection blue-robed emperor can defeat a consummation blue-robed emperor? The others said, expressing their disbelief. The black-clad old man had some doubts as well. However, he still said firmly, "Let's wait and see. If Xiao Chen's life is really in danger, it will not be too late for us to go. There are so many of us. If we charge over together, as long as we work together, Wang Zhen will definitely flee." Yu Bingyun and Xia Luo's group had already retreated far away. Xia Luo revealed a cruel expression as he looked at Xiao Chen. His lips curled up in a mocking smile. Boom! Another violent bolt of lightning streaked across the sky. Wang Zhen took a step forward and suddenly attacked. It was unknown whether the lightning moved first or Xiao Chen's body moved first. The lightning with flames around it seemed to move at the same time as Xiao Chen. It was so fast that one could not even see its shadow. However, while Wang Zhen was fast, Xiao Chen was even faster. Wearing the fleeting shadow gloves, Xiao Chen's attack speed was 20% faster than before. Just as Wang Zhen moved his feet, Xiao Chen instantly drew the lunar shadow saber. Although Wang Zhen moved later, it arrived first, and a saber light flashed. Wang Zhen, who made the first move, ended up getting forced out by Xiao Chen. Wang Zhen moved backward, dodging that meteor-like saber light. This caused the momentum that Wang Zhen had been building up and preparing for a lightning-quick strike to come to a premature end. His momentum plummeted. Buzz! 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 The blade of the lunar shadow saber could not stop humming. Xiao Chen's clothes fluttered without any wind. His aura turned from passive to active, suppressing Wang Zhen. Such a scene only lasted for half a breath of time. However, it stunned all the cultivators watching. In the battle with the consummation blue-robed emperor, Xiao Chen actually managed to gain the upper hand so quickly. Just a moment ago, Wang Zhen's aura was flourishing and boundlessly horrifying. Now, Xiao Chen instantly suppressed him. Spring saber, undefeatable peach blossoms. Summer saber, burning to desolation. Autumn saber, fated person smiles. Winter saber, frost for 10,000 kilometers. Once Xiao Chen gained the upper hand, he would not show mercy. Xiao Chen spun his saber and thunder roared. 50 kilometers of peach blossoms appeared. Amidst the thousands of petals, he charged at Wang Zhen with his saber. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, cycle of the 4 seasons, all sorts of mysterious phenomena changed. They all turned into Xiao Chen's saber technique, surging out like an avalanche. Wang Zhen could not dodge in time. He could only take this move head-on despite his weakened momentum. Under Xiao Chen's full power, Wang Zhen was knocked back. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. The many cultivators watching were somewhat astonished. The strongest force that Xiao Chen brought out was actually stronger than Wang Zhen's. As Wang Zhen retreated, his face sank. A fierce lightning-attributed flame burned on his body. With a thought, he drove a vast amount of the power of the world. Thundercloud storm. Wang Zhen shouted. Under Wang Zhen's guidance, the thunderclouds in the sky formed an incredibly horrifying flame whirlpool. Thunder roared endlessly in the flames. Wang Zhen pushed his palms forward, and this horrifying lightning-attributed flame whirlpool descended from the sky, smashing towards Xiao Chen. It was like a storm descending quickly. Space buzzed, and several tiny cracks appeared. The might of this move was easy to imagine. Wang Zhen intended to use this move to turn the situation around, to bring out his aura. Otherwise, if one's aura was always at the bottom, one would only be able to bring out 70 or 80% of one's strength. Xiao Chen felt startled. The power of the world that the consummation blue-robed emperor could drive was indeed startling. If the other party were slightly stronger, Xiao Chen would not be confident of defeating him. In Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, his 50% comprehended saber soul and the great perfection will of thunder merged perfectly. Crackling sounds rang out as countless arcs of electricity flickered on Xiao Chen's body. He unleashed his 50% comprehended saber soul without holding back. Flawless saber Dao, flawless blue dragon, subduing dragon profound slash. Blue dragon images appeared around Xiao Chen and quickly circled him. In that instant, the dragon images roared endlessly, and dragon might spread everywhere. Xiao Chen's right hand, which held the saber, spun slightly. As the saber spun, it gathered 18 solid dragon images into it. This formed a 30-kilometer-long saber light that stretched from the sky to the ground. Amid the horrifying dragon might, the white-robed Xiao Chen chopped down with his saber. Puci. The huge lightning-attributed flame whirlpool was chopped in half by Xiao Chen's saber strike. Using the 50% comprehended saber soul and the subduing dragon profound slash, Xiao Chen's burst of energy surpassed Wang Zhen's once again. The descending saber light knocked Wang Zhen back, sending him crashing miserably into a mountain peak. Kaca. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber, and a fiery red bright moon soared up behind him. Then, he sent a palm strike at Wang Zhen, who was 5 kilometers away. The 1,000-year flame was a palm strike filled with hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations. It vented all the pride and arrogance in Xiao Chen's heart. This palm strike seemed to predict the future. When Wang Zhen was still 10 meters away from the ground exploded. Overwhelming shockwaves soared up, and dust surged into the clouds, knocking Wang Zhen into the air. This time, Wang Zhen was significantly injured. The 1,000-year death contained the state of grief. The palm strike's energy lingered in the air, inflicting endless pain. As for the 1,000-year flame, it was purely an explosive, hot-blooded move. The power of this palm strike would erupt in an instant, clean and efficient. However, that was all. It could not break down the combat prowess of this consummation blue-robed emperor. The consummation blue-robed emperor merged his soul with the heavenly seal. The number of vital points in his body decreased, and his sage body improved. Originally, the profound martial technique that could kill the great perfection blue-robed emperor could only severely injure the consummation blue-robed emperor. Originally, it could only severely injure the consummation blue-robed emperor. With a thought, Xiao Chen materialized the blue dragon battle armor. All the vital qi in his body roared like a roaring dragon, surging endlessly in his body. Wearing the extraordinarily mighty battle armor, Xiao Chen soared into the air. With every step he took, his qi and blood surged, shaking the sky and the ground. This made one's body sway left and right, somewhat unsteady. Wang Zhen vomited a large mouthful of blood. Without even thinking, he prepared to charge at Xiao Chen again. When Wang Zhen saw Xiao Chen charging at him like a celestial deity, he was startled. However, even if Wang Zhen wanted to retreat, it was already too late. While Xiao Chen's speed looked slow, he was actually astonishingly fast. Chapter 1157. Without giving Wang Zhen any time to react, Xiao Chen tilted his body and used the Blue Dragon War body as a saber. Then, he materialized the flawless saber Dao and smashed Wang Zhen's chest. Wang Zhen's internal organs instantly became riddled with wounds. Every time he breathed, he felt excruciating pain. Just as Wang Zhen's body was about to fly back, Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed Wang Zhen's ankle. Then, he spun him in the air and tossed him at Xia Luo. All of Xiao Chen's movements were linked together smoothly, not pausing at all. These few moves only took 4 or 5 breaths of time. Xia Luo shrieked and quickly retreated. However, the other Great Perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators of the Xia clan did not dare to retreat. They worked together to catch the flying Wang Zhen. However, a loud sound rang out, and the group of Great Perfection blue-robed emperor cultivators fell from the sky. Xiao Chen looked coldly at the fleeing Xia Luo. Then, his figure flashed, and he descended from the sky. Xiao Chen first destroyed the other party's aura with his 50% comprehended saber soul. Then, he used his killing qi to trap Wang Zhen, preventing him from moving. Then, he stomped on Wang Zhen. Xia Luo cried out in pain. He begged in a low voice, "One should spare people wherever it is possible. Let me off, and I promise not to seek trouble for you." When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but find it funny. One should spare people whenever it is possible. To think that Xia Luo could say such words. His skin was really thicker than the city walls. Scram. I don't mind you seeking trouble for me. I don't care for your promise, either. However, just remember the principle of not doing the same thing more than 3 times. When Xia Luo heard that, he immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He quickly thanked Xiao Chen profusely, "Many thanks for being merciful. I'll scram right now." However, before Xia Luo could finish speaking, Xiao Chen pulled back his leg and kicked him into the starry heavens. Before Xia Luo could even cry out, he tumbled to some unknown place. "I never said to let you scram." Xiao Chen's white robes flashed. When he looked back, the remaining Xia clan cultivators were immediately frightened out of their wits, scattering in all directions. As the consummation quasi-emperor Zhen watched the Xia clan cultivators flee in a sorry state, Xiao Chen felt a chill run down his spine. The group of blue-robed emperors who came with Xiao Chen and were ready to help at any time were all stunned. Xiao Chen had actually defeated a Great Perfection blue-robed emperor. This was truly shocking. The further one went, the more difficult it would be to fight someone of a higher rank. This was especially true for the blue-robed emperor realm. The difference between a Great Accomplishment blue-robed emperor and a Great Perfection blue-robed emperor could be said to be like clouds and mud. They were not on the same level at all. Many blue-robed emperors were stuck at the advanced blue-robed emperor level for their entire lives. They were unable to break through to the perfect blue-robed emperor level because it was too difficult. However, at the same time, if one cleared this stage, their strength would advance by leaps and bounds, completely incomparable to the previous stages. As Great Perfection blue-robed emperors, they had been stuck at this stage for decades, even centuries. Hence, they had a deep understanding of the difference between them. Everyone had respectful expressions on their faces as they landed and asked, "Young Master Xiao, are you injured?" Xiao Chen circulated his energy and rested for a while, recovering some essence. Then, he replied calmly, "I'm fine. Young Master Xiao is truly shocking. You defeated a consummation blue-robed emperor as a Great Perfection blue-robed emperor. You put us old fellows to shame." When Xiao Chen heard these words of praise, he did not feel much joy in his heart. He said in a sober manner, "This is nothing. Among the consummation blue-robed emperors, this Wang Zhen is one of the weaker ones. Aside from luck, a large part of my victory was because he underestimated me." Yu Bingyun smiled faintly and said, "There is no need to be humble. Your strength is clear for all to see. There is no need to say too much. Let's see if the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave is below first, right? Right. That is the proper matter. Right now, the scope is shrinking. Every hidden dragon has a high chance of being there. Who knows, the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave might be below, hiding the life and death art. At that time, if we take the lead, we will be able to enter before the other consummation blue-robed emperors. The group of people appeared very optimistic, chatting and laughing with great confidence. They all felt that they did not choose the wrong path by following behind Xiao Chen. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, several figures flashed in the air, arriving around the peak that Xiao Chen had his eyes on. When the many old men clearly saw the appearance of the newcomers, their expressions changed drastically. They muttered, Jin Liangqi's group of consummation blue-robed emperors are actually all here. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a total of 5 groups of people. The leader of each group was a consummation blue-robed emperor. Aside from Jin Liangqi, Xiao Chen did not recognize the others. However, those people were no weaker than Jin Liangqi. Jin Liangqi was a peak consummation blue-robed emperor, much stronger than the Xia clan's Wang Zhen. Just one such person would give Xiao Chen a headache. With 4 or 5 of them, he would not be able to deal with them head-on. Actually, the current situation was within Xiao Chen's expectations. As the search area shrank, the many blue-robed emperors searching everywhere would scatter and gather together. Xiao Chen estimated that there were only about 10 remaining choices. The Blood Sword Sovereign's cave would definitely be one of these 10 hidden dragon lands. Every one of them had a high chance of being there. No one was foolish enough to just watch someone else be one step ahead of them. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he left together with Yu Bingyun. Xiao Chen did not want to clash head-on with these consummation blue-robed emperors. That would be too irrational. At least you are sensible. Jin Liangqi snorted coldly. After discussing with the other 4 consummation blue-robed emperors, they got the geomasters they brought to work together, executing a secret technique to split open the mountains and open the ground. Many people raised their heads in anticipation, filled with hope. However, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The dragon concealment ground was broken through. A spirit vein source turned into a roaming dragon and flew away on the clouds. This spirit vein was only a low-ranked one. The disappointed crowd ignored it, letting it drift away. Damn it! It's another empty cave. A stout consummation blue-robed emperor in the sky could not help cursing. This person looked ferocious with a scar on his face. He carried a 9-ringed saber on his back. His name was Shen Xiao. In the Blackwater Sea, Shen Xiao was known as the Smiling Saber Demon. His infamy spread far and wide, and his means were extremely cruel. Upon hearing Shen Xiao's cursing, several great perfection blue-robed emperors felt some fear, not daring to say anything. Let's go. There are only 9 places left. If we search them one by one, we will eventually find them. Jin Liangqi glanced at Xiao Chen casually. Then, he left with the other consummation blue-robed emperors, rushing to the next dragon vein. Young Master Xiao, what should we do now? These consummation blue-robed emperors are clearly working together. The black-clad old man looked at Xiao Chen somewhat anxiously. Xiao Chen did not have any good ideas, either. These people were not benevolent people. Clearly, they would not allow others to search for the dragon vein before them. Earlier, Xiao Chen had sensed several cold-killing intents at the foot of the mountain range. If someone else brought a geomaster to search for the dragon vein, they would definitely suffer the attacks of these people. If one wanted to join the other party, one needed to be at least a consummation blue-robed emperor's cultivation. Otherwise, they would not be able to get a share of the spoils for free. Either we follow them and see if we can fish in troubled waters, seeking fortuitous encounters. However, it is extremely dangerous, so we have to be mentally prepared for a massacre. Otherwise, we can give up early. You have already gained a small harvest along the way. It is not a loss. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen suggested 2 options. The group of blue-robed emperors all pondered this carefully. Most of them made up their minds. After saying goodbye to Xiao Chen, they chased after the group, hoping to fish in troubled waters and find a chance of survival. Only a few people felt that there was no chance and left in advance. Although they were not satisfied, they had no other choice. No matter how tempting the life and death art was, it was not as important as their lives. If they lost their lives, how could they be Emperor Wu? Soon, only Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun were left at the foot of the vast mountain range. Yu Bingyun looked at the many great perfection blue-robed emperors in the air and withdrew her gaze. Then, she looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "What is your choice?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "You and I both have trump cards to protect ourselves. Naturally, it is the first choice. However, right now, I need to recuperate." After saying that, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation to recover quickly. While the earlier battle with Wang Zhen looked easy, he had actually exhausted a lot of energy. He had already drained 2/3 of his law energy. The consummation blue-robed emperor had merged his soul with the heavenly seal. His holy body was one step closer to Emperor Wu's golden body and no longer had many weak points. Xiao Chen's ability to resist damage had increased significantly. He needed to burst out with his usual attacks in the shortest time possible, crippling or injuring the other party. Otherwise, in a drawn-out battle, the one at a disadvantage would be Xiao Chen. However, there were many benefits to this battle. The most obvious was the increase in his confidence and the experience of fighting a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen thought about how Leng Xiaofan had led a consummation blue-robed emperor from the Eastern Sea Divine Dragon Palace and beaten him to the point where he could not retaliate. Even when Xiao Chen used Neptune's crown, he had only managed to defeat the other party through trickery. Now, Xiao Chen relied on his own strength to defeat a consummation blue-robed emperor head-on, forcing the other party to flee. 4 hours later, as the purple thunder divine incantation circulated frantically, Xiao Chen's law energy recovered to its original state, returning him to his peak. His sharp aura was even stronger. The reserved tyranny in his eyes startled Yu Bingyun slightly. Yu Bingyun could not help comparing Xiao Chen to the young treasure master, Yi Ling, who hid himself the deepest in the heavenly starry ocean. Right now, Xiao Chen probably did not know that his actions in the Four Seas Hero Gathering had severely damaged the luck of the surrounding outstanding talents, helping Yi Ling greatly. This allowed Yi Ling to dominate the heavenly starry ocean, providing him with great convenience and establishing a difficult opponent for Yu Bingyun. Let me see how far they have progressed. Xiao Chen stood up and flew to the top of a 30-kilometer-tall mountain peak. Then, he opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. Immediately, he saw everything within 500 kilometers. Every flower, every tree, every blade of grass, every tree, every insect, bird, beast, mountain, river, everything appeared. Nothing could escape Xiao Chen's heavenly eye. Suddenly, Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He felt a strong gaze on him. It seemed to have discovered his gaze, so he quickly closed his heavenly eye. However, it was already too late. That expert's gaze contained the other party's cold and emotionless sword intent. Blood appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Chapter 1158. The expression of Yu Bingyun, who flew up as well, changed. Then, she quickly helped the staggering Xiao Chen up. "What's going on?" Xiao Chen's expression turned somewhat unsightly. After he calmed himself, his complexion flushed red. He frowned and said, "There is a half-step Emperor Wu in closed-door cultivation in the hidden Dragonlands. It will be even more difficult to obtain the life and death art." In the western part of Blackwater Island, on a majestic snowy mountain that was extremely close to the border, a middle-aged man radiating sword intent sat cross-legged at the summit of the tallest mountain. A bone-chilling cold wind blew, and a snowstorm raged endlessly. Despite the harsh environment, the hemp-robed swordsman's expression remained the same. The ice and snow that fell on him did not melt or accumulate. Instead, they flowed down like water, flowing naturally and mysteriously. This snowy mountain was the tallest mountain in the entire Blackwater Island. The temperature at the summit was negative hundreds of degrees Celsius all year round. Aside from some horrifying spirit beasts that lived on ice and snow, there was nothing else that attracted people. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here to suffer for no reason. Of course, some cultivators who cultivated ice-attributed states were an exception, such as this hemp-robed swordsman, who had been in seclusion for 100 years. The hemp-robed swordsman looked into the distance, and his lips curled up in a cold smile. He said indifferently, "Your reaction is pretty good. You managed to save your eyes." If Xiao Chen had guessed right, this hemp-robed swordsman was the mysterious half-step Emperor Wu who injured Xiao Chen's heavenly eye with just one gaze. "You should rejoice that you saw me 100 years later. If it were 100 years ago, it would not have been so simple to pry into my seclusion." The hemp-robed snorted coldly and closed his eyes again. Then, he continued to cultivate at the summit, comprehending the peak of the ice sword soul. However, he didn't close his eyes for long before he opened them again. This time, it could be seen that when he opened his eyes, there was a strange light in them. This time, his eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty killing intent. A cold aura spread out from his body, causing the wind and snow to freeze. The entire scene suddenly froze. Kaye! 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 The instant the hemp-robed swordsman stood up, the snowflakes filling the air exploded, shattered by countless sword intents. There's really no end to this. 100 years have passed. Have the people of Blackwater Island forgotten my name, Bing Xuejian? He sensed that many people were flying over the entire snowy mountain range, and there were still people coming in an endless stream. All of them were at the blue-robed emperor level of cultivation. The ones who had come were naturally the group of great perfection blue-robed emperors represented by Jin Liangqi and the smiling saber demon. Behind them were hundreds and thousands of great perfection and small perfection blue-robed emperors who wanted to fish in troubled waters. The life and death art could condense a heart of an emperor in advance, making these blue-robed emperors willing to risk their lives to come and fight for their lives. Jin Liangqi and the rest traveled over land and water before finally arriving at the foot of the snowy mountain. Looking at the peak that pierced through the clouds, he said, "The western part of Blackwater Island. This is the last hidden dragon land. The blood-sword sovereign's dwelling from 50,000 years ago must be in there." The smiling saber demon, Shen Xiao, grinned and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's make our move. It will not be easy. A massacre happened here 100 years ago. A mysterious swordsman killed all the ice-attributed cultivators cultivating in seclusion in the entire mountain range. I wonder if they are still here," a rather old man said. An old man said. This person was called Old Tai because of his body refinement technique, causing his body to be as tough as an iron wall. After advancing to consummation blue-robed emperor, he became even more difficult to deal with, earning him the nickname Old Iron. That's right. I still remember that massacre even to this day. It seems to be the Ice Sword Sovereign's first disciple, Bing Xuejian, who betrayed his sect, another old man said. Jin Liangqi said after some thought, 100 years have passed, and there has been no news of this person. He probably left already. Even if he is still here, with so many of us, we might not be afraid of him. That's right. Even if he is here, we have to kill him back. Does he really think that he is the king of this snowy mountain? The smiling saber demon said with a sinister expression. The temptation of the life and death art was too great. The few consummation blue-robed emperors discussed it for a while and decided to make a move. The 5 geomasters listened to the orders and immediately executed their dragon-seeking arts, preparing to attack the hidden dragons. 10 kilometers away, Fei Lungyi, who was hidden in the wind and snow, entered deep thought as he looked at the snowy mountain. He said softly, "To think that the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave is here. It looks like it is impossible to obtain the secret technique alone. However, this is fine as well. If I work with Bing Xuejian, I will be more confident of dealing with this group of people. If I use the Jadeite, I can destroy this Bing Xuejian alone. In the end, the life and death art will still be grasped by one person." Fei Lungyi had been secretly paying attention to the movements of the life and death art. After he recovered from his injuries, he came out of closed-door cultivation and followed behind this group of treasure seekers. Fei Lungyi had failed his tribulation once. Without any special fortuitous encounter, he would never be able to advance to martial emperor in this lifetime. This Bloodsword Sovereign's life and death art was his fortuitous encounter. He wanted the life and death art more than anyone else. As the Geomasters made their move, strands of dragon chi surged out of the ground. Everyone knew that this was already the last hidden dragon ground in the vast western region. As the blue-robed emperor watched the soaring dragon chi, he became very nervous. Kaka. However, just at this extremely tense moment, a scarlet sword light silently appeared in the snow filling the air. Before the 5 Geomasters could react, this sword light chopped off their heads. Who is it? The expressions of Jin Liangqi and the others changed drastically as they retreated. They instantly raised their guard and released their auras, showing anxious expressions. This strand of sword chi was too strange. Unexpectedly, it managed to silently kill 5 Geomasters right before their eyes. Even if this person was not a half-step Emperor Wu, he was still stronger than them. Such a scene sent a chill down the backs of the blue-robed emperor, who was preparing to fish in troubled waters, feeling some lingering fear. Since you know my name, you still dare to come and send yourselves to death. You are all extraordinarily bold. A figure slowly appeared in the wind and snow. When the silhouette became clear, this figure took one step and arrived before Jin Liangqi and the others. Bing Xuejian. Jin Liangqi and the others immediately felt their scalps go numb. Unexpectedly, at the final step, they still ran into the person they did not want to see the most. The smiling saber demon showed an anxious expression. Although he said that he would press forward courageously, he did not have much confidence when facing this Bing Xuejian. With the 5 working together, they actually had a 50-50 chance of victory against Bing Xuejian. However, the 5 of them were not kind people. They did not trust each other, making it hard for them to work together. If they really fought, they would definitely be defeated and flee. Some of them might even lose their lives. Jin Liangqi was rather calm. He said sullenly, "Senior is too serious. If we knew that Senior was here, we would not have dared to be rash." In that case, scram. Bing Xuejian interrupted coldly. The 5 showed unsightly expressions. Jin Liangqi suppressed the rage in his heart and said, "We have conclusive evidence that a Saber Emperor's cave is hidden at the foot of this mountain range. The treasures in there are of some use to us. However, they are of no help to a swordsman like Senior." Ha ha ha. Jin Liangqi, don't you blush when you lie? Amid loud laughter, Fei Lungyi gave off a boundless aura, sending the wind and snow flying everywhere. He moved 1 kilometer with each step, arriving before the group in 10 steps. Bing Xuejian, the cave where the legendary blood sword sovereign once cultivated, is hidden at the foot of this mountain range. The life and death art is probably in there. You are also someone who failed the great tribulation of wind and fire. How could the life and death art be useless to you? Fei Lungyi smiled widely, feeling very pleased with himself. The sorrow from that day no longer showed on his face. Now, he regained his former arrogance and tyranny. The moment Fei Lungyi spoke, he did not show any mercy, exposing Jin Liangqi and the others. Jin Liangqi and the others looked at Fei Lungyi, gritting their teeth in hatred. However, they could not do anything about it. They could only curse at Fei Lungyi. Fei Lungyi did not even look at Jin Liangqi and the others. He continued, "How about it? Are you interested in coming with me to explore this Blood Sword Sovereign's cave? The 2 of us can be considered to be in the same boat, able to ascend to Martial Emperor together." "Naturally, I am interested," Bing Xuejian said indifferently. Fei Lungyi laughed loudly, and he unleashed the aura of a half-step Emperor Wu. "Good. In that case, work with me and get rid of these flies first." The moment Fei Lungyi said that, he immediately caused a huge commotion. Panic spread everywhere. Even if everyone knew that Bing Xuejian was here, they would not be so panicked. One half-step Emperor Wu would not be able to slaughter everyone here. However, 2 half-step Emperor Wu working together would be more than enough to chase them all away. Jin Liangqi and the others felt dissatisfied. They looked at Bing Xuejian with a final trace of hope. Although they felt that hope was slim, they still hoped for a chance to turn things around. Fei Lungyi appeared very confident. He had interacted with Bing Xuejian before and knew what kind of person he was. He would definitely agree to his request. However, unexpectedly, the hemp-robed swordsman smiled coldly and said, "Fei Lungyi, you seem to be mistaken. I am definitely interested in the Blood Sword Sovereign's cave. However, I have no interest in working with you. How could I not know what you are planning? Fei Lengyi's expression turned cold as he said, Bing Shuijin, are you out of your mind? Jin Liangqi heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he took the opportunity to smile and say, Manor Lord, don't overthink. Everyone knows that you have the jadeite. Without us restraining him, Senior Bing Shuijin would not be a match for you. In the end, you would still obtain the life and death art. That's right. Given your tyrannical character, you absolutely would not think of sharing the life and death art. In your heart, you believe that it belongs to you, the smiling saber demon said at the same time. Bing Shuijin did not say anything. Clearly, he agreed with what these people said. The sudden reversal of the situation ruined Fei Lengyi's plan. Manor Lord Fei, actually, there is no need to be so exclusive. Everyone obtained the life and death art together. Wouldn't it be better to share it? Furthermore, we do not know what dangers there are in the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave. Before we enter, we are already panicking. That is not a good sign. The older old Tai acted as a mediator, advising at an appropriate time. Indeed, the Bloodsword Sovereign was a demon mixed blood. He was terrifyingly strong, known as the most dazzling legendary martial emperor of the Black Sea. The Bloodsword Sovereign's cave would not be smooth sailing. There would definitely be many unknown dangers. Chapter 1159. Fei Lengyi thought for a long time before saying, I will not lower myself to your level for now. Jin Liangqi smiled and said, That's good. Everyone is happy. However, now that the Geomasters are dead, it will be somewhat difficult to enter the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave, which is buried deep underground. There is no need to go through so much trouble. Let's work together and tear open this mountain range and the ground, Bing Shuijin said calmly and casually. Jin Liangqi hesitated before saying, It is not difficult to work together. However, isn't it a little inappropriate to exhaust law energy like that? Bing Shuijin revealed a disdainful expression. Then, he drew an ice blood sword and said, I'll do the main force. You all just provide support from the side. After Bing Shuijin spoke, he turned around and hacked at the tall mountain peak. A scarlet sword light flickered on the sword. The sword light was like a pillar, reaching the sky and the ground. It also contained an unparalleled, bone-chilling sword intent, making one's hair stand on end. Several of the blue-robed emperors thought to themselves, this Bing Shuijin's sword soul has reached at least 70% comprehension. It is a true great perfection sword soul. Furthermore, Bing Shuijin raised the will of ice to its limits, perfectly merging it with the sword soul without any openings. Before the shocked gazes of the many blue-robed emperors, this scarlet sword light chopped the tall mountain peak in half. Then, a loud sound rang out, and the mountain peak collapsed. The collapse of the snowy mountain caused a chain reaction. Endless avalanches occurred in the mountain range. The rumbling continued, and the ground within 100 miles shook. It was like an earthquake. Fei Lengyi, Jin Liangqi, and the others made their move after that. They worked together and uprooted the ground under the mountain range. Incomparably large chunks of soil floated in the air, covering the sky. Dust and snow flew everywhere. The entire scene was chaotic. When the chaos stopped, the tall mountain was no longer there. Instead, a huge pit 10 kilometers deep appeared. At the bottom of the pit was a half-open hole, attracting everyone's attention. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Figures flickered, quickly flashing towards the entrance of the cave. Needless to say, this cave was definitely the entrance to the Bloodsword Sovereign's cave. The more than 1,000 blue-robed emperors, who were trying to fish in troubled waters, had a thought and immediately followed. In an instant, everyone was gone. The originally lively surface of the snowy mountain was no longer a living person. After a while, two figures, a man and a woman, appeared at the edge of the huge pit. The man was dressed in white and had delicate features. He exuded an indescribable sense of loneliness and arrogance. He clearly didn't have any expression on his face, but he gave off the feeling that he was even colder than this land of ice and snow. The woman was as beautiful as a flower. This flower was as pure as ice and as clean as jade, even more otherworldly than white snow. There was a natural air to her beautiful appearance, making her look like a fairy. Standing in this land of ice and snow, she exuded boundless charm. Ordinary men wouldn't even dare to look straight at her. They didn't have the courage to look directly at that celestial face. Naturally, this man and woman were Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun. After learning that a half-step Emperor Wu would interfere in the matter of searching for the cave, the two became much more cautious. The two of them were much more cautious and did not rush to the front lines. Instead, they followed behind everyone and quietly observed the development of the situation. He had seen everything that had happened earlier clearly. Things are really getting more complicated. Unexpectedly, two half-step Emperor Wu appeared. The difficulty of obtaining the life and death art has increased. Although Yu Bingyun's expression did not look optimistic, she did not show any despair. Furthermore, she only said that it would be more difficult. Xiao Chen looked at her and said, "Now that things have reached this point, shouldn't you tell me what your trump card is?" Yu Bingyun smiled sweetly and said, "You will know when the time comes. I owe you a favor for the heavenly origin pill. This time, I will definitely do my best to help you obtain the Blood Sword Sovereign's life and death art. You can rest assured." Since Yu Bingyun said that, Xiao Chen did not insist. He looked at the dark cave entrance and prepared to go in. Suddenly, he frowned and said, "There's a bloody smell. I smell it as well. However, it is quite normal, right? Those who are not strong enough will try to fish in troubled waters. After entering this cave, they will inevitably get injured." Xiao Chen shook his head and said, "That's not normal. The amount of blood these people lost is very abnormal. It is much more than a regular death. Otherwise, the bloody smell in the air would not be so thick. This place is very strange. Be careful when you enter." Holding the lunar shadow saber, Xiao Chen took the lead and flew towards the cave entrance. When the two arrived before the dark cave entrance, the bloody smell became even thicker, almost choking their nostrils and making them feel uncomfortable. After walking for a while, expensive illumination stones appeared above the cave entrance, illuminating the space. The walls on the left and right were very flat, with clear signs of carvings. As they walked further in, some murals appeared on the walls. Based on the rough markings, they should be the Blood Sword Sovereign's casual work. Most of the murals were of people dancing with swords. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caressed the figure in the murals. A jagged sword intent penetrated the murals and entered Xiao Chen's mind. The person in the murals seemed to come to life as he charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen quickly let go and took a few steps back. The lightning saber soul in his sea of consciousness surged out with a thought and shattered the sword intent flying out of the murals. When Xiao Chen looked at the murals again, he felt astonished. The Blood Sword Sovereign's casual work still had such might after 50,000 years. This was truly shocking. If Xiao Chen were a swordsman, he would definitely stop and study it. He would definitely gain a lot. Perhaps his sword soul might even grow stronger. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen was a bladesman. Although the murals were wondrous, they were not very useful to him. As the two continued forward, there were more and more forks in the road. Xiao Chen wondered what the Blood Sword Sovereign was thinking back then, making a cave for cultivation so luxurious and complicated. Amid the heavy stench of blood, the two finally saw the first corpse. The corpse belonged to an old man. This old man's entire body was already dried, his skin and bones connected. His eyeballs were deeply sunken in, and there were large dried bloodstains on his neck. Xiao Chen carefully examined the wound on the old man's neck and discovered two bloody holes. It looked like sharp teeth had bitten through it. There were many blood-sucking ferocious beasts in the Kunlun realm. Xiao Chen knew of at least 3 of them. However, when Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun saw this scene and the wounds, they immediately thought of another possibility. Blood demons, one of the 18 demon races of the deep abyss demonic world. Furthermore, they were not low-ranked blood demons. Otherwise, they would not have teeth. No wonder the stench of blood was so heavy. With these blood demons around, it would be strange if the stench was not heavy. It looks like the rumors are true. The Blood Sword Sovereign is indeed a mixed blood of humans and demons. Furthermore, he is one of the mysterious blood demons of the demonic world, Yu Bingyun said. Xiao Chen looked up and was about to say something when he suddenly saw a shadow silently appear above the cave entrance, heading towards Yu Bingyun. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen did not even think. He quickly drew his saber and chopped the descending shadow in half. After the shadow split in half and landed on the ground, it quickly merged back together, forming an ugly humanoid monster with sharp teeth. Its body was covered in wrinkles, and it gave off a heavy stench of blood. This appearance was very different from the blood demons that Xiao Chen remembered, completely different. Clumps of shadows descended from the cave entrance, and many similar blood-sucking monsters appeared. They surrounded Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun in the rather vast stone room. With a rough count, there were at least 20 of these monsters. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun did not dare to be careless. Even the blue-robed emperor fell at the hands of these blood-sucking monsters. There had to be something extraordinary about them. The two stood back to back, cautiously looking around, keeping their guard up. "Thank you for your help," Yu Bingyun said gratefully as a ribbon appeared in her hand. Xiao Chen had already drawn his lunar shadow saber. He said calmly, "There is no need to say so much. Let's deal with the trouble before us first." These blood-sucking monsters all stared at the two with bloodshot eyes. Disgusting liquid leaked out of the corners of their mouths as they hissed, looking like they would pounce over at any moment. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black shadows flickered. After probing for a while, these blood-sucking monsters turned into clumps of light and quickly launched themselves at the two. They were so fast that only their shadows could be seen. Xiao Chen activated the fleeting shadow glove, and sparks flickered on his saber. He infused his lightning saber soul into it, sending out an impenetrable saber light. The saber light flickered, and electricity crackled. Xiao Chen chopped off the arms and heads of the blood-sucking monsters that pounced over, sending them flying. None of them could get close to him. However, Yu Bingyun was even more violent than Xiao Chen. The ribbon in her hand shot out with a whoosh, even faster than the blood-sucking monsters. The ribbon struck every blood-sucking monster that pounced at Yu Bingyun. Their heads exploded in an instant, and blood spurted out. In this high-speed clash, the two knocked back the 20-odd blood-sucking monsters. They fell to the ground, wriggling, missing their arms and heads. They did not seem as difficult to deal with as Xiao Chen had imagined. It looked like they were just some low-level monsters. The truly difficult ones were yet to come. However, just as the two were about to release their bated breath, the blood-sucking monsters on the ground suddenly leaped up. Arms and heads quickly grew back. Their expressions turned sinister as they bared their fangs and launched themselves at the two again. After this happened 3 times, the two's expressions changed. "Are these monsters unkillable?" "Xiao Chen, these might be human cultivators who were bitten by the blood demons. I don't know what happened to them, but they mutated." As Xiao Chen knocked back the blood-sucking monsters flying over, he quickly asked, "Is there any way to deal with them?" "Not yet. They should have been bitten by the Blood Sword Sovereign. Otherwise, they would not be so difficult to deal with." When Xiao Chen heard that, he entered deep thought. This cannot continue. Although he did not believe that there were monsters that could never be killed, if they continued fighting like this, they would not be able to reach the depths of the cave. "I have to think of a way." As Xiao Chen's thoughts wandered, he thought of switching to a saber soul of another attribute. He wondered if it would be effective. Aside from the lightning saber soul, the saber souls that Xiao Chen was most proficient with were the death saber soul and the destruction saber soul. He wondered if the death saber soul would have an unexpected effect on these monsters. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen switched out the powerful lightning saber soul. Then, he extracted the state of death from the cycle banner and merged it with the saber soul. Chapter 1160. When the saber shrouded in black smoke chopped down, the blood-sucking monster that Xiao Chen struck let out sharp cries of pain. As the death saber intent swept through the blood-sucking monster, its body rapidly shriveled up. "It's effective." Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. His saber light flashed as he hacked down 3 times, thoroughly finishing off this blood-sucking monster. "Stand behind me." With confidence, Xiao Chen said to Yu Bingyun, preparing to clean up these monsters in one fell swoop. Although Yu Bingyun did not know what Xiao Chen was planning, she still chose to believe him. She put away the ribbons and quickly stood behind him. Flight on wings, disordered dance of 1,000 years. Xiao Chen shouted and executed the disordered dance of 1,000 years that he had not used in a long time. Although this martial technique was of a lower rank, it was most suitable for large-scale chaotic battles. Executing this move with the Death Saber Soul was perfect for dealing with these blood-sucking monsters. Miserable shrieks rang out as Xiao Chen moved with the wind. With every step he took, he sent out 49 saber lights. The stone room was filled with the after-images of his saber lights. Miserable cries rang out. By the time Xiao Chen withdrew his saber, not a single blood-sucking monster remained standing. They were all dead, their life force severed. Yu Bingyun entered deep thought. Feeling somewhat surprised, she said, unexpectedly, the state of death has such a miraculous effect on these monsters. It looks like this place will be of help to you. Who could have imagined that Xiao Chen happened to know the state of death and could find the weakness of these blood-sucking monsters? To others, these monsters were very troublesome. However, to Xiao Chen, they were just ordinary blood demon monsters. Xiao Chen's expression did not relax. He shook his head and said, "That might not be the case. My state of death has not advanced to a will yet. It is not a problem for me to deal with these small fries. However, if I run into something stronger, it will be problematic. Furthermore, the power of the world that those consummation blue-robed emperors can drive is boundlessly horrifying. These small fries might not be able to stop them. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go quickly. This cave is too deep, and there are too many forks. We have to find the life and death art quickly." With Xiao Chen's Death Saber Soul paving the way, the two of them proceeded at a much faster pace. As the number of forks increased, the Great Perfection Blue-Robed Emperor, Bing Xuejian, and Fei Longyi, who were walking at the very front, slowly parted ways. At an intersection, the smiling saber demon brandished his 9-ringed sword and chopped 3 blood-sucking monsters, blocking his way into several pieces. After the monster fused, a cruel smile appeared on its face and it continued to attack. Every saber strike carried a strong force, pulverizing the blood-sucking monster's internal organs. After this happened 3 times, the blood-sucking monster on the ground no longer moved. The smiling saber demon snorted coldly, "You are just trash, yet you want to kill me?" However, he did not know that after he left, the blood-sucking monsters on the ground began to slowly and arduously merge back together. They did not die as he had expected. Bing Xuejian's expression was cold as he walked down the passageway. When he saw some paintings that he was interested in, he would occasionally stop and carefully study them. The sword intent in the paintings allowed him to gain a lot every time. How unfortunate. If I had entered this cave several hundred years earlier, I would not have failed my tribulation of wind and fire. Although Xiao Chen had gained a lot, his cultivation had already reached this level, so he could not provide much substantial help. If Xiao Chen had come in when he first became the Blue-Robed Emperor, he would have improved greatly by just looking at a few of the paintings and absorbing the sword intent in them. A blood-sucking monster charged at Bing Xuejian, who was looking at the paintings. Bing Xuejian did not even look at it, just casually stabbing out with his sword. A boundless icy sword intent surged out, and the blood-sucking monster did not even have time to cry out before it scattered, turning into ice pearls on the ground, splitting into tens of thousands of pieces. The icy sword intent contained in the ice pearls shot out again, breaking every ice pearl into tens of thousands of pieces and turning them into nothing. Xiao Chen's tyrannical sword soul flabbergasted everyone, appearing to be unimaginably strong. The other blood-sucking monsters in the passageway seemed to sense how difficult Bing Xuejian was to deal with. They all gave way, not daring to offend this person. Bing Xuejian glanced at the blood-sucking monsters that left and smiled coldly. "I can't kill you. Even someone who cultivated the golden body of Emperor Wu can die. What more you monsters?" Fei Longyi walked in the passageway of the cave with a calm expression. Many blood-sucking monsters flew over and chopped them in half. They were all cut in half by his sword. His sword was wrapped in a jade-like green light. Green crystals appeared on the wounds of the blood-sucking monsters that were cut in half, covering the entire wound. No matter how hard they tried, the 2 halves of their bodies could not fuse back together. Those green crystals continued to spread and permeate the blood-sucking monsters' bodies. After a while, their entire bodies crystallized. Fei Lengyi sheathed his sword, and crunching sounds rang out. All the blood-sucking monsters on the ground shattered into green crystals. Kaca, 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 Kaca. Fei Lengyi stepped on these crystals, causing them to crackle and shatter upon contact. The reason for such a strange scene was not because Fei Lengyi's sword soul had any special effects. Instead, it was because he used a portion of the jade-green starstone's energy. Although these blood-sucking monsters could not injure him, his sword soul was slightly weaker than Bing Xuejian's. With Fei Lengyi's own strength, he could not kill these blood-sucking monsters so easily. However, after using the jade-green starstone, it was as easy as flipping his hand. He could finish off a large group with one move. Feeling that Fei Lengyi was difficult to deal with, the remaining blood-sucking monsters in the cave scattered in a fluster, searching for new targets. Seeing these blood-sucking monsters retreat, Fei Lengyi frowned slightly. These should be the food that the Blood Sword Sovereign reared in captivity back then. They are all unpardonably evil people. However, they are not very strong. If I run into a blue-robed emperor-level blood-sucking monster, it will be difficult to deal with. However, I have the jade-green starstone. Compared to Bing Xuejian, I still have a great advantage. As Fei Lengyi walked and saw these murals, his expression mirrored Bing Xuejian's, one of extreme pity. To a swordsman, the Blood Sword Sovereign's casual work from 50,000 years ago was still a rare treasure. Unfortunately, Fei Lengyi was now a half-step Emperor Wu. Under the situation where his cultivation could not increase, his sword Dao was no weaker than some minor heavenly Emperor Wu's. The sword intent contained in the murals was not of much help to Fei Lengyi. However, if Fei Lengyi was lucky, he might be able to find a mural that the Blood Sword Sovereign made wholeheartedly. That should be of great help. As Fei Lengyi walked, he saw a stone room on the left side of the passageway. He pushed the door open and entered. Then, he drew his sword, and a jade-green sword light containing a vast sword intent swept through the stone room. Miserable cries rang out. When the sword chi finished sweeping through the room, all the blood-sucking monsters lying in the room were dead. Fei Lengyi sized up the stone room and revealed a disappointed expression. He did not see a prayer mat in there. This meant that this was not the Blood Sword Sovereign's cultivation room but a storage room. After searching for a while, Fei Lengyi found a stone chest. Essence stones. After opening the chest, Fei Lengyi's eyes lit up. However, they quickly dimmed. Essence stones were heaven-earth crystals produced by King Spirit veins. They were essential for Emperor Wu's daily cultivation. Things that were exceptionally precious to ordinary people were useless to Fei Lengyi. After failing the tribulation, Fei Lengyi's cultivation could no longer increase. I'll put them away first. If I successfully find the life and death art, I might still have a chance of becoming Emperor Wu. At that time, these essence stones will be useful. Fei Lengyi consoled himself. Then, he placed the 100 essence stones in his spatial ring in a good mood. As the half-step Emperor Wu and the consummation blue-robed emperor walked through the passageway unimpeded and gained many benefits, the small perfection blue-robed emperor and the great perfection blue-robed emperor were in a somewhat dismal mood. As for the small perfection blue-robed emperor and the great perfection blue-robed emperor, who followed Fei Lengyi in, their fates were somewhat bleak. The great perfection blue-robed emperor was still fine. However, when the small perfection blue-robed emperor met with the blood-sucking monsters, he had no chance of survival. There were already quite a number of people who wanted to retreat. To them, this place had already become hell. When facing the unkillable blood-sucking monsters, there was nothing they could do. If they ran into them, they could only wait for death. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun's journey was rather smooth. Later, Xiao Chen thought of a way to spread out his state of death. Then, those blood-sucking monsters took the initiative to avoid them. There seems to be the sound of fighting in front, Yu Bingyun said. After walking for a long time, they had heard many sounds of fighting. This time, Yu Bingyun spoke up because she found the sounds familiar. Xiao Chen listened attentively for a moment, then said, "It's the group that first followed us. Let's go and take a look." With a flash, Xiao Chen appeared in a spacious stone room. He saw the black-clad old man who had made a bet with him. The black-clad old man was leading a group of 10 people as they struggled to block the attacks of the blood-sucking monster. The sounds of intense fighting and the cultivators with vigorous qi and blood attracted the blood-sucking monsters. The number of blood-sucking monsters surrounding them had already reached 100. Facing these blood-sucking monsters that they were unable to kill no matter what they did, their foreheads were covered in sweat, and their bodies were riddled with injuries. Brother Xiao Chen, retreat quickly. These blood-sucking monsters can't be killed. When the black-robed old man saw Xiao Chen, there was no joy on his face. He asked Xiao Chen to retreat first. It's okay. Just hold on for a while. After saying a simple sentence, Xiao Chen rushed in and released his death sword soul. The blood-sucking monsters in the way could not last one move against Xiao Chen. They were easily dealt with in one exchange, chopped into pieces, their life force severed, unable to revive. After a few breaths, Xiao Chen killed all the blood-sucking monsters in the stone room, forcing them to flee. None of them dared to linger. Xiao Chen did not chase after them. After he helped this group of Emperor Wu out of danger, he sheathed his saber. Such a scene was very shocking. The blood-sucking monsters that they could not kill no matter what they did were like chopping vegetables in Xiao Chen's hands, killing them cleanly. The black-clad old man and the others were somewhat speechless, unable to understand. Xiao Chen said honestly, these blood-sucking monsters are afraid of the state of death. It can be considered their weakness. I was fortunate enough to know some of the state of death. Only then did the others understand. So, that was what happened. The black-clad old man heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled bitterly and said, Brother Xiao Chen, I should have listened to you earlier and not gotten involved in this mess. Chapter 1161. Xiao Chen glanced at the horrifying corpses on the ground. Many of them were people he was familiar with. They had chatted happily with him, but in the end, they still died because of greed. It could not be said that they were greedy. It was just that the Emperor's path was rugged. If they fell on the path of fortuitous encounters, they would add another pile of corpses to the road to martial emperor. After sizing up the remaining old men, Xiao Chen said, I'll send you back to the cave. When the black-clad old man heard that, he felt gratified. He waved his hand and said, there's no need. If we flee at full speed, these blood-sucking monsters will not be able to catch us in the passageway. This time, we got trapped because of greed. We were trapped in the stone room, unable to get out. There seemed to be more to this. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, what do you mean? One of the old men pulled out a stone box. After he opened it, a dazzling light came out. These are essence stones. Yu Bingyun immediately recognized them. She exclaimed with some shock, there are so many of them. There are more than 100. The black-clad old man said with some embarrassment, that's not all. There are a few more stone boxes behind. In total, there are more than 1,000. We killed each other because of these essence stones. That's how the blood-sucking monsters found an opportunity to surround us in the secret room. Otherwise, we would not have been unable to even charge out. Only now did Xiao Chen discover that most of the wounds on the group were from weapons, fists, and kicks. Brother Xiao Chen, you saved our lives. We do not want these essence stones anymore. Goodbye. If you need any help in the future, just let this old man know. The group was deeply affected, feeling depressed. After exchanging a few words with Xiao Chen, they left the stone room, wanting to leave this cave as soon as possible. As Xiao Chen watched the group leave and the corpses on the ground, he felt complicated. The Emperor's road was truly littered with corpses. These blue-robed emperors were people who could summon the wind and summon the rain outside. Wherever they went, they would receive the highest treatment, becoming an overlord of a region. Unfortunately, that door, that most sacred emperor's door, the temptation was too great. It could make people forget about life and death and continue to chase after it. One day, would he also fall on this road of emperor? It became an inconspicuous wave in the endless sea of corpses. People stepped on it and walked forward. What do we do with these origin essence stones? Clearly, Yu Bingyun was interested in this essence stone as well. This was a special crystal that came with a king spirit vein. Even Emperor Wu had a use for it. To blue-robed emperor cultivators, it was naturally even more useful. It was not strange for Yu Bingyun to be tempted. Xiao Chen did not think much of it. He said calmly, "Since you agreed to help me deal with Bing Xuejian and Fei Langyi, we will split these essence stones equally, then." Yu Bingyun smiled and said, "Half each? That's too greedy. Just give me one chest. My luck is pretty good. To think that there are so many essence stones in this stone room. Ha ha ha. They are all mine, Shen Xiao's." Suddenly, an uninvited guest appeared at the entrance of the stone room. It was the infamous smiling saber demon. The expressions of Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun could not help but change at the same time. The smiling saber demon was a peak existence of the consummation blue-robed emperor. His strength was more than a level or two higher than Wang Zhen's, the same as Jin Liangqi's. The difference between the two was clearly displayed on the testing stele in front of the Heavenly Cauldron Pavilion, 1 9-star and 1 3-star. Scram, then. I only give people one chance. I will never give them a second chance. The smiling saber demon put down his 9-ringed saber and smiled coldly. The scars on his saber wiggled, and his sinister expression inspired fear. Xiao Chen and Yu Bingyun quickly sent voice projections. After a few simple words, they quickly made a decision, one word. Kill. The ribbon in Yu Bingyun's hand flew towards the smiling saber demon. In her hand, the soft ribbon was as hard as a dragon and as agile as a swallow. You overestimate yourself. The smiling saber demon stretched out his hand and grabbed the ribbon. It was like he was grabbing the neck of a dragon. Then, he grabbed it with both hands and yanked. The smiling saber demon wanted to pull Yu Bingyun into the air and kill her with one saber strike. However, how could Yu Bingyun's means be so simple? Yu Bingyun's pretty eyes turned cold as she released the ribbon in her right hand and formed hand seals. In that instant, hundreds of colorful ribbons shot towards the smiling saber demon as Yu Bingyun formed hand seals. As the ribbons flew, Yu Bingyun spun her feet and leaped around, performing a graceful dance. The hundreds of ribbons turned into thousands of different poses, trapping the smiling saber demon for a short time. Xiao Chen took advantage of this opportunity to make his move. His figure flashed, and he stepped on the ribbons, charging at the smiling saber demon. The instant Xiao Chen drew his saber, he executed the flawless bright moon that he was familiar with. At the same time, he did not hold back at all with his 50% comprehended saber soul. If Xiao Chen held back against such an opponent, he would be asking for trouble. You are still too inexperienced to play with the saber with me. The smiling saber demon laughed maniacally and executed an inferior-grade profound martial technique with his 9-ringed saber, clashing with the saber. Bang! The two sabers clashed, sending out countless sparks. Saber intent flew everywhere, shredding Yu Bingyun's ribbons into pieces. Xiao Chen pushed off the ground and took 3 steps back. Then, he stood on the ribbons once more. However, the smiling saber demon, whose cultivation was higher than Xiao Chen's, took 10 steps back. His face filled with disbelief as he exclaimed, 50% comprehended saber soul. Brat, you actually cultivated your saber soul to 50% comprehension. By relying on a saber soul that surpassed the smiling saber demon's by 20%, the one who held the upper hand in their first clash was Xiao Chen. If not for his killing move of a 50% comprehended saber soul, Xiao Chen would not have rashly made a move, choosing to fight the smiling saber demon. However, if that was all, it would still be somewhat difficult for Xiao Chen to defeat a consummation blue-robed emperor. Xiao Chen needed to end the battle quickly, he could not drag this out. The instant the smiling saber demon moved back, Yu Bingyun did not remain idle, either. 2 ribbons moved as nimbly as snakes, quickly wrapping around the smiling saber demon's legs. Although the smiling saber demon reacted very quickly, breaking the ribbons, this delay gave Xiao Chen an opportunity. Flawless 4 seasons. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. 4 moves in one saber, growing and multiplying endlessly, having a boundless aftershock. Of all the profound martial techniques that Xiao Chen knew, this was the move with the strongest long-lasting damage. Furthermore, the variations of each move were extremely difficult to deal with. In his haste, The smiling saber demon only lasted for 2 seconds before getting knocked back by Xiao Chen, feeling sullen. Furthermore, Yu Bingyun's harassment came at the right time, not giving the smiling saber demon a chance to fight head-on with Xiao Chen in one go. By relying on the two's tacit cooperation and Xiao Chen's 50% comprehended saber soul, the two suppressed the smiling saber demon from the start to the end. One side's aura grew stronger as they fought, while the other's aura fell. Slowly, he could not bring out even 70% of his strength. The smiling saber demon had a lot of cultivation, but he could not bring it out to his heart's content. He was as sullen as he could be. Damn it. White-robed bladesman, don't give me a chance to find you alone. If the smiling saber demon persisted, he would definitely die here. After saying that, he fled in a sorry state, his body riddled with wounds. When several great perfection blue-robed emperors saw this scene, they were greatly startled. Who could have reduced the smiling saber demon to such a sorry state? Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and gave Yu Bingyun a box of essence stones. Then, he put away the remaining 9 boxes. Right now, Xiao Chen was still a great perfection blue-robed emperor, far from the peak. These essence stones were like charcoal in snowy weather, so there was no need to stand on ceremony. If Xiao Chen had reached the peak of the great perfection blue-robed emperor, he would not fear the smiling saber demon at all. He would be able to defeat the smiling saber demon alone. After the two left, a figure silently walked out of the passageway. It was Jiang Feng from Dark City. What a fellow! To think that he hid his strength so deeply. As Jiang Feng looked at Xiao Chen's back, a deep look flashed in his eyes. If he fought blindly, he might really lose to Xiao Chen. Furthermore, it would be a very ugly defeat. This time, with Bing Shuijian and Fei Lungyi around, my chances of obtaining the life and death art should be 0. Fortunately, I obtained a lot of essence stones and a medial grade profound martial technique. I'll go back and enter closed-door cultivation for now. I'll wait until I reach peak great perfection blue-robed emperor first. Given Xiao Chen's comprehension ability, merging his soul with the heavenly seal would not be difficult. It was just a matter of time. Xiao Chen was not in too much of a rush for the life and death art. If he tried to force his way through, losing his life would be a great loss. When I come out of closed-door cultivation, I'll come and settle the score with you. Jiang Feng withdrew his cold gaze and turned to head in the direction of the entrance. He had gained a lot on this trip and was satisfied. However, Xiao Chen was not satisfied. He needed to obtain the life and death art. Even if he had to face Bing Shuijian and Fei Lungyi, 2 horrifying characters, he did not care. There was too little time for him. He could not wait. He had to obtain the Blood Sword Sovereign's secret technique for condensing the heart of an emperor in advance. For the rest of the journey, Xiao Chen sped up significantly, resulting in Yu Bingyun being unable to keep up. In Xiao Chen's hands, the Thunder Dragon steps became increasingly exquisite, infinitely close to consummation, making his figure like a dragon. When Xiao Chen took a step forward, electric light flashed, and dragon roars rang out endlessly. The flickering mysterious phenomenon stunned everyone who saw it. Relying on the nimbleness of the Thunder Dragon steps, Xiao Chen ventured deeper after half a day and arrived before a vast stone room. All the forks pointed to this place. If there were no surprises, this should be where the Blood Sword Sovereign truly cultivated. Here, Xiao Chen saw not only Jin Liangqi but also the injured smiling saber demon and the other consummation blue-robed emperors, but also Bing Shuijian and Fei Lungyi. The strange thing was that not only did the consummation blue-robed emperors not move, but even Bing Shuijian and Fei Lungyi did not advance rashly. It was like there was something terrifying here. Xiao Chen's gaze froze. 5 coffins lay in the middle of the stone room. A terrifying bloody aura spread out from the rotting coffins. These were very different from the blood-sucking monsters that Xiao Chen met on the way here. A prayer mat floated quietly in the air in the middle of the 5 coffins. A secret manual lay on the prayer mat. The words on the manual could not be seen clearly. However, it was hard not to guess if this was the life and death art that everyone anticipated. No one showed any expression at Xiao Chen's arrival. A great perfection blue-robed emperor could not pique their interest.